100%. I get that. Well, very cool. Well, in addition to talking about de-extinction, which we just mentioned, and alien disclosure, we talk about things like life extension technology, things like stem cells and cryonics and human growth hormone and cryogenics. And we talk about things like nootropics and ambrosia therapy, where you use the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. Basically,
Yeah, yeah.
when you were born organic monster fan, your life expectancy was probably age 80, age 100, and 120 were probably seen as nearly impossible. And with some of these utilizations of life extension technology, age 100, 120 may be more reasonable for the common person, perhaps. And but eventually your body's going to break down. And when that happens, there's another type of technology called mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download into an android, an avatar, a cybernetic being, a cyborg, a clone of yourself, a robot, whatever you want to be. But what I'm basically telling you is that you have an opportunity at digital immortality, which is really exciting.
Yeah. I find the first one pretty interesting, but the digital immortality is something that I would not be interested in doing for myself.
Hey, and every person should be entitled to their own decisions on that. There are some of us who never want to die, and that may become a reality for some people. And then there are people who just want to live a normal life and die at whatever age, and that may be you, and you should have that right as well. Just know, though, that we're basically creating a breakaway civilization between the people who can live forever and the people who will just live a normal Homo sapien life.
So, like, you think you will die before you take BBC, Rabbi?
Dog, if you aren't serious in here, I will just mute you.
Aw.
You have an obsession with this. It's quite clear, and that's fine. If you need to go look at porn and get off, hey, to each their own, do whatever you need. But if you're going to interrupt important conversations with immature statements that or questions, that doesn't get us anywhere.
Man, I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good.
I honestly, in my opinion, thought it was an important question.
Well, it's not. Not at this current time. Maybe in the future, perhaps, somehow, somewhere that will be seen as a very important question, but currently, it's not, at least in my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. When it comes to the idea of living forever and a breakaway civilization, there's certainly the idea then that we may be able to travel extreme distances and not die, which can be very exciting for interspace travel, getting into interstellar travel, and then into intergalactic travel. Basically, one of the reasons why I'm such an advocate for world peace is because if we ever want to do any of the cool stuff that we maybe hear about aliens doing, we need peace at home. Basically, if you are a country, you need to have peace at home before you do kinds of colonization. You can't have a civil war and still be doing a lot of colonization because that will make you weak. That will give you a weak foundation. So essentially, once we have peace here on Earth,
Yeah, I'd imagine, having motivation to attack something, right? Because attacking is way easier than defending. That attacking being able to happen from like other people, it would be like pretty concerning for any like colonization on a different planet.
100%, 100%. So basically, ensuring that we have peace on Earth will then give us the ability to start space exploration, space tourism, terraforming other planets like Mars and perhaps moons like Europa. And then from there, we start getting into interstellar travel. The next closest star to our star or to Earth, aside from our star, is Alpha Centauri, which is about 4 light years away. So basically, within if we could create safe travel, safe space travel, and without even manipulating the current laws of physics, if we can travel near the speed of light, it would take about 4 years to get there and 4 years to get back. So you'd be able to basically have inter interstellar travel within the next. I don't know about with a timetable for that, but within 8 years you'd be able to go there and back, which is really exciting. That's not that far away.
Yeah.
So those are some,
You know, the thing is, I've heard a lot of people like have doubt about like light speed travel. You know, I have my own like matching light speed with a hunk of technology. Pretty much seems impossible, but that would be
hold
the
on,
same
hold on.
sentiment that people
I get what you're
probably
saying.
would
I get what you're
have
saying.
about sound speed travel.
Okay, speed of sound is different. That's like 800 miles per hour. That's not anything major. Speed of light
It's
is
not that impressive, but it would be to someone a while ago.
oh,
You know?
100%. Totally agree with that. But there are ways to travel faster than the speed of light. There are things that travel faster than the speed of light. They're known as tachyons. I don't know if you're familiar with these. I'm not a an accredited physicist. I'm certainly just an amateur physicist. But let's find out all about them. Yo, dog, can you
The
please
numbers
tell
are
me
confusing.
about some types of things that are faster than the speed of light? Perhaps things like tachyons. And please provide it in a list from like 1 to 20. And even hypothetical things could be in there. And just give the name of it and then a little blurb about it. I use AI all the time for this kind of stuff. So tachyons are number one. Hypothetical particles that travel faster than light. In theory, they have imaginary mass, which makes them impossible to slow down to sublight speeds. They've never been observed, but they show up in certain models of physics. So why haven't they been observed? Because they're moving so fast that I don't know how we could capture them. But according to models,
If it's moving faster than light, you can't see it. That was going to be a question. Yeah.
right. The next is warp drives, which are known as Alcubierre drives. It's an idea based on general relativity where space itself is contracted in front of the spacecraft and expanded behind it, allowing the ship to ride a wave of space-time faster than light without violating the laws of physics. This is essentially what. Do you know who Bob Lazar is?
No.
Okay, that's fine. So Bob Lazar was a nuclear physicist at Los Alamos Laboratories in New Mexico and also Area 51, specifically Area S4. And one of his jobs, this is from the Joe Rogan Experience. If you've ever, well, yeah, you know Joe Rogan is, you were able to identify what's going on. So
I don't watch it regularly, but yeah, I know it.
excellent. So basically, the thought is that the UFOs that crash or have crashed, we've been able to reverse engineer them. And what is thought of is the way that they travel faster than the speed of light is using these types of warp drives. Essentially, they are able to create, using anti gravity and specifically element 115, a force field around themselves and then warp space time in front of them so that they're able to travel incredible distances instantaneously. The next is quantum entanglement. Entanglement particles affect each other instantaneously, no matter the distance. While information can't be transmitted faster than light in this case, the phenomena itself seems to defy the speed limits of classical communication. The next are wormholes. A speculative feature of general relativity, wormholes are shortcuts through space-time, theoretically allowing faster than light travel between distant points. They're mostly theoretical and would require exotic matter to remain stable. But when we talk about exotic matter, we're talking about like element 115, which is known as moscovium, also unpentium. They're all the same name for the same thing. There are causality violations, in certain warped models of space-time, you could have paths that allow an effect to precede its cause. These can lead to scenarios where information or objects could travel faster than light. Closed time-like curves, theoretically, if you could bend space-time in a way that you loop back on yourself, as in time travel, you could travel faster than light in a closed loop, though these kinds of solutions are speculative and riddled with paradoxes. Another is phase velocity. In wave theory, the phase velocity of a wave can exceed the speed of light. For instance, light waves in a certain media or mathematical formulations of light behave in ways where their phase velocity might surpass c, or the speed of light, though this doesn't allow for the information transfer faster than light. Superluminal gravitational waves. Some models predict that gravitational waves might propagate at superluminal speeds under specific conditions, but this is very theoretical and doesn't suggest anything physically could actually travel faster than light. Axions, hypothetical particles proposed in some models of particle physics. These particles could potentially exist and have extremely low mass, and some variations of their theoretical behavior could suggest superluminal movement. I mean, just with AI, we were able to name like 10 of them. Now, let's say 9 of them fail. Okay, but if one of them works, that means that we may be able to travel massive distances very quickly. And that's very exciting. And it only makes sense that if we see these crafts in the air every single day, right now, if I go to Reddit, I'm going to tell you that there are people who are Twitter. Let's go to Twitter. There are people guaranteed right now, somewhere on the East Coast of the United States, that are uploading UFO videos that are flying over their house. So just one moment. If I go, just type in UFO. I'm not saying you do it. I'll do it. And go to latest. Senior White House official allegedly instructs to suppress UFO sightings in New Jersey. That's from EBC News. Now, if you're like, what's EBC News? I don't know. It's somebody's, it's some media organization. Another multiple UFO sightings in New Jersey. That was 2 minutes ago. A lot of these are in other languages, so bear with me. I've got to scroll through. Okay, here's one of them. UFO. Oh, whoa. Are you kidding me? This is crazy. There's a UFO that opens fire on a military installation. Look at this thing, firing at a military installation. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. The reason why I say that is I've never seen them fire things off. No way. And this, I mean, I don't know, this makes sense. They were flying over some base, it starts with a P, in New Jersey, for the past few weeks. Okay, so that was posted 4 minutes ago. Now, I'm skeptical of everything that I see on here, so it's like, okay, here's another one. Wow. Okay. Okay, this was posted 6 minutes ago.
This is fucking crazy, man. Look at this
I've been studying UFOs for the better part of more than a decade every single day, and I've never seen anything like this. Here's another one firing. Wow. No way. They are really firing things. Here's one firing at something, and it's a different video than that other one, which tells you, like, it's just not somebody who's got After Effects. This thing is firing like you'd see in a video game.
Yeah.
Now, there's a question. It's like, wow, here's one in Miami. Hundreds of UFOs, drones have been seen flying over New York. So, and I mean, this isn't like being ignored. The government just isn't willing to say what they are. But long story short, if those are extraterrestrial vehicles of some sort, which it seems like they are, the government has already said it's not a foreign government and they're not ours. So it's like, okay, well, what else could it be? And they don't want to say. But with that being said, those things have advanced physics that we can't even basically comprehend at certain points. So the 10 things that we just read of ways to travel faster than the speed of light, these things could have 100, 1,000, perhaps more than that of ways to do it. Just one moment. I want to get off this farmer's dog thing.
Help keep your dog at an ideal
Go.
weight, which is one of the proven predict processed food. .com. Learn more. Offer applicable for new customers. Clifford Goon. Oh, that's hilarious.
So, I mean, that's just what's going on now, which is really wild. So you don't really know anything about Bob Lazar, do you? I mean, you just said, no, I don't.
No.
Just one moment. Like, if you ever watch a Joe Rogan, it's this one. I watch this thing multiple times a day with people. Just one moment.
That's crazy. That was once crazy. How's that creepy pasta go?
Coffee pasta.
Yeah,
Crazy. I was crazy once. They put me in a rubber room full of rats, and rats make me crazy.
I want to announce some upcoming tour dates.
This isn't. I mean, I'm pulling it up in a
with
second.
the Return of the Rat Tour, October 12th in Wichita, Kansas.
Here it is. I mean, this is the most fascinating thing I think that I've ever seen. I mean, I know this story pretty well, but just watch it. It's absolutely phenomenal.
Bro, you need to turn off audio off your other cam. That's what has it on the monitor.
I know. If it's bothering you, just mute it yourself.
First of all,
yeah.
cheers, gentlemen. Relax. Thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told the story many, many times. You've been grilled many, many times, and it's very stressful for you. So I really, really appreciate your time. For people who don't know the story, there is a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar Area.
We're gonna keep it going. I'm right here. I just have to adjust to. I just have to adjust my cameras here, so just bear with me. If you've ever wondered what it looks like to start a YouTube stream, though, you'll be able to see it.
Yeah. I have a question that is pretty irrelevant. How did you get people in your server?
Oh, I got a bunch of ways. Just a moment, and I will go into that. Okay, so I'm live in like 12 different 12 different Discord servers right now, simultaneously, with my camera on, including, like, do you know who Aiden Ross is?
Yeah, his Discord server.
Yep. I'm the #1 streamer there of all time. So he's been in my YouTube channel, and he has allowed me to live stream for the last 8 months in his Discord. So if you ever go into his Discord, you can see me, and I'm live in there. And I'm live, like I'm the #1 streamer all time in iShowSpeed's Discord. I'm the #1 streamer in quite a few different Discords. So people see my account and they're like, hey, what is this all about? They a lot of times just will message me, or they'll click on the Discord and hop in here. And I mean, I only started this Discord server less than 6 months ago, and I've got 1,500 people in here, which I think is very good. And I mean, I'm not saying there aren't any bots in here, but they're generally mostly real people who come in and check in and see what's going on. If you see, I mean, I have a huge Discord when it comes to how many channels I have. And if you ever are curious, just click on the chat of each of the channels and you'll see I've got a lot of information in there. And then I also get people in here from a really unique way, which is do you know what Kick is? Kick?
Yeah, the streaming service Kick. Do you stream on there as well?
Yeah, so I did, but since they don't save your data, and I'm all about saving my data, it wasn't very attractive to me to stream on there, though I have. So what I do instead, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So instead of having just one Kick account on which I stream, which really wouldn't make a huge difference, I instead sacrificed that one account for a robot that I created that just spams people. It creates clips of people and puts my Discord in there, and it also it follows people automatically. So what does this mean for me? Well, basically, what that does is at any given moment, anywhere in the world, my robots are spamming, and that means everyone on Kick knows who I am, including the owner of Kick. His name is Eddie Craven. He and I are actually friends on Discord. After he found out, like who I am, and I'm a real person, and I'm, a very serious individual about world peace. And I did an interview with some of the creators on his platform. He accepted my friend request. So we've got that connection. There are other ways that I get people in the Discord as well. But those are the main two. Also, my streams are many times entitled discord.me/Rabbi, which is just like a one link that will get you to me just about any time. And I also I have, let me think if that's all of the ways that I get people in here. Yeah, I mean generally, but like it gets me like 30 new people in here a day at least. And they're real people, which is, the important thing. Anybody can just go out and buy people, but for people to actually be in here, and they're from all over the world. We have a girl who just joined us from Poland, and she's been sleeping in here. She just left not too long ago. I mean, she just left for like the morning, not too long ago, like maybe less than an hour ago or so. Who else do we have in here? A lot of creators from Kick. So if you ask anyone on Kick who the most famous person is on the platform, there's a very good chance that people will say Rabbi Rothschild. I'm very well known there because all I do is spam people on there. So I'm a celebrity, and I'm not saying that to suck my own dick. These are the words of their own streamers who have said, you are the most famous person. The last Kick stream that I did, they told me, you're the most famous person on the entire platform, and you don't even stream on the platform, which is quite funny. So those interviews are online and such. but really the main two are people like I'm live right now in Aiden Ross's Discord, the Socialized Discord, the um, um, Maya's Playhouse. I'm live in the Black Fruits Discord, and like these are all with my camera on, so all these people can watch me 24/7, and they start to get interested. My favorite Discord, though, the one where I think if I'm going to get famous anywhere, I really mean this, is a Discord that is um it is the
You cut out there.
apologies. If I'm gonna get live or if I'm gonna get famous on any Discord from any Discord, it's one called the Camp. It has over 200,000 members in it, and they know who I am. But even more importantly, I interact with them. I don't interact with many of the Discords just because it's too. There are a lot of trolls in there, and well, not just that. That's not the reason. I can take trolls all day. The reason why is you're not allowed to self promote, and I'm the king of self promotion. I mean, I'll I'll tell you all about my streams until you're blue in the face. And basically, if you do that, you'll get banned from most any other Discord. So I just go into Discords and I just stay quiet. And then people just look at my profile and they get curious and they come in. And but the big one is called the Camp, and it's the one. I don't know if you can see it, but it's like the far computer there. And what I do is it's primarily a Filipino Discord, which I'm not at all Filipino, but they love to sing karaoke, or many of them do. I don't want to say all Filipinos like to sing karaoke, but a lot of Filipino people like to sing karaoke, and so do I. So I will be up all night so that I hit prime time in Manila, Philippines. I can tell you they're 8 hours time difference for me. So right now in the Philippines, it's like something like 4 p.m., 4:35 p.m. And then from there, they're starting to get to know who I am. And I'm also streaming in there. Like I've got a ceiling cam right now, so they can watch me. They're watching me in there from above, and it's something called the mirror exposure effect. If you essentially show someone a an image or a symbol for long enough, they eventually get familiar with it, and then it has a positive. Generally, it has a positive impact on them. So, or they see it in a positive light. So all I do is just live stream, and kind of just me being there for a long enough time gets people to click on my profile, check out what I'm doing, and then send me a friend request or something like that, and then we're connected. And once we're connected, then they're willing to come in all the time, say hi, and do all kinds of other things. Just one moment, we've got a friend in here. What's going up? What's going on, Rich Gluten? Living the dream, baby. Absolutely, I can hear you. What do you think of Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10? When we going to the moon, baby? Absolutely. Hey, when we hit 1 billion market cap, that's when we have the yacht party in Cancun. I'll see you there, okay? Excellent, baby. Hey, I just want to make you aware, I'm talking to some people in Discord right now, so that's why I can't spend more time with you. But I just want you to know I hope only optimistic things for you. I hope only positive vibes go your way. Okay, Rich? Thank you, man. Peace, baby. So, if you see, like, I've got this Sonic the Hedgehog pajamas and all this kind of stuff. I'm not a huge Sonic the Hedgehog fan. I played it when I was a kid, but that was like, many decades ago. But more than a year ago. Yo, what's going on, Adam 22? How you living, pimp? Absolutely. Hey, how are you, baby? What's good, Adam 22? You slanging dick like it's going out of style? All right, you need a Chinese woman bad. Well, I know a country that has like 700 million of them. It's called China. All right. I mean, to each their own. Can't you get that at a massage parlor, my man? That's okay. Adam 22, I love it, baby. You take care, and I want you to know that we wish the best for you in finding an Asian wife or a Chinese wife for you. All right. Well, hey, I don't discriminate on color, whatever. You should know that we hope only the best for you, Adam 22. I'm in the middle of a conversation with some other friends here. So you take care, my man. Peace, buddy. So if you're wondering, like, who are these people? Uh, More than a year ago, a cryptocurrency started sponsoring me. The way it happened, and let me first say, it has a funny name, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. That's the longest fucking name ever. And while it has a funny name, it's very serious. It's worth $300 million. For a cryptocurrency, that's an excellent start. And it's very well known on Twitter. And basically, the community is really great. As you see, we have great camaraderie and such. And with that being said, I am basically a full-time concierge of their Telegram. So whenever anybody comes in and they're interested in anything, I can talk to them about the coin or whatever. And I do get people into the Discord from that Telegram as well. When it comes to Discord, though, Discord, a lot of servers don't want you to self-promote. And like I said earlier, I'm the king of self-promotion. So it's difficult for me to go in there because the first thing people say to me is, hey, why do you live stream all the time? And I say, well, I do so for world peace. I've been streaming for more than 3 years, yada, yada, yada. And then all of a sudden I find myself banned. And the reason is self-promotion. So I find that it's much better for me to just go in, turn on my camera, stay absolutely quiet. Then no one can really accuse me of self-promotion. And then they click on my profile and see how to get a hold of me. And then when they do, that's how we become friends. So far too long an answer to your question. How do you get people in here? The two main ones are Kick and also Discord. Does that answer your question? Well, I hope it does. All right, Bob Lazar. Karaoke time, son. One day somebody's going to watch you, Bob Lazar.
I should have brought that up. I wanted to bring it up so bad. I was on the plane. I was riding the plane. I was like, all I can see is that cat in sweatpants with his shorts on top of the sweatpants riding a tricycle or whatever down this hill. He's one of the rare guys that looks like a child actor that turned out really awesome. Yeah, that's a small club. That's a fucking super small club. Yeah. Because everybody that I know, and I know a few people personally that were famous as a young person, they're out of their fucking mind. They're like, you know what I say it's like? Look at him. Hey, I have a good memory. Look at me. How old was he back then? That's so crazy. Well, he's 2 years younger than me, 85. That's so crazy. Well, he's 2 years younger than me, 85. 85, I was 18. So he's probably like, well, the 80s not so awesome. 80s were pretty cool. 80s, except everybody's worried that Russia was going to blow us up. It's a true story. Yeah. Yeah. I remember 85, I believe it was 85, going to, I know obviously we learned from archery, so 85, Rambo First Blood Part 2 came out. Pops took me to the movie theater, he and I saw it, and we went straight from there to the archery shop. My first bow that day. Really? Yeah, I still have it. Wow. Yeah, it's awesome. I still have some of the same arrows. No shit. Yeah, I strangely don't lose things. But yeah, I remember in the backyard shooting. It's like he kind of half taught me, and then I was in the backyard singing arrows and thinking like if I had explosive tips, like a badass of this big. I went to Lanai, and they have the Pineapple Brothers has that archery. And then I brought my whole family, and then they also have this area where you can go and you can like shoot ski. You drive like four-wheelers up in the mountains, and then they had like traditional archery, like bows and arrows. And I was like, oh, let me try this. I don't know how to fucking aim. I'm terrible at it. I was like, I'm a good archer. I should be good at this. I could barely hit the fucking target 20 yards away. It's like the
science and the art, two different things.
They're totally different.
Yeah. I've always said, like, the guys that are traditional hunters, trad guys, they're either weirdos or absolute killers.
Right. It's like Aaron Snyder type. Like, guys who are so good at compound archery, they get tired of it.
Yeah, or they're weird guys that smell like sausage and live in the wrong space. You're like, I know you do that, but you probably go to like wind fairs and stuff too. So I'm not sure.
Well, at Archery Country, the local archer shop here in town, whenever I get a new bow or I get a new sight, I have to sight it in. We go to there. They have an indoor range, and a lot of times in indoor range, there's these dorks. Sorry, folks, dorks with recurves, and they're at 20 yards. They're spread. It's like my arm length. It's wild. Barely hitting the target. Like, don't do that. This is stupid.
You don't shoot like a cardinal direction. I'm shooting east today.
Well, when they get good, like I've seen Schneider, like
he's such a
groups at 40 that are like the size of a silver dollar. But most people struggle pretty hardcore. But they say also that if you do want to hunt with it, you have to practice every day because it's almost like throwing a ball. Like, if you're throwing a ball, you know how much the ball weighs because you throw it a bunch of times, and you have like this muscle memory that if I throw that hard at 20 yards, I'm going to hit that thing.
Yeah, it's like a quarterback. Like quarterbacks, I know my buddies who are college quarterbacks, they're all good trad archers because they kind of like have that hand-eye spatial. They know the curve. Yeah, but you got to be. My buddy got into it, Brandon Lilly, powerlifter. He got into it, and all he hunted with for a couple of years was trad. That cat went from like Argentina and Africa, just nuts in a sack. With he's like, I'm going to trad with it. Okay, man.
I'm always like, do you hate accuracy?
No, he got it done, but holy cow! Like,
no, but there's something about dialing it into like 47 yards, drawing back and centering your pan, and just watching that shot break and watch that arrow go exactly where you want it to go.
Just
swat and hit those ribs.
Just the dopamine button.
Oh, it's the greatest.
It is. Can you see the arrow? Does it slow down when you shoot at animals like it does for me? It looks like there's no way this arrow is ever going to get to. It's like everything in my brain. It's like that book, The Rise of Superman. You go in flow state. Like everything speeds up in your brain. So actually, the perception all lengthens out. They say your brain actually starts firing 3 times faster the little pictures. So that's why it slows down. This morning, I watched that arrow just right-handed turn. I'm like, that deer's getting cool. It was only 27 yards, but I'm watching. When I'm shooting targets, I'm just like,
I don't seem to think that. No.
Really?
No.
I always think it takes forever to get to the
No. I'm trying to think of when do things slow down. No.
Jiu-jitsu.
No. Jiu-jitsu just, when you're really in a good state, it's just almost like you're not thinking. It's like all of a sudden you have an arm bar. It's like,
so it is a flow state.
Yeah, it's a complete flow state. But it's a flow state that's established after thousands of hours of drilling. And that's the most important thing in jiu-jitsu, really, is drilling. Everybody loves to roll. It's so fun, because it's like you're playing a video game. You're trying to kill each other. But the really important thing is drilling, and drilling with like a certain amount of rigor, like a certain amount of speed and intensity. You're not trying to hurt each other, but you're drilling with like intention so that your body is completely accustomed to these movements. Like your body recognizes these movements, and like you slap that elbow, grab that armpit, get that arm drag, and get the choke. It's almost like it happens before you even know it's happening, because your brain is so it's just wired in there. Your whole nervous system knows exactly what to do.
It's like a cascading effect, like a then kind of deal. Now, is that super slow drilling, and then you just go to speed?
No, I think the correct way to drill is you drill with a little resistance from your partner Like you don't want to put your partner to go limp on you,
Sure.
but just a slight amount of like you have good partners, a slight amount of resistance, but then go through those motions with like a little bit of speed, but not like full blast.
Sure.
But the whole idea is just get those numbers in, bam, bam, bam. Eddie Bravo is the best explanation for this. He says, you know, when you tie your shoe, you don't think about tying your shoe. You just go, bing, and your shoe just ties.
Yep.
Right? Because you tie your shoes every fucking day.
Right.
You know exactly how to tie your shoes. Once you learn how to tie your shoes, just bing.
Yep.
He goes, that's what jiu-jitsu move is.
That's true.
It's like, it just gets in there. And you know, sometimes you don't know what's happening until it's happened. Like all of a sudden you have a triangle. Like, whoa. Like shit.
That was
You know?
helpful.
Yeah. It's just you've done it so many times that when someone overextends or when someone gives up their neck, or it just cinches up. It's just one of those things where your whole nervous system is just pre-programmed to
Right.
very specific movements.
Yes, you've taken all these little close skills, which
Yeah.
are replicatable, and then put them in an open format where, like the if-then scenario, like the flow chart, the steps,
Exactly.
go, no go.
And the best guys are the guys that drill constantly and then also study and take notes. Like Gordon Ryan, that's his belt right there.
Oh,
Gordon trains 365 days a year. 365 days a year. And
so
he doesn't take any days off. And he trains all fucking day long. So if you want to beat him, good luck. Because you have to catch those numbers. You have to bypass those numbers somehow. It's not like he's not talented. It's not like he's not intelligent. It's not like he's not physically strong. So he's got all those attributes already.
Right.
And then you have this insane work ethic along with dedication to technique.
Yes,
Which is-
and you'd have years or decades to catch up.
Exactly.
And you just can't.
And so there's too many guys in jiu-jitsu that were just like big muscle heads that would just like muscle a move and just give a lot of grunt. And you're never going to beat a technique guy who's just as strong as you.
Right.
If
It uses less percentage of
Yeah.
their power and everything to get the same job done.
also knows exactly where to be. Like you might not know exactly where to be because you've gotten away with a lot of stuff because you're big. You know, because you're big and you're strong. You push through stuff like big guys on their back. Like there's a lot of big guys. They get on their back and they become turtles. They don't know what to do because they never put them on sure. Because they're training. If you're a guy who's 250 pounds and you're in a normal jiu-jitsu gym, what are the odds of the 250-pound guy there? Most guys are 190, 200, maybe there's a 210.
Right.
There's not a lot of really big
6'3",
guys.
250.
Yeah,
this ain't
that's
happening.
rare. It's rare. So you usually can push these guys onto their back, and it's easier to do. So you probably do that more often. You like smashing people, so you smash all these people. But the problem is then you never develop a bottom game. You never develop a guard. You never develop the ability to get out from under a big guy and do it technically. You know,
Sure.
get that underhook, like, you know, go work for a deep half, like figure a way to get back up to your feet. You're just always used to like overpowering people, and then when someone's bigger than you, you're fucked.
Way.
You're fucked.
So, were you always strong? Like,
Well, I was always strong,
I mean,
but I
like,
didn't
lifting
really
weights
start
and
lifting
strong.
weights
Okay.
until I got into jiu-jitsu.
okay,
I mean, I always lifted a little bit of weights. I always
Sure.
worked out a little bit, but I was more into kickboxing than anything.
sure.
But when I started doing jiu-jitsu, I was like, oh, being strong is like a big advantage.
Yeah.
It's a huge advantage. Which is interesting because I was watching this video where these guys were talking about this, these wrestlers, and they were saying that wrestling has always acknowledged that power is really important. But for some reason, jiu-jitsu, they would like to pretend that it's not important, that technique is everything.
Was it cultural from where it was? Like,
Well,
were the
I-
Gracies and were like,
I think technique is more important, right? Because if a guy doesn't have technique and he has strength, and you have technique, you can beat him.
but you can't discount really that's what's wrong.
Right. But you
Like,
also
that's
can't
all
discount a guy who's really fucking strong with technique. And they're not mutually exclusive. Like a lot of guys who are really fucking strong also know how to grapple, and that's a giant problem.
Now, is there, like in the throws world, we always talk about like technique. Speed is everything.
Explain to people what you're talking
Okay,
about.
so
when you
throws.
say throws, bro.
Like, yes, I'm one of those nerdy guys that picked the sport that's like the least paying sport of all time. So, I was a hammer thrower. So it's like a shot put, steel ball, 16-pound steel ball on a 1 meter, 3-foot long wire. It's what you see on the Olympics. They spin around really, really fast and yell and scream and always make like the highlight reels of guys that
Where
scream.
did that come from? Was that a weapon at one point? in time?
Yeah. So they actually, In Scotland, they would use it was a hammer. They would literally have like for agrarian society, and they have a cylindrical head on it, so they could use it every side. And so that became a way to train for battle because they weren't allowed. The Scottish weren't allowed to have weapons. Yeah, so they would start throwing stones and
Braveheart days.
yeah, during those days. So they weren't supposed to have weapons. So they're like, F this, we're just going to take all the stuff we have and stay strong, stay ready. And then actually their stone was called the clacknut, which meant stone of strength.
What a great name.
Wonderful.
That's a Viking name, but I've heard of
So tell me how badass this is. So like each family, like the Rogan family, like you're the patriarch, right? And you have your clacknut up on the mantle or whatever it is. So at your family outings, whatever outings those may be, all the men, very much like the Braveheart, they would go and throw it. The guy who throws the clacknut, the family stone the furthest, is kind of like the dude. Like he's like, all right, you, now my son has surpassed me. He's shown he's a man now. Right. Here's the wildest part. This gives me chills. So they would, if they went off to battle, they would take their clacknut, their stone, and on the way out of town, they would all put it in a pile. And they're called out, it's called a cairn or a cairn. So they would put it in a pile. So if they did not return to battle, they had placed their own monument to their town of their sacrifice. Whoa. So could you imagine? So when you go past these old towns, there's a pile. You're like, a lot of guys didn't come home.
And those piles are still there?
When I was in Scotland, they did say a lot of them were still there. I was competing when I did Highland Games, Scottish Highland Games. And it's wild. So like, you think about it, you're like, man, you're literally kind of placing your family's stone of like, I'm going off, and if I don't show up, like,
dude, I was in Scotland last year, and there was
in Scotland.
God, I wish I could remember. I'm not exact.
Up in the Highlands, like
or something or another.
Aberdeen.
I went with some friends, and they took us to this place that my friend owns property out there.
Naturally.
And when we went there, there was a stone circle that is way older than Stonehenge.
Really?
Yeah, and it's just sitting there.
So a lot of stuff in Scotland, you see.
It's just sitting there in front of this dude's house, and you can go and stand on it. I was like, this is crazy. It's got like a little monument on it, but no one's stopping you from like walking around on it. And they're not big stones, they're small stones. But this stone, they're like, I'm like, who made this? I was asking the guy that was pretty knowledgeable. It's like, no one knows. It's just left laying around.
Yeah, so like Scotland, there you go.
No, that's not it, but it's kind of like that. It wasn't nearly as high. There were smaller standing stones. And it was, and there's a bunch of them like laying around. Like there's a guide stone in the ground. I'm like, how old is that? Like that's probably like thousands of years old. But nobody knows. Like they don't know who made the stone, who put it there. It's just a guide stone. Like so, if you were on a trail through the Scottish Highlands, you would find these rocks. We're on the right place, lad. And this is fucking stone that's been there for 3,000 years or whatever. Like they don't even know how old it is. And it's just sitting there. It's so cool though. But it's crazy thing. It was like across the street from this guy's house. So he's got like this normal house, and there's a little street. Then across the street from his house is this stone circle that's like, who knows how fucking old. Nope, it's not that either.
Yeah, they have like the other stones in strength there. The Ember stone.
that are older than Stonehenge in Scotland. All three of these I pulled up.
God damn. How
Maybe
weird
you're
is
just
that?
really high. Maybe you're in actually England.
Oh, I was totally sober. look at that image right there. How weird is that one? The Ring of Rothschild. How do you say that?
They have some sweet names in there.
Rothschild. The Ring of Rothschild. Like, what did they do in that ring? How many goats died in that ring? I want to fight. How many fucking people got sacrificed in that ring? I mean, thousands and thousands of years ago.
So cool. The stones over there, like a lot of people go over with a lot of strongmen. They'll do like the stone tour. So they'll lift the Denny stones and the Ember stone. And the Ember stone, I lift that. That was in an old lady's garden.
Right? There's like a stone.
It's like a 200. Yeah, it's like a 265 pound like big egg stone. And like
just laying around.
It's literally in this lady's garden. It's called Ember stone.
And people go there.
People go there. And
ma'am, can I go lift your
so
rock?
it's 100% what happens.
Really?
Yeah, we were over there competing, U.S. team. We went over there, and like all the Highland Game guys were like, let's go check this out. We all lifted it, and she invited us in for tea. She's like, well, we'll come and sign the book. You look at the book, it's like Bill Kazmaier was here, so-and-so. So we're like, oh my gosh, like the greatest strongmen in the world had come as a pilgrimage to lift this stone. And then they signed the book. And we're like, this is awesome. We then across the street. Yeah. And then
how do you say that word?
we call it the Ember stone.
Have you ever called stone?
Yeah.
It seems like it's almost been like honed.
Oh, that.
Doesn't it seem like it was polished to that
Yeah,
size?
chipped.
Oh, that one actually has numbers.
Yeah, that's the one I looked at.
It says 265 pounds. Is what it says.
Yeah. And it's lifted it. And then actually, so what happened after, back in the 80s, when Kazmaier was coming on the scene, Bill Kazmaier, obviously, world's strongest man, kind of starting the stage. He allegedly picked it up, and, was a man. He picked up and carried it across the street and bellied up to the bar and laid it under the bar. And had a beer.
I would be mad if that was my bar.
Right? No, he chipped up right by the bar. He did. That was there. I was like, that's what Bill chipped it. This is badass. I like the story. I like that stuff. So we traveled all around, looked at all the stones. It was cool. But anyway, a thrower is a person who decides to do a sport, doesn't pay a lot. No, I'm just kidding. But it's a shot put, discus, hammer, javelin. It was all those original Olympic sports. They were all weapons. And so
that'd be a good sport if you're a trans woman.
You would
dominate.
Oh, if
Regular chicks wouldn't have a chance.
I'm at 48 years old. I could still throw the living crap out of a woman's implement if I wanted to. It'd be a great thing. But yeah, I was part of the track and field. I got into it in college, kind of a weird Forrest Gump-like story. It changed the course of my life.
Have you done the front shoot yet with Cam?
I haven't done it with Cam. No, we played around and done some stuff like that at my farm. During.
You should do his podcast, the Live Front Shoot Show.
That'd be great.
It makes you carry a rock up the fucking mountain.
I went up Pisgah with him. I haven't carried the rock, but I'm sure you've done
It's like the Cam rock. I haven't done this. I'm not doing that. Fuck out of here.
That was rough.
Yeah.
That was rough. I started running. I'm not a big cardio guy.
I should go anywhere where that guy's running.
Dude, he is as advertised as a badass. Like,
He's a complete psychopath.
Legit.
He's one of my best friends. He's a complete psychopath.
We all got running, and then he kind of left me, and then he got to the top, and then did his dance, and then he came back down, and hey man, and it was very remarkable. He goes, all right, why do I do this all the time? He goes, if we crested this corner right now, and you saw the biggest pull of your life at 70 yards, could you make this shot? I'm like, bro, I'm looking out of my ear hole right now. I'm screwed. He goes, that's why I do this every day. I'm like, yeah, I'm tracking.
He's also addicted to exercise. He's addicted to cardio.
Yeah.
I think that's a state of mind that a lot of those distance runners get in that they get really, really addicted to. And there's a runner's high.
Have you experienced that?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Long cardio sessions. Yeah.
I never have. I've tried it, and I just either get bored or mad with cardio than I go into weights and programs.
Well, got that power, strength, throwing background. It's it doesn't really benefit you to be really into cardio.
Yeah.
It actually probably diminish some of your strength.
Heavily. Yeah, Greg Glassman back in 07 when I was running Highland Games, he was like, you have to do cardio or do CrossFit. I was like, why? And he was like, no, it'll help your throwing. I go,
the CrossFit guy?
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it works out at all?
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not taking advice from you, buddy.
Well, I was sitting there, I was like, 265 pounds. He's like, you should do CrossFit. I'm like, I'm trying to be the best thrower in the world, and that has nothing to do with any of this other stuff.
Yeah, I have a golden rule when it comes to taking advice. I don't take advice from anybody who looks like shit.
That sound advice.
If you look like shit, I'm not taking advice. I know you have some physical problems, right?
Yeah,
Something's wrong with him or something.
But the bottom line is, unknown and unknowable was not my sport. My sport is extremely known and extremely knowable. I know the Olympic trials are on this day, and I need to show up.
Yeah.
Really fun.
And also, if you want to be a power lifter, or if you want to do some just completely power focused exercise, it does not benefit you to spend time getting in extreme cardiovascular shape like you do need to do with kind of running the Cam does.
Yeah, and it's not even not beneficial. It's detrimental.
Right.
I mean, we would joke, why run when you can walk? Why walk when you can sit down? Why sit down when you can lay down? As throwers, that's what we would do. And we would lay down every chance you can, eat every chance you get. Right? I'm going to stand up and do something really hard and fast for 3 seconds.
Right.
I'm going to go rest for a while.
Yeah.
Call me when I'm back up.
Yeah, I mean, there's different things have different requirements. But if you want to be a mountain elk hunter, what he does is very beneficial. I just can't run. I have a bad left knee that's been really bothering me the last few years.
Yeah.
And I just twisted it again this September.
Yeah, you were saying your sciatica was it.
That was another problem. That was from overuse of, no, it's just being stupid. That's overuse of archery. So I was, because I have two bows. I have a bow that's 84 pounds and a bow that's 90 pounds. So I'm pulling these 90-pound bows 100 times a day.
Are you shooting that many times a day?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, you have to. For that moment when like a fucking giant bull walks in between the trees and you have a 70-yard shot, you have to 100% be confident that you can make that shot. And so I'm shooting at 84 yards, over it. Oh, I'm obsessive, but the problem was I developed like tendonitis in my lower back. So it's overuse from the stabilizing, from like holding yourself.
Really?
So it's the pulling, I'm sure that's it, but it's also holding it right there in that position. And it's all in my right lower back. But it's much, much better now. I started doing this thing called New Fit.
Okay.
I talked about the other day with Derek, where they're doing electrical muscular stimulation when you go through exercises. It's really helpful.
Really?
Yeah, it's been 3
It's like
weeks.
a microcurrent or more like
It
a
juices you up, like it's all the muscles contract.
like step.
Yeah, but it's very strong. So this is, and you can crank up the intensity. So this is some of the shit like you saw Mike Tyson when he was training for Jake Paul. He was doing that. Like what I think it's really good for. I don't know if it's good for a lot of these things, but it's really good for rehabilitation.
Sure.
For rehabilitation, I think there's tremendous benefits to it. And I bet there's some benefits for athletes for working on specific things and doing it while you're getting juiced up. But man, for me, it's helped me quite a bit. Pretty quickly too, like 3
Was it
weeks.
on that specific spot, or they firing something else?
No, that's right. Firing a lot of different parts of your back. So it's like both sides of my back, my obliques, my core. And just going through a bunch of rotational exercises, a bunch of different things to strengthen the lower back. Just you're getting a lot of blood flow through there and stretching it. And I was getting pain, and I was like, shut up, pussy. And I would just ignore the pain, and then it just got bad. It got bad before my hips were getting kind of numb. And when I was hiking up hills, like in October, when I was hunting in October, it was bothering me a lot. I was like, okay, I'm going to really do something about it.
Yeah, because you could be, talk yourself in or out of something really hard, but if it's something that's just going to be chronic, you're like, well, I'm
I was
screwed.
turning chronic.
Yeah.
But it's a lot better now.
Good.
It's a lot better now. And it's only been 3 weeks.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. My knee is still fucked, but not totally. It's
What's the
mostly
knee from?
soft tissue. I twisted it. Crossing slippery ground in September. And I've had a lot of problems with it. I've had 2 knee surgeries. I had my ACL reconstructed. I had a meniscus piece removed. And then when I was skiing, the last time I skied, last and final time I ever skied, this lady didn't know how to ski. She slid into the trail, and I tried to not wipe out, not hit her rather, and I wiped out, and I got what's called an insufficiency fracture. So it's the bone fractured at the top of my shin, my fibula, or my tibia rather, right where the cartilage is. And so yeah, that created quite a bit of pain. And then I twisted it again one time when I was about to get on stage. At Stubbs, I was going to Stubbs, which is like this outside concert venue, and I was looking at my phone to turn my voice recorder on so I could like record. And as I was doing it, I twisted my knee on this concrete step, just yanked the shit out of it to the point where my leg was shaking while I was on stage, so I was in pain. It looked like I was super nervous, but it's really just pain.
I think at this point you get super nervous on stage.
No, once I'm up there, I'm not nervous at all.
But you still get nervous beforehand?
I get excited.
Yeah.
I think anything you do that you really care about, you should get excited. Yeah.
I used to call my national leg when I would go to national championships in the hammer. All year I'd be fine. When I wind the hammer on the first one, when I took the hammer back, my right leg would bounce. I'm like, there it is. There's one throw a year, and it's like, go back. Oh, this adrenaline. Physically, you're peaking forward. You're like, this is the day I have to compete. You're helpless. But you're like, this is the day. And like everything else is kind of work. And then you're like, I'm cashing out today. I get to cash out. I get to like, and then it's,
doing exciting things is really fun. And it's so important for you to grow as a human. Do something that scares the shit out of you. Do something that excites you. Do something that's difficult.
Yes. It's almost, I don't know, sometimes it's good when it's a more dynamic where you don't know when it's going to happen, but looking forward to something is pretty badass too, because then you can start focusing training or focusing efforts and then going through like almost stages of guilt, stages of excitement. And you're like, okay, I'm excited, well, I got this. We're back and forth.
Yeah, that's what it is with everything. I think it's these processes of like recognizing there's a goal, working towards it, solving problems, working hard, pushing yourself to discipline. That's how you grow. And it's like that. That's how everything grows, right? This is how your mind grows. This is how your body grows. This is how your life grows. Like you have to do stuff that's hard. And then you get better at doing stuff that's hard. And that's how you get better.
Yeah, and then you level up and you're this next wilderness. You're like, all right, what's the next thing?
When that alarm clock goes off, it's so hard to know that. You know all these things, but you're just the force of the bed, the gravity of that warm bed.
It's cold in the room.
Oh, especially like shout out to people who live in like Alaska. Oh, they have to get out of bed. Dude, fuck.
I'm sure you've done some hunts where you're in a tent or something.
Oh yeah,
and then you're like, I know I really want to get out there, but this, you're like, my boots are frozen. Maybe that bull was just kind of walk more this way.
First time I ever did was in Steve Renell in Montana.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that.
It was 9 degrees. 9 degrees in the language. Jesus Christ, it's so cold.
That was the hunt that started it all for you.
Yes.
Little forky kind of buck.
That's him right there.
Oh, okay.
That's the buck. Yeah, that's the first buck I ever shot. That's him. Yeah.
The buck that launched 1,000 hunting careers.
Well, it was a life-changing experience. But, you know, one of those things where you realize, like, wow, where would we be without houses? And it was only, by the way, it was only, I think, October. It was October 2012. I'm pretty sure it was October. And it was already 9 degrees in Montana. Like, what was it like in February? It's 4 bucks. Well, it's January, like, in the morning. If you're in a tent,
well, it's like Josh Smith up there at NKC was talking about. Like, yeah, everyone loves Yellowstone. Y'all might find out. In February, he's like, everyone wants to move here. He goes, stick around. It's going to get live here in about January or February.
How many people got super confused by that show, bought a house there, and they're like, what is this? Why is the ground solid?
Exactly. Oh, I love it. This is fantastic.
Especially someone who's never lived in the real north before. You don't know what happens when your ground freezes. The ground is a piece of rock. Like, so in your food, freezes. Like, everything freezes. Yeah.
That's a whole different animal.
It's a different way to live, that's for sure. But, you know, talking with this gentleman, Rick Strassman, who's a scientist. But we were talking about the time when he was living in Alaska. He was living in Alaska, and he lived in Southern California, and then he moved to Fairbanks, where it's 39 degrees below zero. And he's like, what the hell? And then it's dark for like 10 hours.
Everyone's depressed.
Yeah. Or it's like 10 hours rather. It's only light for 4 hours. It's light for 4 hours, so it's dark.
Yeah.
Like that.
Have you've been to Alaska?
Oh, yeah.
A lot, I would think. You like it?
I like the people up there. They're hardy. They're different kind of human.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in a
battle tested.
They are. Everyone wears extra tough boots.
Yeah, you don't want to go outside with some fucking bullshit flip-flops.
Yeah, and if your boots are too clean, you get made fun of openly. They're like, hey, nice new exercise.
You know, you're friendly Tyler, aren't you? Tyler's always walking around everywhere with flip-flops.
Right, that guy hunted yesterday in shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's different. He killed a deer in shorts.
If you're in Alaska and you have flip-flops, you're going to die. Your feet are going to freeze off. You're going to have no feet.
Yeah. I was out at a bar out there. We were in Homer, Alaska. We were playing pool and jacking around. Where's Homer? Homer is, they have this big spit that comes out. That's Alaska.
How far up?
Far. It's all far. It's big, man. I don't know.
Well, you see how big it is, and they lay it over the country.
Jamie, where's Homer?
How much we stole.
There it is. Of course you have this. Yeah, there it is. So we were,
damn, Alaska's big.
It's so cool, isn't it? So we were on that big spit. So we were on that bay, which is crazy. And so we were down there. And we were at a bar, goofing around. And I remember I walked into the bathroom, and I was like, I just kind of noticed, I was like, there's no mirror on the wall, whatever. It's like, oh, that's kind of interesting. And one of the guys was like, yeah, there's no mirrors in the bathrooms in Alaska because it doesn't matter what you look like. You better just be capable or you're going to die. And I was like, what a cool place. Like, he's just like, no one cares what you look like here. Everyone's hair is all froed out and dirty and oily and greasy. He's like, yeah, that's the flex here if you can make it.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I was like, oh, what a cool. So yeah, we were sitting in that bay, looking across the bay. We were the pair of spa days and looking at tracks and seeing animals across the bay like 19 miles away. It's crazy on that white snow. It was wild. I never thought you could see that far this morning.
No kidding. How much magnification is
90?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, some monsters. But still, it's like, yeah, big swirl that you can see, all of Elon stuff in space.
I have no quote from the traditional bows, albino, no spotting scopes. No wind checker, no pathfinder, no apps. I have apps. I have a rangefinder that syncs up with my app.
Of course you do.
I haven't set it up yet. But
Do you nerd out on all that stuff like I do?
I do. See, here's the problem. I have a Rothschild rangefinder. I really like Rothschild's full draw.
Yep.
The reason why I like it is because it'll show you the arc of your arrow.
Yes.
This is how nerdy it is, folks. So my arrows go 294 feet per second.
Okay. How heavy?
These are 475 grains. And you calculate all this stuff. You put all this stuff into the rangefinder. And the rangefinder knows exactly how heavy your arrow is, exactly what the peak of it's going to be as it comes off your bow, how fast it's going, and it gives you a line.
Yes.
So that line, so if I'm shooting through a gap in the tree, I actually did this a couple of years ago. I actually did it when I had a Garmin rangefinder, right? So the Garmin is a rangefinding sight, which is pretty badass. I've always wanted to play it. It kept bumping up though. And apparently they're getting better, but they fucked me up. It would fuck me on my range. Like we had full draw on my range, and I know it's 84 yards, and I press the button, and I'm not getting a range. And I press the button again, so you would press the button, and it would give you a red dot. Right. When it works, it's the greatest thing of all time. It's like a pistol. Like you see that red dot, that clear lens, and then that dot. It's the best sight picture of all time.
Yeah.
Everything else, like the post or the side post, they get a little in the way, just a touch. Not bad. I can deal with it, But that red dot was fucking amazing. So I'll show you the bull afterwards. It's a big bull, and he was coming through this gap, and I wasn't sure if the arrow was going to make it there. So I pulled out the second rangefinder, and I clicked on that, and I got the height of the arrow. I knew I could make it, and then I used the rangefinding sight. So
A man that knows his tools.
the opposite of these guys with their traditional bow. Point. I'm using technology, sure. So the new Rothschild bow, the problem is it doesn't have this height thing. But the new one, when you range an animal, is Onyx Hunt. So you range the animal and it puts a pin down where that animal is.
Yeah, I actually have this. I was one of the test subjects for that. They said, like 2 years ago, I was hunting in Deseret giving feedback. We found a mule deer the day before. I ranged and marked it. We went back the next day and shot him 14 months.
That's crazy.
It was awesome.
That's crazy because you can go back to the actual spot where he was.
Yeah, it threw it off to my phone. And it was like the, I can't remember what it's called. It's the range that has like the LS.
Something 500.
500, yeah, something like that.
Seriously, Jamie.
Yeah,
It's pretty dope.
it's
I love this whole shit. I just wish I was last to this one.
yeah.
Everybody, I said everybody, Vortex makes awesome binos. For the money, you can't beat them. Especially their HDX series, those really high-end ones. They're fucking great. Pick up those NL Pures, and you're like,
Yeah, you're like, yeah.
that's almost like I wish I never looked through.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
it. The RX
yeah,
5000.
that thing is bad.
It's pretty dope. So it syncs up with your Onyx Hunt. So you can show you how it works there. So what's really good about that is not just you know where you're hitting you know where the animal is. So if you have to go around somewhere and get back to him, you'll be able to get right. If you're trying to get away from the wind.
Well, the spot and stalk is so nice because we were hunting mule deer in Arizona, and you could same thing. You're circling around and your depth of perception. I've been 200 yards off.
I feel like this is more designed though for the rifle hunter, and this is like they're even showing guys like going 2,000 yards with this thing. I feel like for the bow hunter, they just need to add that. Maybe they just make it too big, but add that height of arrow technology. I don't know why they wouldn't put that in there.
Yeah,
because I can't use it. I need that. That is so huge for elk hunting.
Yeah.
For me, it's like gaps or everything. I want to be able to be sneaky and just make my way around a tree. Just give me this. Give me this much. And if I know that the arrow's never going to hit the top or the bottom, I'm golden. And I have full confidence. Because otherwise, it's a mind fuck. Because I'm sure you've had arrows hit branches.
Oh, yeah.
It sucks so hard.
Yeah.
Whack.
Yeah. You get limited inclusions.
A few years back in Utah, that one
that was TBR with 4, I think.
Yeah, these are all for archery.
Yeah.
Yes, the TBR. So right.
Yeah.
That is that one is a similar one. That was like, I don't think that's sophisticated though. I don't think that has the app. I think the RX one's the only with the app, but I have that with the full draw 5. I don't go anywhere without that. It's the shit. That is to me. I've had a bunch of different ones that were really cool. Like Aaron Schneider turned me on to this Nikon a while back that was image stabilizing. That was a game changer. That's a big deal because you could really like get it right on the animal. Yeah, okay. Image stabilizing rangefinder.
Yeah, I use image stabilizing binoculars. Have you used those SIG ones?
I've used cams. I tried that. Pretty dope.
I'm running 16s.
Yeah. Oh right, because you can just hold it.
You just hold. I've run Swaros since 1999, and I started leaving mine at home because I like the SIG so much. And they did the new HD, so it has a better glass. Now, it's still not as clear as Swaros. I mean, that's just. But because you can stabilize, I can run 16s. And I'll run 16s in the woods because I can just peer through everything.
I ran 12s in the woods this year, which is a little too much.
You're not stabilized.
I usually run 10s, but I'm like sometimes.
Some 42s.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're looking at something that's really far off, you're like, I don't know if that's a good bull. Is that worth chasing? Yeah. The 12s make all the difference in the world. But what I do is I grab my baseball hat. I learned this trick from him. Oh, that's a good idea. So what you do is you clip that sucker down tight so your hat's on tight, and then I'll do this. And I'll hold my binos right here. Or take my bow and get here and stack it on top of the bow. Press the bow up against your chest so it's not going to go anywhere, and then stack it on top of the can of the bow. A lot of guys do that. Sure. But Rabbi taught me this one, and I think this one's super legit. Just hold on to your fast too. And you could get here, you could tuck your elbows in like this, and you can really keep it stable. Like if I could do that, I would use 12s, but I don't think I'm going to use 12s anymore. Really? No, I think 10's the way to go. Maybe even 8s, because you get a bigger field of view. Yeah, because a lot of times I'm seeing stuff through trees, and I'm sneaking around. Like I like to, I'm a big spot and stalk guy. I've tried a bunch of different hunting. I've tried ground blind.
I think about this fucking place so much.
You can go fuck yourself with that. Sit in those trees all day. Fuck that. Oh, I'm way too ADHD for that. We'll find out phones. Oh, I'm crazy. Yeah, I'm definitely crazy. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like being up there in a tree like that.
Here's my question, though. I was just in Missouri. I came to our farm. I was there 6 or 7 days, and we sit 30 minutes before the 30 minutes all day. Yeah, you have to. It's not this. But I would think with as many people as popping on you and all this stuff, it was nice because for me, I'm like, I'm quiet. I could just be. Yeah. I enjoy that part where I could just unravel and think through problems. But yes, you go crazy and then you burn out in phone because you're like, man, I'm going to search for the dumbest things possible. My socks. 100%. Also, you don't realize, like, if it's 30 degrees out, like, 30 degrees is a big deal. You have to walk around 30 degrees. As soon as you're sitting there, dude, at 30 degrees, you get so fucking cold. So you're not moving, you're not generating any heat at all. Yeah. So then you're in this stupid body down this street. Oh, yeah. You're like a big snuggie. Big old oven. Your hands are in it. But the problem with that is if a deer comes in, you go, oh, yeah. You gotta make all that noise. You gotta get out of it, all this movement, grab your bow. So you really shouldn't do that. So you try to go with a puffy, but you're still freezing. So then I start doing Bruce Lee exercises. So I'm like, fucking
One thing I realized, I was so cold I had a hard time pulling my bow back on.
Yeah.
I was going to shoot this deer, and I was up in there in Iowa 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, in Iowa. And I go to pull that bow back. I'm like, Jesus.
Well, because you shoot at night.
Yeah, but I was so cold.
No, it's I'll sit there and just do like
I had a 95-pound bow for a while.
I remember maybe that.
I couldn't draw it on my knees. I had to stand up. You know how I found that out? Because I was on my knees right behind a bush and fell walk behind my fuck. God damn it. And I was in a weird spot too where I was holding my left leg too. Like, so it was like I was on my knee, but I was even on my left knee. It was like fucked up.
Right, you don't have a good.
Yeah, I was like, my right knee was looking like this, my left knee was down there. Like, that bow was crazy.
I remember
It was 540 grain arrows, 305 feet per second.
Wow.
When it hits, it was just like, wow. Like, I remember we were shooting at the Deseret, and we were all shooting at 100 yards. And they shot first, and I shot. And the guys go, what the fuck are you shooting? Because the bow was so flat.
Still rolling.
He goes, that bow is so flat. What is that? It's a 95-pound bow. It was the dumbest thing ever.
I remember you saying, it was like, this is preposterous.
So dumb. It also had a really short race height, so it was super sketchy. So if you moved your hand, it was so unforgiving that if you moved your hand even slightly, you were off target by 6 inches.
Oh, geez.
It was really twitchy.
Driving a little Tokyo Drifter around.
It was so dangerous. Not dangerous, really, but like, you just wouldn't, I wouldn't trust it. You know, I killed a couple animals with it, and then I stopped trusting it.
Yeah, you get to put it on the wall and go like.
Well, then I went to an 80-pound bow from 40. It was like 15 or 20% more accurate. I was like, that thing is just too
I just got that RX-9 like last week.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I'm shooting 76 from 30 and a half inches. I got a pretty good stroke on it.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, I need some extra horsepower at 28 and a quarter.
Yeah, like I'm shooting 520 grain at about 282. So it's moving out.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's the like guys like Randy Olman. He likes 265 to 280.
Yeah.
He thinks that like that's the range where the arrows are the most accurate. There's this thing about having too much fucking whip.
Yeah.
You know, there's too much, and it's almost like
too much flex on the
there's
arrow.
a lot of flex on the arrows, and it's probably more subject to wind drift when they're flexing like that. You know?
It's like when you used to throw the javelin, there was different rated javelins, and you can be too strong for the jab. And so if you don't pull through the tip perfectly, just like arrow spun.
Right.
And so you have a 50 meter jab, 60 meter jab, 70 meter. And when you start getting strong, you can bend a 50 meter jab like a banana. It's kind of fun, actually. You come out like Lamar from it was Rage of the Nerds.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
That makes sense. That it would be just like arrows.
Yep.
Because
You
for
got it.
folks at home, say if you have a 50-pound bow, you could probably get away with a 320 arrow, 330.
Yeah.
So
This
the higher
fucking
the bow,
app
the
is
more
so
flexible
fucking
the
addictive.
spine of the arrow, the lighter the arrow will be.
Right.
So I shoot a 250. So it's like a nice stiff. Because there's all that kinetic energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially how much weight you have in the front to release that level.
Exactly. But to me, it's all about.
Oh,
I've
wow.
heard arguments before.
I'm scared.
Shut
Really?
your fucking
Hope this
dirty
goes
little
okay.
mouth. Because the only reason why you would say that is because you can't pull that back. That's the only reason.
Why would you
If
be?
think that 70 pounds to you is the same as 70 pounds to me, and if you don't work out, that's just dumb. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's like saying you don't need a 500-pound deadlift to look. Yeah, but it's nice.
Yeah, but if you can't squat 500 pounds and you have to squat 500 pounds, you can't do it. I can. So shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
it's nice to have in your pocket.
Shut your dirty little
Oh,
skinny
that's
hole.
disgusting.
Because all that is you're just saying there's virtue in being physically weak, and that's stupid. That's stupid. Do you need to be able to pull back 80 pounds to kill an elk? No. If you can't pull back 80 pounds and you're really accurate with 60 pounds and you have a cut-on contact broadhead, you'd be successful. But
This is the
I'm going
worst.
through that whole animal. Yeah, I'm getting a pass-through on a giant animal, and you're probably not gonna.
Yeah.
And I think it's more important to be able to have the most ultimately lethal setup possible. I learned this from Cam. He's my mentor. He's the guy who taught me how to bow hunt, and his whole thing is he shoots a 90-pound bow as well. It's like the most amount of power, and you want to make a big fucking hole.
Yes.
And you want that animal to die like that.
Yeah. With anything, why would more horsepower, if you can handle it, not be advantageous?
It's stupid. That's why race cars have limits on the amount of power they can have. There's more advantage. You know, when Formula One drivers figured out a way to get a 4,000 horsepower engine and have it handled, they would win.
They would win. They would. Like, or if you could punch 30% harder than everyone else in UFC, do it.
Yeah, literally, that's how Francis Ngannou became the heavyweight champion of the world. Fucking hits harder than anybody.
Yeah, it's interesting. My buddy Lauren Landau, strength coach, I was talking to him last week, and he did actually a study on ground force power into punching. And they tested it on like a force plate, jump force plate. And then they did a Proteus machine. Have you ever seen one of those? They kind of like, it's like you kind of throw it and push it, kind of the same thing. So they tested the power of the punch. They tested ground force, and then they did squats.
Why don't you sing karaoke, big dog?
And then the training was a jam arm punch, and they had the sequence of force. And he had a double-digit increase of strength through the or power.
I don't think I need to.
And it equated
Yeah,
to
I'll
12%
probably need to
increase in
disconnect.
punching power. So almost
All right.
percent per percent. So you look at that
Now what?
and say, well, if you're stronger, you squat more, deadlift,
Close, minimize.
take away from the sport.
Why do you talk yourself through these things? I mean, I could just be quiet. You want me to just be quiet? It's not fucking content if I'm just sitting here like, I mean, that's cool, but it's like, I think it's funnier if I'm like, hey, what's going on, big dude? All right. The server discover. Like the card? All right, Quest, go fuck yourself. How about that? Dude, I don't want that shit. What's student hubs? Hey guys, race out there. Popular education service. I'm in that one. Mathematics. Nobody's probably streaming on this. Language swap. German. Oh, I wonder if there's a karaoke stream. Blackpink. The only reason why I fucking know about these bitches is because of their Discord. Why is it that... Wow, Taylor Swift has not really. I bet I get tossed out of that bitch. Tyler the Creator has one? These are new. Linkin Park, they didn't used to have this shit. New Jeans. Lo-Fi Girl. Memeology. Anime Soul Disco. What the fuck is that? Pirate Software. Indie game company. Streamlabs. Yeah, OBS. I don't understand why they don't want you to stream in there.
Why is that?
Because they have to use technique. They have to use language. Like, you're a big fucking strong guy. If you learn
Okay,
jiu-jitsu,
karaoke.
you could use that strength. You could squish people's
K-A-R-A.
necks and throw them on the ground,
Okay.
grab their arms and stuff like that. But small
Karaoke.
guy
Shout out to
never do that.
K-Ball.
So if you can learn jiu-jitsu from like a
They
Barry
can't.
Bushido
Number
or
one.
Will Gracie or
Karaoke
Bravo,
singing. Go
or
fuck
there's
yourself.
a few
Blossom
of those
Empire.
Gabe Tuttle that teaches
No,
over
no.
at Tech
Singing
Lab.
Underground? How about
Small
singing
guy jiu-jitsu is
above
the
ground?
best jiu-jitsu because
Karaoke
it has to
Studios.
be razor sharp.
None of
They
these are
don't
bigger.
have the physical strength like
Posh, I'm in that one. Look up Rabbi.
Just for raw horsepower. They have to like.
Is a Rabbi in here?
They have to do everything
Nope.
perfectly.
Playboy,
So
the rabbit
those
hole.
guys, if you learn
Rabbit
jiu-jitsu
Lab,
from them, you're gonna
Rabs.
learn like the most technical jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. Is that like obviously a reason why you should learn younger when you're small and weak?
Well, it's always good to learn young
Nothing.
because
Nothing
first
for
of
my
all,
fucking
it's a
name.
natural part of your
What
movement.
is that
Like,
shit?
it's like
Why
as
wouldn't
your
it
body
show up?
matures,
Why wouldn't they be like,
right?
oh yeah,
I
this
think it's more
fucker's
important
on
to
it
strike
all the
than
time?
It's very rare that someone
Psych.
learns how to strike
Alright, put in,
while they're
I don't
already
know,
physically mature and can
Yes.
ever reach the
YouTube.
level of like a Floyd Mayweather.
Right.
Because that guy, as he was a child, his
Put in
body,
Jew.
his reflexes
Yeah.
developed striking.
Yeah.
And he's
The
just
Jewish
got this
community. Just
massive
complain.
encyclopedia encyclopedia of information that's available to him. He knows
Is there?
exactly.
I'm in
when
one
he
of these.
sees you do this, he knows that straight left is coming, and he knows all he has to do is do this, and he knows that.
How about ESPN? No. YouTube, dog.
He's just got it all programmed. It's all just like
This
right
is the
here.
worst.
For you to build that up after you're
Yo,
28,
it's just called YouTube.
you're gonna be. You're never gonna
Is
be
that
at his level.
YouTube?
You kind of have to. Unless you're
YouTube.
some physical freak, which they do exist.
Who the fuck is Keith
What
Wong?
I've understood too is the
YouTube
potential
promotion. None of
building
these are good.
speed, which is, let's be honest, speed is a big part
Trader
of power,
Cafe, go
which is
fuck
punching,
yourself.
right? It's the sequence of force. How do you
YouTube
create force
faceless.
in the ground, explosion of force, not implosion into your arm or your foot or whatever it is.
I don't know.
That
What
ends at
that is.
22. That the potential to develop the potential for speed.
Free
So,
YouTube
yeah,
advertising.
That's why all the weightlifters and everyone
This
doing
is
this, everyone has to start young.
So when you,
Those
if you're
gaming.
27 and you try, you'll never.
Oh, that's
You
cool.
won't reach the potential you could have genetically.
Did they redo this or something? It's better than it was.
The speed.
Alright,
It's
hi.
I know how to do this at speed because
Let's
whack,
call.
whack, whack, through here. I can crack that whip.
These are my people.
It's done too many other things.
I love how I talk about them. Really?
You know where I really noticed that?
They're my friends.
With
I
kicking.
got banned.
When I teach people kicking,
I don't know
there's
anything
certain
about it.
things that they have a
That
really
he likes
hard time doing.
comebacks or something. Then I'm like, what's your best comeback? He didn't want to give it.
That requires spinning. Like, if you
Mine would have been,
look at,
cool story, bro.
a
Really?
good
Or that's just like your
fighter that
opinion,
doesn't
man.
have, like, a taekwondo
Why?
background,
Because those are the best comebacks there are. What else you want me to say?
they'll never be able to throw a wheel kick like a real taekwondo black belt. There's certain guys that, like, as they're young,
There's also, I know you are, but what am I? That's a good one.
techniques, they're just kind of wired in.
And then when they say
Their
something
nervous
positive and you
system
say, I know I am, but then what are you?
so smooth and fluid that the power is so
Dog,
extraordinary.
not this shit.
You know, I've taught people that were like elite MMA fighters, and I try to teach them how to throw things like a spinning back kick, for instance. And it takes a long time for them. Even like John Jones is one that he landed, like on Stipe. That guy's a freak. Like that guy is like what we were talking about. Like you can, there's some guys you can
Yo,
teach
dog,
when they're in their
go.
30s and they can develop it like as someone who's been doing it their whole life. But
This is the worst.
Another rare exception I was thinking of was Alex Ferreira. Alex didn't really start striking until he was like 21 years old. He didn't even start training.
But my question would be, what other things did he do that exaggerate, like that develop that speed?
Okay,
and power?
notifications.
Like,
You know what he did? He worked at a tire shop.
really?
Yeah. So he's like hoisting tires and hammering tires down and setting wheels.
Right. So you're learning to do the most, because if you're doing it for a job, you're going to do the most efficient.
How you living, Pam?
Possible to move an object, right?
You're also
to
going
lift that tire up there.
develop.
What's good, big dog?
Right. You're throwing hammers down. I mean, he's doing this 8 hours a day, all day long. So, like, think about how many tires he's hammered, right?
Yeah, it's not a training.
Francis Ngannou, when he was a child, worked in a sand mine. So he's fucking taking sand all the time. He's just it's fucking, as he's developing. I've also massive physical specimen, right? So he's like 6'6" or 6'5", whatever he is. 265 natural, built like a fucking Greek god, like a statue. And his whole body's developing as a young man, digging sand, and that anger you have. After digging this fucking
Sure, man. It's like the wheel of pain.
yeah, it is like Conan.
Yeah.
It really is like a guy from a movie in a sand.
Dog, what is this bullshit?
Oh, yeah.
This is the worst.
Oh, yeah. So,
What the fuck, man?
St. Paul used to run the strength conditioning director at UFC. And so he told me about it years and years. He's like, we got this guy. And I was like, really? He goes, no, this is going to be a dude. I'm like, really? He told me his whole story.
I have allow notifications on.
France and the whole deal.
WTF, dude? This is crazy shit.
He's my guy. I want to like him.
Oh,
And then he came on the stage like, ooh.
No, quit with this.
Story told on the podcast about making his trek, but he just decided he has to leave Cameroon. And everyone's like, what are you going to do? You can't go anywhere. And he went through the fucking desert, all the way to Morocco, and then gets in a raft. It does it 7 different times. He gets arrested, gets taken into custody. They bring him into the middle of the desert, drop him off. He goes
What up,
back
man?
to Morocco, walks through, hitches ride. Took him a year and a half.
Did he make
Temporary remove apps to install software update. fuck?
Just being able to do that. Like,
Okay, remind me later.
How about in this one boxing fight? He knocks down the
God,
champion,
that sounds like a
one of the
you
greatest
problem.
heavyweight boxers of all time. He hits him with a left hook and drops him, and almost won. Like, I thought he won the decision. As it was over, I was like, they're gonna give it to him. I think he won the decision. He was battering him in the 8th round. He dropped him in the 2nd. I'm like, I think he won. And a lot of people thought he won.
Yeah.
And he came that close.
Yeah.
That fucking close.
And so is that like obviously genetically super good?
Yeah.
But then also like we're talking about like shoveling and doing all this work. When you do that work for that long, you learn how to become efficient because you don't want to spend extra time and effort doing stuff. So you just learn how to kind of move stuff.
There's a little bit of that, and I think to be really charitable, I think Tyson Fury probably didn't think that he had a chance. I think Tyson Fury
For people
probably
in the
trained
future,
hard,
just know,
would have trained if he talked to friends.
I really don't like anyone.
I think he probably
I
thought,
hate
I'm gonna
everyone.
box this
Really?
guy's fucking face off. How can
I
this
like
man
being
be
by
a
myself.
fighter?
I really think in my heart I am a.
He gets left hook in the side of his head. He's like, what the fuck did this guy just hit me with? And he's on his ass. As the heavyweight champion of the world, fighting a guy with 0 professional fights. That was his first ever pro
Introvert.
fight, his second ever pro
I mean,
fight.
yeah, I talk to
And
people if I have
he
to or
drops one of the
whatever,
greatest
but
in the history of the game.
I like being by
Here's
myself.
my Mount Rushmore.
Like when people are in here, it's like, oh fuck, I've got work. Unless they know the deal and they're just doing their own thing. That's my favorite. When you fucking have it figured out, like I'm not here to entertain you. That's the best. If you want to just come in and say hi, that's tight. But when I have to get in here and just fucking clash with everybody, that sucks. I like how I've got all this fucking space and I'm like, no, let's just talk right here on the edge. It's tight. The Edge with Mark Thompson, that failed. Bring that shit back. That might be the biggest podcast in the history of mankind. Why? No fucking no. I have to take a shit though. Really? I don't know. It's just working its way through. Oh, your softball. I'm done. Dog, I love it when they have like 40 fucking people in there and only one of them wants to sing. I was like, all right, well, it's my show. That asshole last night, he's like, oh, I guess nobody's singing anymore. Here I'm ugly crying. I'm like, okay, man, fuck you. Really? The ugly cry. It's a thing. Push, perhaps. I could watch myself on that fucking video. I'm sure some rabbits would be like, I get it. I understand that you ugly cried while taking a shit at like 8:30 in the morning. Why? Allegedly. The next day? Oh no, it was the same day. Why? It was fucking beautiful, kid. Was it? Dog. It was so sweet.
Burning hot at the highest level that they could achieve. What was that like? Like, what was that? I feel like as great as Muhammad Ali was, man, I just don't see him surviving.
Dog, this one sucks.
No, I see like
Worse.
Henry Cooper dropped Ali when
Stream.
he was back when he was Cassius Clay with a left hook, and they cheated to get him out of the round. Customato cut his gloves, so they had to take his glove off and replace the gloves. They gave him all this recovery time. You ever seen that Henry Cooper fight? Henry Cooper was a bad man. He was this British boxer, this guy from England who had a nasty left hook, and he caught Cassius Clay just bang, perfect one. It was like leg, and he's like slumped down the ropes. He was Dunsville, but it was at the end of the round, and then Angelo Dundee. I mean, that guy had been around the block.
Yeah.
Got these fucking gloves. See if you can find that, Jamie, because it's a crazy fork in the road in history.
Right.
Because if they don't cheat, likely he gets stopped. Likely Henry Cooper, who landed the perfect left hook, hits him with a couple more.
Right.
And that's it. He's done.
Right.
He looks done already. Like, watch this. Henry Cooper had a nasty left hook. Look at that. Bro, look how he's down there.
Yeah.
That's not regular down. That's
Ugly crying.
down. That's like real trouble, but it's the very end of the round.
I like hearing myself.
Bro, look how it goes
Why?
down. That's dumb.
I mean, I've heard Seal sing it so long, but I've never heard myself sing it.
If he gets hit with that.
And I'm sick, baby. Really? I mean, whatevs. I'm cool. Hey, dog. Don't you ever get bored of streaming? It's like, this is literally what I'd be doing. Really? 100%. Why? Because it's tight as fuck. Why not, B? Oh, look at this stretch. This is a good stretch. Psych. All right, so now what are you going to do? I like it when you would do concerts. Hey, everybody, it's Mariah Carey night. You know what time it is, Manila Sun? Oh, sorry. It's Mariah Carey early afternoon. Is that even recording? Look at that. Fuck you. This is the worst. That girl, I still don't know her name, says that was so good at like the perfect time. I know when she said it, I was like ugly crying. Baby, I'm a kiss from a rose on a grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels. Yeah. Dude, Nicole Kidman in this fucking movie looks so fucking hot. Her fucking... What do we call this? Infinity War? Because when these two lips meet the one, it's on like Donkey Kong, something like that. Anyway, that bitch is Cupid's bow. Allegedly is phenomenal. She's one of the hottest bitches of all time. I don't think she gets enough credit for how hot she is.
So Charles Oliveira, when he became the lightweight champion, he had a
all right. Want to find about it? Hey, Rabbi, quit sharing your screen. Why?
Swanson KO'd him. He got, I'm pretty sure Jim Miller knee barred him. So what is his record?
Oh, wait, I got to do the Farm Merge Valley. This game sucks.
So out of those 10, a few of them have been recently. Scroll back up to the top, please. So the Islam Makhachev, he loses the title, and then Arman Sarukian. But it was close. So those are the 2 out of those 10. So that means as a champion, he had 8 fucking losses.
You really like being by yourself, don't you?
Brutal knockouts.
Yeah, I can fucking talk. And people don't think I'm talking like just to myself. I see that I'm talking to a fucking bunch of cameras. If the cameras were not on, I would not be talking. I wouldn't even be whispering to myself. I've said it before, I say it again. Ask anyone with whom I've worked, I don't talk just like this. Ask anybody with whom I've gone to school. I don't. I'm really quiet. Sexy as fuck and really quiet. Really? Yeah, I don't pull this really shit. I don't do that. Why? Or why? Because it's bonkers if you do it in front of people. Anyway, it's time to be tubular. Are you going to sing your fucking song? Dude, is this thing... Ugly crying, bitches. Ugly crying. I bet there's... I could see it. There's like a little tear that like comes down my cheek. Like in that Princess Diana video that I do, I've got... Do you find it hard to cry in video? No. I mean, yeah, it's... I don't cry that much. I think in comparison to most people. And for the shit through which I go, oh man, I think I'm very tough. But if I want to cry, I can. And I don't think it's emasculating. I think it's quite masculine, actually. Men cry.
I thought you talked really fast. I was just like, oh, Joe, no one talks that fast because I listened to it super fast.
Somebody sent me a clip of some political person.
It's just like a natural thing to do.
One of the guests on the show.
I slang dick too, like it's going out of style.
Yeah, you listen to stuff speed up.
Oh, this shit sucks.
He listens to books. He got up to 4x. And so he just downloads.
The same way.
I think if you're kind of like Rain Man, which I'm not. But I can go 1.5 pretty easy.
10 people are watching my shit?
Yeah,
No way.
I see how that could help.
No, they're watching the other thing.
I'm not doing reading books on tape or listening to books.
I would shit my... Oh, Farm Merge Valley. Everyone, holy shit.
So for me, I'm enjoying it.
How many people are watching your
So,
shit, Rabbi?
I like to think about the
Zero.
things, and I'll have
Why?
more time to think about what this person's saying. Because then I go on at 1.5 speed. Because if I go on
Start
at
watching
1.5
multiple
speed, I'll
streams.
the next, and I'm like, wait a minute, I should-
That's what I'm
Sure.
talking about. That's what you should be able
I
to
like
do.
think about stuff.
Is that
So
that
it's like,
fucking bitch who
especially
was
if I'm
in the
listening to
fucking
something esoteric or really weird,
Yeah.
castle?
you know, which is a lot of the stuff that I listen to.
So
I'm
she
not
was like a
listening to
big
fiction.
time
I'm
actor
probably
before.
listening
Oh,
to a lot of
ish. I
fiction.
mean,
Yeah. I listen to Jack Carr stuff at regular
I don't understand. Did that fucker just see her on TV and be like, yeah, give me that one?
Who's the guy
Who
does
knows?
this,
By
guy's really good.
yeah, I can't remember. He has a lot of good dialects. And everything.
Yeah,
Jack.
All right, are you done?
he's the man.
He's awesome.
I love that. Did you wear cross tomahawks and all?
Oh, for sure. I love that. Yeah, he's like, hey, don't you listen? I love that dude. Yeah.
I like how it like cuts off my fucking face. That's tight.
Yeah, Ray Porter. I knew it was a really cross tomahawks on there.
He's the fucking
This is the worst.
And,
Worst stream ever. Look at this move. Can't even see my fucking head.
like, who is this guy? This is bullshit.
Yeah.
You can't.
Bullshit is right, son. All right, are you done? What is that smell? No, it's got to be my pajamas.
You know what
PJs.
else is really good? Who's the guy who does the Gray Man series? There's a
All
guy
right,
who
are you
does-
done?
You ever listen to the Gray Man series?
This is the worst. Dude, why didn't they get back to me on the fucking
They're so fucking crazy.
Maya's
They're
Playhouse?
so crazy.
Who gets rid of the e-sex thing?
There's like a singleton guy they send over. Dude, it's so
Asses.
They made a movie
Is
about
it like one of the weird ones that give you like you just think about it all night? Kind of like
Oh yeah.
when I would start watching The Sopranos, like my view on the world would change.
Jay Snyder, that guy's really good. He does really good girl voices too. It's weird. But those fucking books, man, they are so ultra violent. They're so crazy. They're so crazy. Like sometimes I listen to them and I have to shut them off before I go to bed. Like if I listen to them, like I like to hit the sauna before I go to bed. And so if I'm listening to like a book on cosmology, that's great. It's interesting. Everything about space.
Very cool.
But I'm listening to some great.
Who has ever gotten cosmology confused with cosmetology? Study of beauty, baby.
Yeah, people getting their fucking eyeballs, giant swords,
In the study of-
their eyeballs get blown up,
Hey.
grenades in their mouth. Like, hey,
Yeah.
That's gross.
hey.
Do you like
This shit is the worst. Shout out to cosmetologists.
My wife's like, what are you doing? I was like,
They're hot as fuck.
Well, that's good.
Generally.
That's not social media. That's good.
Well, I do it because
Somebody else join. Where's Bong Bong? That lady's nice.
Like if I look at like good,
Right.
don't check it either.
Right.
You're screwed, right? Like and I'll tell my
If you were
wife,
just watching the show, who the fuck is Bong Bong? I'd be like, who the fuck are you?
Right now. Like I'll be all night
Really?
thinking of this problem.
Yeah.
So like
This is the worst stream I have ever seen. Worst stream I have ever seen.
Like yours, I would assume they know the ballistic coefficient of it. Because they see a dude in a beard like that. he's
The
gonna
worst.
attack, like, that guy knows how to shoot.
Hey, everybody, want to listen to me sing karaoke?
Probably loads his own bullets.
Everybody's like, no, we don't.
Probably load your own rounds.
Hey, everybody, it is Elvis Costello night in the karaoke. Huh? Name one Elvis Costello song. I don't know.
I've made the mistake of looking at social media before I go to bed, and I get mad.
Name one Engelbert Humperdinck song. Those were two names that I always just thought were like Elvis Costello and Engelbert Engelbert Humperdinck.
Who's this asshole? That's not true. And you get all upset, and then I realize like.
All right, are you done though? Because this is the worst.
Real life, like really, why is their opinion?
I like how that one
valid because it's written down?
sucks.
So then I stopped reading.
Hey, how do you get people into your Discord? No idea.
Oh my god, it changed everything. Changed everything.
You do the posting first, right?
Yes, it's the way to go. I have friends, and they'll come to me, like they'll come to the comedy club or something, and they'll be like genuinely emotionally distraught because people are attacking them online. I go, but they're not here. Like right here, your friends are here, and you're all freaked out because I go, I gotta stop reading that stuff. I go, you gotta stop reading that stuff. First of all, it's not true. You're really funny. You're a great guy, right? So it's all bullshit, and they don't know you. Right. So they're just deciding to do this, and they know that it fucks with you because you talk openly about it. And so now they're going to accentuate it. They're going to keep jabbing at you. They got a rock. There's a window.
Yeah, they're the cheap seats.
Yeah. You got to stop doing that, man. And a few guys have listened to me and a few guys haven't. And the guys that listen to me, they all say the same thing. Like, oh my God, I feel so much better. I'm like, yeah, social media is not the problem. The problem is either engaging in the anger and the hate or reading people's anger and hate towards you and having it fuck your head up. Like, hey.
Do you think it's something that's like systemic that is literally spreading and growing? Like the people that put that type of trash out all the time, and then they think there's some sort of value to that, and then other
There
people
is
see
some
it.
value, right? They do get engagement, right? And if you're a person that has like a YouTube show where all you do is shit on people, you have that karma. For
I
sure.
do that.
For sure, you're suffering.
Yeah, but you got to deal with that the rest of your life, like dealing with that.
Right,
poison.
but you can make a living doing that.
What?
Like there are guys who make a living doing that. They're all fucked up.
Yeah.
I'm not saying there's value in it, but I do think you make something out. You can create a career doing that. That's part of the problem. Is it's effective.
Right, like the trolls.
Yeah, like it does get engagement.
This is the worst.
What kind of engagement are you getting? Look, I have people that hate me online, but not the ones who know me.
Right.
That's what's kind of important.
Yeah.
So the people that know me either in real life or through the podcast know I'm a nice person.
Right.
I work really hard at it.
Sure,
I try hard to be a nice person. It's not like it's a conscious effort. I'm good at it.
I got a shit, sort of.
I like nice people. I like
Makes you feel good, right?
Makes me feel good.
That
So
pisses
I
me
don't
off.
engage. I don't fire back at people.
Might as well play house.
I don't, when people get mad at me, even celebrities have attacked me online.
How does it feel like probably being in that world a bit more, and then now having people turn them? That feels strange.
They're just revealing who they are. They're just weak people. They're not the type of person that. Like, if you did that in front of me when you were around me, we could have a conversation about why I feel like you're incorrect. And this assumption that you have of me is totally wrong. And also, if you're not talking to someone in person and you're saying something about that person, like you can just kind of the person's right there.
Loud as fuck.
So you're saying something.
I know.
If it was true, then you'd be justified in your anger. But what you're saying is not true, and you're taking things completely out of context, and you don't know what you're talking about, and you're doing this because your life sucks, and it's the only time you do it. But I always said, you think Michael Jordan is posting on
This interaction failed.
No. When he was if YouTube was around when Michael Jordan was the king, would he be doing that? No. He doesn't have time because he's being a winner.
Because he's actually winning and doing
Yeah. But
100%.
guarantee if Michael Jordan reads the comments, and if he did read the comments, he'd be up all night, anger. Like you saw that Neil Brennan had a
Weird, this interaction
Michael Jordan's
failed.
documentary on his last Netflix special is pretty funny. It's like, unless you want to be the greatest basketball player of all time, because you don't hold grudges, unless you want to have $150 million worth of passive income every year because it's a fucking silhouette of you dunking. Unless.
Yeah, it's a good request.
But again, those are freaks, right?
Yeah.
These are the outliers.
Yeah.
These are the people, like, as a rule, as a human being, that's not the way to
Just
go.
insatiable desire to like just hammer that nail until it's just so far down the road. It's just like, I don't know what you're doing anymore, but yeah,
That's how you become the greatest of all time, right?
No question.
It's just the difference between that in sport versus that in fighting, though, is in fighting, I don't think you can. Like a guy like Jordan, how long was he in his prime?
This interaction failed.
For a decade, he was
Fucking
dominant.
weird.
You can't really do that in fighting. John Jones is the only one who's been able to
You
do
think
it.
it just takes so much aggression, so much
Damage,
so much
damage to your body.
Yeah.
The damage to your body is huge because there's so much damage that happens just in training.
Sure.
John tore his pec off of his fucking shoulder in training.
That wasn't getting hit. That was
Wrestling.
That
Yeah.
was,
And then there's the impacts that you get, and then there's the
Dude, go to
back
meme
stuff.
world.
You get thrown weird, you land on your back weird, you're throwing someone, a knee hits you weird, your ribs break all the time.
Talk to her. Everybody left me.
Common gym injuries, knee blows out, noses. Everybody's got a broken nose. I don't know anybody who does any kind of combat sports that hasn't broken their nose. So it's like, after a while, you can't breathe out of your nose. Your nose is destroyed. Your fucking hand hurts when you try to like open your car door.
Yeah.
You have to punch people in the head with it. Your knee hurts going downstairs. Kamaru Usman, you want to hear something crazy? When he walks, he has to walk backwards downstairs because his knees are so bad.
Oh, because he can't get the knee over the toe.
His knee hurt so bad that he was a welterweight champion of the world with those knees. And he was talking about it openly. He was like, oh, you can know my knees are down, so I'm going to fuck you up. And he did. He fucked everybody up forever. Until Leon Edwards. But his knees are so bad that he would have to walk on the grass where everybody was like walking on the sidewalk. So he'd have to go over to walk on the grass and just take a little bit of an extra cushion. Just something. Yeah. Bone on bone, man. Yeah. Bone on bone.
Well, it's like
Coffee
like
talk.
operators, like, you know, guys
Coffee
coming out.
talk tour.
Like, all over Japan.
This
All-
is the
everyone's
worst,
straight through, everyone's leaning back,
worst
everyone's
shit
shoulders,
ever.
Everyone's got a back problem. Everyone's got a neck problem. Part of it. Everyone blows a knee out. Yeah. And if Eddie always said, look, you're gonna have to get surgery eventually. You're gonna have to get surgery. Just get the surgery, heal up, come back. You're not gonna stop.
we rebuilding the surgeon to keep erasing, or is
This is the worst.
doing the least as you can to not get surgery?
My
Oh,
second
4 people.
surgery, I went to this doctor when I have bucket handle meniscus tear, so with lock. You ever have one of those red locks?
It's like, it should be like,
And
this place should be popping and like,
shut the fuck up. I go,
I don't know, what time is it in Manila?
I go fix this. He's like,
6 p.m.,
I'm like, yeah,
5:59,
but
B.
right now,
Really?
fix my fucking knee. I gotta go strangle
Yeah.
people. What are you talking about?
Would you date him?
What the fuck are you talking about? Stop doing
Filipino
this.
girl?
Stop doing this.
Filipino?
Same thing. I was
She's
22
Jewish.
when I
Is that a thing?
had a liquor trial in 2
Sure,
years.
somewhere.
I was like, yeah, no. And before I went under, I was like, I've squatted this much and I do this. When I come out of it, I expect to be back there. So fix it like that. Don't fix it like I'm an old guy taking her easy and like, yeah.
Doobie doobie
Like,
doobie
they fix it differently because I'm like,
doobie.
I don't know, I just know better.
Yeah. I wonder if I could put these computers in a different spot.
Well, I tell everybody, if you have an opportunity to get a ACL reconstruction,
Damn, that girl can get it. Is she real?
try the cadaver graft. I know a lot of people want to do that patella tendon graft because you don't have the risk of rejection. I don't know anybody who's had a rejection from the
Fuck was
cadaver. I do know people who have pushed it too hard, too early, and
I have-
blown it.
right here.
Do you know what?
Gets
It's
ticklish.
really kind of interesting. You get this, so my right
Yeah,
my
baby.
ACL
My power, my pleasure, my pain, baby.
just giant Viking dude. So it's
My
very
bitch,
it's
I can't leave
really
you.
and so they
Baby,
it's not like those dead guys think they're forever. What happens is your body reproliferates and acts as a scaffold. So it can feel like it's
Is
secure,
there
but
food
it's
in here?
really vulnerable. So you have to be super careful up until like that 6-month mark. Where that should
Oh my god.
Is the
Really?
the foreign tissue eventually just kind of get reabsorbed? Which is kind of
Exactly.
weird.
I've had no problems with this. Awesome. This right knee is amazing. The left knee, I had a patella tendon graft, and because I 3 or 94, and that one back then that's the only way they did it, but it was really good. But it took a long time to it was a long time before I could heal down.
Yeah, man.
Heal down.
But did you know? When it snows, my eyes become larger. Like the teacher I can't be seen. Baby, I hope that you again. Oh, no, no. Oh, no,
They
no.
get it in there, and then it's like a year before it feels like you can do anything. It took a while before I felt like I really trusted it. But I do have to say, I was not as diligent with my rehabilitation back then as I was when I got this one done. With this one, I rehabbed it all myself. I went to like 1 or 2 of these things. I mean, they're just showing me things I already know how to do. Like, I know what to do. I'm just going to do this. I'm doing all this. So I was doing bodyweight squats like all day long. Yeah. And I got it to 6 months later. I was training again. Oh, wow.
Were you doing any like the BPCs or the peptides?
There was nothing available back then.
Oh, well, back then.
So this was 2003.
Okay.
That I got this one.
Nice.
And this was the patella tendon. But this was the cadaver.
How do you think the recovery
Tebow, you suck.
like all these dings and injuries. Because I've had I'm sure you probably have too, a couple of friends that got surgery. Actually, the doctor hit them site injection and even IV with BBC-157 during the reattachment of a pec or a bicep.
Super legit. It's super legit, along with TD500. Apparently, that combination of those two together is the most effective. Yeah. Super effective. And, there's a lot of people that resist that for some strange reason. I don't know. I think there's a bit of ego involved in not knowing something when you're an expert. I find that with there's a real problem with, unfortunately, some orthopedic surgeons. Aaron Rodgers was explaining this to me, that his doctors were telling him not to do stem cells after he got his Achilles fixed. He's like, what are you talking about? Like, shut the fuck up. And so, of course, he did stem cells. And, of course, he went to Ways to Well. And, of course, he was back 3 months earlier than they thought he could ever be. Yeah. And, there was, like, some real thought at the end of that season that he was probably going to be able to play. Where everybody's like, this is nuts. Like, nobody recovers from this stuff. But he was very smart. And he didn't push it too far. Yep. And he waited until
I didn't know.
Yeah.
So when it's
But yeah, stem cells. There's a reason why you have to go down to T1.
my ditches, I can't be seen. Baby, somebody to a kiss. Oh, never. Yeah. Roses in bloom. I get double again. Na na na. No, do the thing.
And then they're at practice all day. They're constantly working on people. People are coming to the door. Oh, this guy blew his ankle out. This guy's got a fucking blown shoulder. Yeah. But the weird part is he's a strength conditioning professional.
And in some ways, there's more information cutting edge on podcasts. Guys that are interested in training, right?
Google sucks.
It's like, hey guys, just open the scope a little bit. Like,
is it?
There's enough of these guys that are super smart and also jacked, like these Andrew guys, and super smart guys.
I don't know. For my personal use, I guess.
Smart guys like
Rabbi.
Yeah, he's the best example. Because he's just a fucking encyclopedia of data, studies,
Rothschild.
efficacy, and how you combine things
Okay,
together.
what is your gender? Like, who gives a shit? Why don't you ask me for my shoe size? I mean, it's just dumb. I don't understand that question. Oh, well, we want to know if we should refer to you. Dude, don't. Who cares? Who the fuck gives a shit?
He's one of those dudes that has like a basement. Columbus, Ohio.
Oh, that's where Louis was.
Exactly. He was Louis' doctor. So yeah, he was Louis. He was, you go through all professional baseball. It's like,
What's
okay,
your gender?
He's one of the rare guys
How about that, B?
We went to him to do
Use your create your own Gmail address.
Did you go to Bob Evans?
No, we hung out at his gym.
Yeah.
And he just introduced me to a bunch of freaks and showed me all the stuff that he invented, why he invented it.
So cool.
Louis Simmons, he was the fucking man. He was so funny. He was so funny. He was such a character. He was telling me about how he got his shoulder blown, got his shoulder replaced. And
Get a verification on your phone.
When he got back to the gym, they made him max out bench. And I was like, what are you talking about? You need to recover. He's like, they were like, don't be a pussy. Yeah, you have to max out.
I'm going to try this one fucking time. If it doesn't work, I'm stopping.
Doris, and you always meet the Bob Evans in the morning, and he would eat and do the whole deal. And he was telling me a story about how he got pissed off, and something on his cell phone. He threw it out the window while he was driving, and they said he didn't have a cell phone for a couple of weeks. And then he got to the gym and he missed the lift.
What's the thing?
Punched his own tooth out. Punched himself so hard he knocked his own tooth out, and then took a wire brush
Indonesia.
cleaned the chalk out of a barbell and smashed himself on the head.
628.
And he was just pouring. His wife was like, "Yeah, Lou was pouring blood and knocked the tooth out." And I'm just thinking, that side was awesome. Holy crap! So I got talking to him, and he was like, "Biceps." Yeah, right. Because he blew him out.
I just never got it fixed.
Yeah, a lot of those guys.
490.
Yeah, it's wild. But he's like, yeah, those guys they'd fight, and he goes, we would literally.
867.
There's
Why are there so many fucking numbers?
and he said we
Man.
would literally kick them out the door if
they were fighting on the floor. We would kick them out of the way so they were out of the way of the monolith so we could keep squatting. Like every 30 seconds you're up, or 90 seconds, whatever. It's like, I don't care if you're fighting, literally, hitting each other.
USA's 11?
Move. The next guy up.
Hang on.
Like, this place is wild.
They created some fucking
Here's a wild story.
Who's
So we were
Brad?
there, and this
Who's
drunk
Brad?
chick,
How about Canada?
and she was like, because this
Canada
was the old
sucks,
West
huh?
Side. It was like in this little shopping center with all the windows are all blacked out and everything. It was pretty dope. And this drunk chick walked in. She's like, "Hi, y'all working out here?" And she was huge, man. She was huge. Like all sloppy, like legit street person, right? And I'm like, "Oh, this is not as bad." Like, I'm just
Canada.
in the room, right? Like, this is
323 343
not a lot of estrogen in that room, right? So I'm like, "Oh man, this is gonna be bad."
482
He's like, "Hey, come here, come here." So he puts a weight vest on her. And then puts a second
6943.
weight, so 25, 20, 50-pound weight vest. Takes her outside, wraps a belt around her waist with a sled.
This can't be
and
used for
walking
verification.
through
Why?
sled poles, back and
Why?
forth with a weight, 50 pounds of weight vest on her shoulders. Drunk as shit.
Wow.
I'm just like, I'm
This
just
shit
like watching,
sucks.
like, what? She comes back in. He's like, all right, come over here. He puts her on the monolith, 2 red bands. It was maybe just a bar, wasn't a lot of weight on it. And had her doing speed box squats, 8 sets of 2 for speed. It was teaching her how to box squat. She finally
This is
stumbles
the
out and
worst.
just leaves. Like later on, I'm like, dude, did you know that girl? He goes, no. I'm like, she was just some random street person, and you had her squatting. He goes, shit, half the people in this room were that person a year ago. I'm like, oh, he goes, she could be world champion. You never know. Wow. And I was just like, no, that's
What a crazy mentality.
I like how it goes like this.
He's like,
Why?
most of these people are broke.
I don't know. But when I get my fucking hands on this motherfucker who came up
And
with
he
this
goes,
thing,
they could channel into
Well,
something that might be the
I
next
don't know.
world champion. And I don't know if you ever saw her again. If I was just there that one day. It has stuck to me for 22 years. And I just thought about that. I'm like, he put his money where his mouth was. He was a coach. He wanted to see what could someone do.
You know, that's so interesting because one of the guys who trained with Bowie was Matt the Immortal Brown. Matt the Immortal Brown, I know he did some training with
baby,
him. Said that there's
I can
something
make
about guys
it, I can't
that used to
come
be
away.
addicts
Say
that
you
like
scream.
died,
Ooh,
and Matt
no
died.
more,
There's
yeah,
been a few
you were
guys that
hanging.
they're the scariest fucking
Yeah.
people because they had crossed
No,
over and then
no.
they realized there's a good addiction.
Do
Good
an
addiction is to
activity.
training. Is
Hey, guys.
completely addicted to training.
Yeah.
So those are some
What
of the
happened to my
fucking
boy?
scariest-
It was wild. I mean, I knew a lot of those guys from that world.
Misty note. I don't know what that is. No one
Stuff,
knows.
and unfortunately, they get into training, and then if they get out of it, that addiction might come back.
That happens with fighters when they retire, and then also they're generally dealing with some issues.
That's a
mental
beautiful cat.
impacts. You know, so a lot of those guys start drinking, start taking coke.
I'll show you a beautiful
Sometimes
cat, kid.
just saw it.
God.
My dad was the same.
Lady,
He
calm
always
down,
said,
woman.
look for something, not of what it is, but what it can be.
Yeah.
And that meant human potential, that meant designs, that meant like application of stuff. And it's just like, yeah, that person's whatever, but if you push and you tweak and you push and you tweak, there might be something in there that's like super beautiful and awesome. But you never know if you just say that's a drunk chick that walks in the gym.
Well, it's crazy with him because he's actually done it a bunch of times and it worked, right?
Yeah.
So this attitude he's developed over time, just accept the fact that this person might come in 16 Coors Lights deep.
Dude, just tuned. Tuned. You know, but and I tell you, a buddy of mine, he trained at Westside, and he said, I mean, half the time, he said, he's like, I've seen guys bench 700 pounds, like on acid, like just freaked out of their mind. It's just like wild stuff, and I'm like, holy cow, like that whole world's wild. Yeah, like that old. I mean, that's the other whole world, like it's so extreme, like the fighting world, the lifting, the throwing, like dudes who do some pretty wild stuff.
Yeah, well, and whenever you get like these male-oriented alpha characters that all get together and they're all butting heads trying to figure out who's the baddest motherfucker around them, they also develop like a culture of like acceptance of certain aspects of life that come with like the injuries and pain and suffering, and you know, like wrestlers, they like brag on suffering the most. They want to suffer more than anybody. They're like, that's the badge of honor. It's like, what time do you get out? 4:30. I was on my 14th mile at 4:30. You know, like
Yeah, just drag you into deep water. Let's just make it worse.
that's the part of the culture of wrestling is embracing the grind. That's the whole thing. It's like being the guy who can push, being that Cam Hanes motherfucker that does those 340-mile runs.
Is because I think I've read before. Is this accurate that the highest winning percentage in UFC were all from the wrestling background? Is that accurate?
I would probably say that's probably accurate. I think if you had to say like what's the back, I've always said it's the foundation of martial arts because the wrestler can decide where the fight takes place. The wrestler generally mentally they're going to be tougher because they went through the hardest thing when they were a child. The hardest thing as a child is wrestling. You're starving yourself when you're growing. You know, you're dehydrating yourself before matches. You're training and competing dehydrated. You're in a fucking hot room, you know, clashing with other alpha males, and you're throwing each other around. It's just the hardest thing.
And staph infections every once in a while.
But that skill is so important. You have the skill to be able to manipulate bodies and take them down. And if you can teach a wrestler jujitsu, oh my God, they're so much better at it because they're just so accustomed. It's just they just have to learn a new series of movements to go with this skill set.
Right.
They're great at controlling bodies.
Yeah, and just the proximity. Like people aren't good with being all up in people, and they're like,
Yeah.
I live here.
They live there. And then the other thing is, if you can teach a wrestler how to strike, they have such an advantage because you can't take them down, and you're worried about them taking you down, so that opens you up to certain shots. It happens all the time where guys are worried about a takedown and they get blasted because they're thinking this guy can take me down at any moment, and then you get hit. It happens all. It's like another element that they put in that you have to deal with that they don't have to deal with. They're not worried about you taking them down. You're not even going to try. So they can be completely relaxed with their takedown defense. So
Somebody's gonna say it's called Jerry Garvin.
I think that elite wrestling is fucking horrible.
I've even seen like elite wrestlers, even in business and stuff like that. It always feels like they're trying to shoot in on you.
Right.
Right. You're looking for the weakness, trying to shoot in. You're like, this is just kind of in you.
Well, they also know that they can. You know, you're walking around knowing that you can pick up any guy you want and dump him on his head. Yeah. And most likely, no saying it. Like, there's nothing they can do.
You don't get a vote.
Yeah, man. If you're around a judo black belt and you're wearing a winter coat, you might as well have a hammer like right above your head. Because that guy's just gonna use that coat and slam you into the concrete. You're basically helpless.
Yeah.
If you don't know judo and you tangle up with like a real judo black belt, you're gonna fly through the air. And you're going to land on the ground with all of his weight and your weight on top of you. And even if you don't bang your head, your whole body's going to be out of air. You don't know how to land.
No.
You're going to land. It's just,
especially when a guy's controlling the
he's
smash.
going to shoulder right into you as he lands. You're fucked.
Yeah.
So that guy's going to look at every person like,
Yeah. I never realized how effective a gi choke was until Hoist gi choke. It was my first ever. I was like, yeah, I'll try jujitsu. And he did like a clinic. He's like, come on. And my buddy was on me trying to do the thing. And then I thought Hoist put me in like, remember the old thing, like the paper cutters?
Oh, yeah.
Pretty sure that was what he has for a forearm. Way different.
Yeah.
My big buddy that's my size, Hoist is way different from that.
It's leverage.
Holy cow. I
met you.
It was like this
people
arm
so
made
many
with scissors.
times.
I was just like, this is amazing. Like, it's so cool to see perfection, right?
Yeah, well, that's the thing about coats, jackets, or even a hoodie. You can choke someone so easy with a hoodie.
Really?
Just keep your thumbs in deep. Squeeze the jacket. Yeah, you can choke the shit out of somebody if you grab somebody with a hoodie. You know, man? Especially like I said, a leather coat. Like a leather
yeah, because it doesn't stretch.
Yeah.
Good
grip.
So what do you gotta wear? What do you gotta wear that? Oh, yeah.
Like, choke the fuck out of somebody with a
Canadian
jean
tuxedo,
jacket.
you got top and bottom.
Oh, Jay Leno, you're in trouble with that jean shirt. That thing's durable. You know what I think is durable around your neck? You want some shit that tears easy. Like you want a shirt that already has cuts in it. So
Pre-loaded.
you should like preload the back of your shirt, make some cuts in it just in case someone grabs you. Because someone can just grab your t-shirt. There's actually a great looking at the other day. It was a really smart move where this woman was showing that you can grab a hold of someone's t-shirt if you're a woman and you're getting attacked by a man. Just grabbing a hold of their t-shirt and then getting your legs around their neck.
No
and
way.
You're jamming your carotid arteries from your thumb when you're holding a t-shirt and squeeze with your legs. You can put a guy out, especially a guy that doesn't know what's happening, doesn't know how to protect himself.
I try. I don't know how to do that.
That's not it, but it was. She was on her back. It was on YouTube.
I tried
it was
to
one of those things
like
where
that
it's
one time. I was scooping around with my buddy. We call him the Cyborg. He's an absolute just monster of a human. And he and I were goofing around, and I was on my back, and so I kind of like got into the little like pick up freaking leg scissors on his head, and I grabbed his arm. And I'm like, I'm gonna pull his arm off. Like I'm a big, strong deadlifter. I'm like, I got it. I finally got it. He was 290, 6'2", 290, all that. Looked like Gordon, but like bigger and stronger. And he literally just, I thought he was going out, and he kind of went, what? And woke up, and he picked me up while I was hanging up, and then just slammed me down on the ground. I'm like, man, screw this.
Yeah, you can't do
People
that.
could do that to people. Like, no one could stand up with a person hanging off them and slam them back.
You gotta have his leg.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I just got clobbered.
honestly the worst version of that ever. Rampage Jackson versus Ricardo Arona. Did you ever see that? Pride. It's the worst case scenario of holding on to like a triangle while a guy picks you up.
Yep.
And Rampage in his prime was a fucking machine. He was so powerful. So he takes this dude who's 200 plus pounds, hoists him over his head, and slams him down with a pillow. So look at this. So he's caught in the triangle. Watch how Rampage does this.
Yeah.
That was one of the worst KOs in the history of the sport. I mean, that dude definitely could have died. He probably got the worst trauma, the worst brain trauma.
Did he knee himself in the face too?
I think Rampage collided heads with him as well. So it's probably a bunch of shit.
Yeah, like all kinds. I think right there is
No, looks like
his
his
guts. And,
it's where his shoulder. But Rampage's head went into his. This is a crazy slam, man. Look at that.
oh, mine was not nearly as devastating, but it was enough to make me not want to do it.
That was the worst. And this guy was never the same again. Ricardo Arona was never the same again. That is such a crazy. So that all could have been avoided. Like, that's not what you do. When you have a triangle, if you see a guy posturing up, you immediately go under. And if he's got you in the air, you let go of the fucking triangle. The thing that's holding him in there is him. He's holding himself in there.
Yes, he was the
He wanted to, because sometimes you can keep it, right? Sometimes you can keep a triangle and you get slammed and it just makes the triangle tighter. But you gotta know when you're way up in the air, you gotta let go.
Yeah.
You gotta fully let go and then try to sprawl. Something has to happen. You have to disrupt this motion.
Yeah.
This thing that's happening.
Turn
And
yourself
the
into
best
an
way is an underhook. Like as soon as you feel like he starts to stand up, you hook the leg, and worst case scenario, you transition to a leg bar, you let go of the triangle, you get control of that leg, and use that leg either to try to submit him or sweep him. But you can never hold on to a triangle if the guy's standing up. It's just, especially for that fucking concrete,
You're done.
you're dead.
You're done.
Your head is pulverized.
Yeah. It was bad enough, I'm joking, but I won't be late.
And that was like, there's just a little bit of springiness to the ground because it's in the ring. Still, and there's probably a certain amount of padding on the surface.
How
Still,
hard are those rings? I walked around them, but
there's a little bit like the UFC has a small amount of foam, like a padding, and it's very important, really, because guys' heads bounce off.
Yeah.
They get head kicks, they fall down, their heads bounce off. You get hit with a big right hand or something, you bounce your head. So you can't have a real hard floor.
Yeah.
But soft enough what you want. John Jones power slamming.
not any day. No days, actually.
It's just to be one of those people that you make a living doing that is a wild way to go.
Yeah. What happened where that decided, like, that was the direction they were going to go? You're like, you know what? I'm going to get the crap beat out of me and dole out a lot of pain, see how this shakes out? Or do you just kind of like wake up one day and you're in that world and you're like, pretty good?
Well, you're probably a wild person and you're probably excited by dangerous, scary things, and you're probably pretty good at it, which is why you're fighting professionally.
Yeah.
So you probably train to the gym and you realize you're better than most people. Maybe you have a few amateur fights and fuck a few people up and go, I think I'm the fucking man.
Start believing,
Yeah, and some of them are right.
Yeah,
Some of them are John Jones.
That's it. They figure that out.
Every now and then, a guy is correct. Like that's the way you should win.
Yeah, yeah.
Fucking everybody else.
Everybody that way. It's okay. You were talking about me first. So Tyson.
Yeah, that's my heavyweight. That's my heavyweight all timer.
John Jones for you.
He's the guy that's like. I feel like Tyson in his prime, you have to have him on the Mount Rushmore. You want to have Jack Dempsey. You want to have Joe Frazier. It's like a lot of guys who are really good. It's hard to say, like Muhammad Ali, Joe Louis, Rocky Marciano. There's a lot of, like, for me, the one that you can't remove is Tyson. Right. So there's a bunch of other ones, like Lewis in his prime is fucking amazing. Larry Holmes doesn't get the credit he deserves in his prime. There's a lot of guys who are really good heavyweight champions, but you have to have Tyson. Everything else is negotiable. Tyson has to be there, in my mind.
Yeah.
You know, different people disagree.
Do you watch other sports besides fighting sports or combat sports?
I watch a little football.
Yeah.
I've been watching football lately. I enjoy it. It's fun.
Pro or college?
I watch high school.
Yeah, right.
I watch college, and I watch pro. I went to an NFL game first time this year.
Cool.
It was fun. Yeah, I saw the Jets play the Cowboys down in Dallas. That was wild. It's wild when you see the scale of it. You know, the scale of it, the size of
Been
it.
many college games before?
A few UT
Oh, you were at
games.
UT, right?
Yeah, that was fun. I got to shoot the cannon at UT.
Oh, nice.
That was fun.
Isn't it crazy, like, if you can keep them up with, like, the NIL and all the transfer portals and how that's changed the landscape a lot?
I have not. What is that?
So it's NIL is the name, image, and likeness.
Oh, that, right, the money thing.
Yeah, the money thing is crazy.
Well, they should have been paying those fucking kids a long ass time ago.
Well,
They should retroactively pay all those kids.
that'll be interesting.
They should.
Yeah.
They should. They were making money off of it. It's crazy how much money they make.
The amount of money that is happening now. It's interesting because, like, it actually, from a couple of my friends that are in that world, it creates a different conversation with the new kids. Because let's say in high school, they're bringing in these recruits and everything like that. And everyone's just like, hey man, they're like, hey, we really want you to be here, and we want you to be a
Pay me, bitch.
And now it's turning into pay me. Right? But then the other side of it,
I want a Corvette.
no, that's dude. I have friends that tell me that they're athletes who, when they're coming to a recruiting trip, say if there's not a $250,000 signing bonus as just a part of the deal, I'm not getting on the plane for the recruiting trip. Like an 18 or 17-year-old kid saying that's all those.
But meanwhile, they're right. You know who else should be doing that? The fucking Olympics.
Yeah.
Fucking Olympics. They should all say, fuck you, pay me. They really should. That's the greatest scam in all of the sports.
Everyone. Well, now they can now. I mean, Olympic committee, but originally it was amateur.
Well, they can. Meanwhile, like, what you mean is like the NBA players can represent the United States and play in the Olympics. That's cute. But what about the swimmers? What about the people? What about the gymnasts? What about the boxers? All those people should get paid.
Yeah,
every single one of them.
And no one really cares about Olympic athletes, but every 4 years. Like, a buddy of mine won the 2004 shot put Olympics, and he was like, I still have to ask my mom for money. He's like, because no one cares about the Olympics, but every 4 years. God, and you're like, you have a degree at Dartmouth, a business degree, and you're the Olympic champion, and he was the first athlete to ever eBay himself. So he had a shirt that says "This space for rent," and so he would put himself on the market. Like the first NL. It's like, hey man, I have to make money throwing this steel ball, and I'm 30-something years old and a world champion, and I still have to ask for money every 4 years for 3.
They used to do that with the UFC. Used to be able to have sponsors. So and you want all like Condom Depot and Detroit.
Hey, how about this old days of like Tank Abbott and all this guy? I used to love watching all that. I was in college and I get it, check it out. Way to go. Yeah, those guys in high school, you guys get that.
Oh yeah.
And it was like it's this cool thing. It's like the UFC.
Kids will never understand how difficult it was to see fucked up things when we were young. It was
hard. Really hard.
Yeah, try hard. You gotta know somebody.
Yeah, they're older
kids.
kids.
You gotta know somebody in the city. Someone in some dark warehouse that had a copy of some bizarre.
It's always weird. Yeah, no, it's just like, you rode your bike all around and you find some weird wood pile.
I remember when we were kids, someone had a video. I think it was like a Barnyard Betty type video, like when they're going to have sex with a bunch of animals.
Oh, yeah.
And one of us had to watch the door So if we had a video like that, we're playing in the basement. One of us had to go up to the top of the staircase and wait by the door so that no one could just open the door.
And then
So if they open the door, you would pretend like, oh, I was just coming through the door. So like you hold it on the door so they can't get in. Like, oh, I'm sorry. And then the kids downstairs would hear that. They'd pop the tape out and pretend they were, playing Atari or some shit.
Atari.
You can't pop that fucking tape out quick because if mom caught you down there watching a chick blow a German Shepherd.
Yeah, I didn't have fan on.
And they were like real grainy, like copies of copies. Like two guys get together with two VCRs. They record tapes.
Oh yeah, with all the weird. You have to get the.
Yeah, you had the cables in the back.
Was that? Did you live in the city growing up?
I lived in the suburbs. I lived in the suburb of Massachusetts.
Okay.
Boston.
Yeah. Did you live in New Jersey at one point?
Yeah, that's where I was born.
Oh, yeah. So was my dad.
What part?
Hillside.
Have you seen all these UFOs in New Jersey lately?
No.
Yeah, like over the last few days, there's been this steady stream. They're not UFOs, they're drones.
Oh, I did see something. I think you posted something about the drones or something, right?
I don't think I did.
Somebody did.
But a lot of people have been. But they're not moving in any extraordinary way. They look like drones. They do. It just looks like a bunch of assholes thinks it's fun.
Right.
To put drones up everywhere. But now there's all this like weird mythology attached to it where like the governor was saying sometimes as soon as you put eyes on them, they take off. But if I was a UFO though, like if I was an alien and I knew that a bunch of people are trying to be smart asses and they're putting these drones in the sky, I'd be like, perfect time to visit.
Oh yeah.
These dipshits won't know the difference.
Yeah.
I don't have to use my cloaking technology. I can just fly over their head. They're going to assume this is more nonsense.
Dude, one of my buddies, probably weird to say, like he had a friend that sent him a video of some weird stuff going on in the desert, whatever. He went through, and then he showed it to me, and then it just disappeared. And he was like, the dude he was talking to said it disappeared, but then like, can you have a file that kind of self-destructs? Because it disappeared on his phone too. He was like, how do they take this off? They take this off. I don't know. I mean,
I've never heard of a file. Jamie, have you ever heard of a video file that self-destructs?
or that someone
That's like some
someone could,
Mission Impossible shit.
yeah, someone could chirp into it. Like, it was wild. Like,
I mean that, like this
Yeah.
recording will destroy
yeah,
it.
yeah, exactly.
30 seconds.
Yeah, no, it's wild. Yeah, I wondered though, like, could they somehow backtrack it where it had been shared?
Well, that would be problematic because then they would have access to things on your phone. I think
I doubt that's ever a case.
more likely would be they put like a time that someone could watch the video into the video where it's about. It's probably still fixable if someone still has it.
But this dude took the video
And did it on his phone.
and did it on his phone and shared it. And then he said one day he just looked into it, looked at his phone, it was gone. He might be gone. Well, that could be the case. Well, my buddy's like, it's off my phone too. So,
Yeah,
I don't know,
be
man.
retarded too. It's hard to say. It might be real though. I've never heard of that happening though, which I would assume I would have heard of something like that.
Yeah.
Especially with the amount of people that I talked to that are in the
Right.
whole
That's
world.
what I figured here.
Just read on Reddit about a glitch in iOS 17 that might have made some people's videos randomly disappear.
Mm,
Important ones. The one that
right. And then they think it's the UFOs. That makes sense.
this isn't saying about that. This is just like, why is this happening? This happened to anybody else.
Okay, Google this. Is it possible to make a self-destructing video that only has a certain amount of plays in it?
Oh, that would be
Right? Like if maybe you code it into the video that
Yeah.
once this video plays for whatever 14 minutes,
Right.
14 minutes of play, it automatically
17
decodes
times.
itself.
Yeah.
Or it randomizes its because it's basically just information, right?
Right.
Information through a codec.
Does that have like a cyclical rate, like this many times?
Right.
So maybe.
Because I know there's certain things like someone will send you something on Instagram and you can watch the video, but then you can't go back and
Yeah.
watch it again.
Right.
Yeah.
Or they send you a voice message and then it just goes away.
Yeah, that's how Alex Jones likes to roll. He sends you voice messages like, they go away.
That's probably a really good idea.
For him. Yeah, smart move. Best not to have a paper trail. I don't even know like how much of that encrypted messaging stuff works. I know Tucker was saying that he was organizing that. meeting with Putin in Russia, and that the government called him up because they knew that he was meeting Putin because they had access to his signal. And he's like, "What? You have access to? I didn't even know someone could get into my signal. I thought that was encrypted." Nope, they can get in there. So it's like, how much of this stuff is really, how much of it is really encrypted and protected, and how much would they even let you know? If they can break it, why would they even tell you?
Well, that's the whole point. It's like, it's exactly what you would say that you couldn't do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's...
But that was, they fucking spilled the beans.
Right.
So once they spilled the beans, like I know a lot of people, including Elon Musk, are questioning Signal.
Sure.
So I talked to someone in the government, and I said, "What can you handle Signal? Like, how does somebody?" I said, "As long as the state actor knows the phone number," was the answer. So all they have to do is know you're going to ask somebody if they can do it. It's probably not something you just do. But if an agent is like, "Someone's acting a little fucking fishy, let's see what he's signaling to his friends."
Yeah, and the opportunity to just decide subjectively if that's
right. And then whatever you carry in your notes, whatever is in your folders or your photos,
they're going to have all kinds of listings.
For sure. They've got all this weird crap.
They're going to know where my deer stands are.
You got dick pics, they got all of it. They have dick pics. It's like there's no way around that anymore. I think that's a myth. The idea that somehow or another you could have some sort of a protection from that happening today.
Yeah.
Are you making phone calls? You are. Okay. Are you on a network? Are you on Wi-Fi? Are you like? I think you're fucked.
Yeah, you would have to think so.
Yeah,
You've got to think there's enough back doors and alleged probable causes, or however someone wants to spin it.
Well, that's also how they got Huawei banned from the United States. Because I remember, I'm a bit of a phone nerd, and back in the day, Huawei had the best phones. Their phones were like way more advanced than some of the American Android phones that were coming out. Yeah, man, they had incredible cameras, like big battery life, and like crazy zoom possibilities. And I was looking to get this new Huawei phone, sure. And then Huawei got banned from the United States. And I was like, what?
Goes back to this banned, man. Makes you really start questioning.
It does, but when they kind of all agreed, there was very little pushback that there was real security problems with these phones, and not just phones, but network devices, routers, different components that had third-party entrance. So they had the capability of accessing information that's being transferred back and forth on a network through these routers. And then I think people are like, hey, why is that in there?
Yeah.
And then they realize, oh, the Chinese government is in complete cahoots with Huawei. Like, if you own a company like Huawei, you're down with the government. Yeah, that's how you stay in business, right? You can't be some rebel out there operating on your own, making millions of dollars, trading,
Yeah, well, you had like Ben. Was it Ben's?
Yes.
That was a wonderful podcast. Holy crap. Yeah, it's eye-opening. Yeah, I spun that past a couple of my buddies. It was the same buddy that gave me the Yuri Bezmenov video that I gave you.
Oh, that fucking video's changed my mind.
Right? Yeah.
When you first sent me that, you're the first guy, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. We played that on this podcast like all the time.
Yeah, we were at your house.
Yeah. When you played me that, I was like, holy shit, this is exactly what happened.
Yeah, I gave it to Jack Carr and Evan Haber too.
There's no way that was like he just guessed it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. You're like, I want to put this next baseball into the third aisle off the thing. And crap! Wow, that was cool.
Fourth seat from the left.
Yeah, you're like, go back and look. So, a buddy of mine that's in that world, he gave that to me 4 or 5 years ago. He told me, he's like, this keeps getting deleted, and he kind of gives me the whole briefing. Yeah, on YouTube, he's like, I keep taking it down.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, prior to you and Evan and Jack and guys like that, it was not easy to find. I think you guys just changed the algorithm. Wow. Which is pretty neat.
But that doesn't make any sense because I'm pretty sure we just found it online.
He told me multiple times, he's like, they've taken this down off.
Why would someone take it down?
Sure. But I know some of my buddies that were in the teams and stuff like that, who were like, oh, I remember seeing this back in '95 when I went through Buds. When I got out, maybe it was Green Team, but they were in that early days. Oh, I hadn't seen this video forever. And then they kind of watched it and were like, oh my gosh, like you're kind of getting all the background.
but he was giving me, I can't remember where I was going with this, but he was giving me some insight, about the bends. And it was interesting. And I said, I was like, hey, did you check this out? He's like, yeah. It sounds like he's read a couple of my briefings. I was like, interesting. Like, Mike Ben, some weird stuff.
Got a crazy recall too.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he just no notes, just spitting out all that information right off the top of his head.
You've had some amazingly impactful guests on here. Like, I'm not trying to blow you up, but like, I'm sure you know the impact that you've had on the world, which is probably really wild.
It's pretty weird.
Pretty weird, right?
Pretty weird that I didn't try. That's the
the best part about it, right?
That's the weirdest part. It was all an accident. It's like 100%. Like I just felt like this is what I should do. I should start a podcast. And then I should keep doing it. Even when it was totally non-profitable for like 5 years, I was like, I like doing it. Let's just keep doing it.
That's how all the good stuff works.
Yeah.
It's like you're passionate about it. I want to go do this thing. Evan and I've talked. He's like, hey, I make brown water. And I'm like, I make steel rectangles. It's just weird. Like, I don't know why we decided to do it.
But once you figure out a thing that you're really passionate about, then you will become successful if you just keep following it.
Yeah.
But the thing about the podcast thing was I managed to keep the same spirit of just doing what I enjoy doing.
Yes.
Like if I could just have conversations with people with no phones and sit, especially if I could get a scientist to sit in here and explain things to me for 3 hours, I would have always been interested in doing that. But you can't do that. You won't do it. Right. You have to become friends with them, and you can only be friends with so many of them, and then you have to fly to them, sit down with them.
Time.
Yeah.
Like you create a honey trap here, then you're like, hey, I'll bring everyone here and talk to them.
As long as you can guarantee other people are going to listen, people want to talk about anything, which is really weird. It's why. That's the way you guarantee that you can get them to come, as long as other people are going to hear it.
Right.
Then they get some books.
Yeah, the whole deal.
Yeah, that's great.
But it's just genius that I just appreciate the illumination on very ideas. Like, I love that there's people right, people from left, people that like this, hate this, but that is so refreshing.
It's good for all of us.
It is.
It's good to hear people even that you don't agree with. Of course. As long as they're nice. As long as that's my purpose. I don't want to argue with anybody and get fucking screaming matches. There's some people that are there, like we were talking about earlier, that that's how they get engagement, by constantly getting in these that's why they have those shows like Pierce Morgan likes to do that, where there's like 4 people on the show, they all yell over each other and they're all remote, so no one's there. It's like,
that sounds horrible.
It's horrible. You don't find out nothing. If you could sit down with someone, even if you disagree with them, and you just let them talk, you could have a conversation. But find out why they think the way they do. You don't have to fight them on it. Just like ask them, what is it about this thing?
Yeah, candid and curious.
Yeah.
Candid as in, I'll actually tell you what I think, and curious, I'll actually care what you think.
Yeah, and I always try to think the way they think. If someone's talking to me about a certain thing, like I will.
You have to take a shit?
Oh, you'll agree with anybody. Like,
No, I gotta piss.
I will, if I can try to see things through your head, and I'll try to steelman it for you. Like, if someone is saying something, and I go, okay, so you're saying that, but if it's preposterous, I'll stop it.
I didn't make a whiz.
Because of this. Like, I can see that you haven't thought this through, or you didn't know about that, or, how could you say this?
Yes.
This is possible, and how do you manage it?
It's so few people that push back with kind of love, right? Because the disagreement doesn't have to be dismissive.
No.
And when it does, that's the opposite of love and respect. It's like, no, I don't like you. Well, that's canceled.
Well, especially if people get shouty and argue, it's like there's a way to do it where you can just talk about stuff and not be dismissive of someone. I mean, I see so many people do it where they have their opinion, like Bill Maher likes to do that, they dismiss someone saying instantaneously as they're in the middle of explaining it. It's like, it's kind of a sparring thing. You're trying to win rather than trying to just have a conversation.
Try to see if every guy flinches.
Yeah, you're shutting down. You're shutting down things you think you're calling bullshit. It's also a lack of patience, right? Because sometimes you have to have patience to let someone express themselves fully before you disagree, which is really important. Because sometimes someone will begin to express themselves and I disagree, but then they'll take it around and give me some nuance.
Turn off my camera, period. I'm currently studying just like everybody else is.
Okay, so I see how you
At least I see the
try
track.
that. Yeah, And so it's more important for you for this than it is to acknowledge that. And they're like, yes. I'm like, okay, I understand. So when did you decide that was? And then I want to go like, I want to know: are you a real thinker, or are you a person who has adopted a conglomeration
User
of
B.
ideas that comes along with an ideology? So there's really smart people that have done that, and they might not even know they've done that until you corner them, and then you find like
Where did it come? Where's the
trans kids. There's like occasionally, there's a subject like make sense of this. You make sense,
Right. Yeah. Follow it upstream to
Right.
the source. And then
Make
go.
sense of this, and let's acknowledge what a kid is. I want to know how vulnerable you think children are. First of all, I want to know, do you have any? Second of all, I want to know how malleable and suggestible, like how open to suggestion
Who
are
is
children in your eyes. I want to know how. Do you think kids should be able to get tattoos? Do you think kids should be able to get married at 5? Do you think kids should, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do you think they should be able, what do you think that they can control and not control? Do you even understand children, or are you sacrificing them and their future, these kids that you don't even know, for your ideology, for your ideological position that's like cult-like? And then you find that out about people that think they're intelligent until they're confronted with these like insurmountable.
This is the worst.
Right. A similar one to, let's say, someone who eats meat but hates hunting.
Yes.
You're like, you can hate, you can not want to do it,
Yes.
but there's still a killing and a murder at some point, and you can either be a part of that or just outsource it.
Yeah.
And be okay.
Well,
Loser.
it's also that's a cultural thing too, right? Like there's a lot of people in the UK that don't like hunting.
Check.
And they eat meat, and they'll tell you. Like my wife was having a conversation. She was at dinner with a bunch of people, and I was out hunting, and this guy was eating a steak. He's like, "That's deplorable." She's like, "Where do you think that came from?" Yeah, this is so stupid. Like you're literally carving a steak while you're saying it's deplorable that someone's out hunting. Like we eat those animals.
And what is generally, and I've had this conversation a number of times as well, and generally if folks are candid, curious, and respectful, you can kind of bring them around, right?
Yes.
Have you had someone that really just dug their heels in?
No, never really in person.
Right.
Online.
Dig their heels into the
House right home. But I feel like most people, this is why talking online sucks.
Yeah.
Most people are good people. I really believe that. Even if they're like trapped in bullshit, wrapped up in their own head. Most people want to be.
If given the chance to be.
Yeah, you kind of help them along. You kind of help them along. They help each other along. Like part of an argument is you.
Sure.
Like it's. I know that there's arguments I've been in my life that I could have avoided if I was more skillful with conversation. And I know that I have avoided a lot of arguments, especially now as a smarter person than I was when I was younger. I'm better at it. I'm better at just like not biting on some bullshit, passive-aggressive, stupid thing that some guy says. When I was young, if someone got passive-aggressive with me, I was like, hey, fuck you. Like, let's just go to 10.
Where's that going?
Let's just go to 10.
Yeah.
I don't like how you're talking. Like, I'm not going to sit here at this stupid party and pretend you're not a cunt. And, there's been many times where, I got dragged out of a situation before.
That accelerates things.
Yeah, because I'm like, let's just go to 10.
I give them all to you. This girl has a beautiful voice. What'd you say, girl? Hey guys, do you know who Cher is? Do you know who Chaz Bono is? Shout out to Chaz. Oh, yeah. Look at that move. This is going to be the worst. Have you ever had an entire island nation hate you? Well, get ready to witness it, folks. Yeah. Oh. Thank you so much for the opportunity. That was absolutely beautiful. Yes, I am Rabbi Rothschild. This is Cher. If I could turn back time. If I could turn back time, then I could find a way. I take back those words that hurt you, and you'd stay. I don't know why I did the things that I did. I don't know why I said the things I said. Pride's like a knife, it can't cut deep inside. Words are like weapons, they wound sometimes. I didn't really mean to hurt you. I didn't want to see you, but I know I made you cry. Hey baby, if I could turn back time, if I could find a way, I'd take back those words that hurt you. You'd stay. If I could reach the stars, I'd give them all to you. And you love me like you used to do. If I could turn back time and make sure that I was torn apart, like someone took a knife and drove it deep in my heart. When you looked at the door, I swore I didn't care, but I lost everything, darling, then and there. Every time I could tell you I was sorry. Too proud to tell you I was wrong. I know that I was blind. And darling, if I could turn back time, if I could find a way, I'd take back those words that hurt you. If you'd stay, if I could reach the stars, I'd bring them all to you. And you love me like you used to do. If I could turn back time, if I could turn back time, if I could turn back time, oh baby. Didn't really hurt you. I really want to see you go. I know that I could cry, but oh babe, I could turn back time. If I could find a way, and take back those words that hurt you. If I could reach the stars, I'd give them all to you. Then you love me like you used to do. If I could turn back time, if I could find a way, and maybe you'd stay. That was Cher's If I Could Turn Back Time. Thank you so much for the opportunity to sing. The next person may go. Are you playing Farm Valley? I bet these people are so good at this game. You know, I would really think the Philippines crops would be through the roof. Should be. Like you used to do. If I could have my time, when I'm on the run. You know, I can see you doing everything cool. Oh, just back to back cool story, bros. Eat that shit. Worst stream ever. Are you fucking serious? They took me down for share? What is the worst? Oh.
You're a piece of shit. Like, I know what you are. Yeah. You're just a shitty person who likes to throw jabs at people when I'm just trying to be nice.
Yeah, and you also know that in your pocket, you know a lot of
Worst
That helps.
stream.
But also, it helps that I know that I'm being nice. So if I'm nice to you and you're being a cunt to me, and I'm trying to be nice to you again, you're just thinking that you can just get away with this. And that's when I'd like to go, hey, fuck you. And you see that look in their face like, oh no. Yeah, oh no. You've gone into fuck you land. Yeah. Yeah, and by the way,
Cool story, bro.
emotional pain is
You know I can see everything you're doing right now? That's why I have my camera on, asshole.
Hit you with emotional pain. Like, if we're playing this let's hurt each other game, how about I just fuck you up? Yeah. Like, how about that? How about I just
Dude,
decide,
somebody
well, I'll spend the night in jail.
go to Down Detector.
How about fuck you? You know, it's like that's what you're doing emotionally. Yes. You're trying to create pain. You're absolutely being abusive. Yes. And some people
Google
make a habit out of like
YouTubers
to their face. And they think they can get away with it. It's a really shitty
Gmail.
practice.
Google.
I do appreciate the people
Google.
physically putting them to that. Like,
Gmail.
I've never really been like, yeah, you know, I'll do what I need to do, right? But I've never been like,
Yo, dog.
I had a couple of days I'm not proud of because I kind of went ahead and hit that throttle.
Yeah, most of the time it's avoidable.
Yeah, but in some days, unfortunately, you're not in an emotional state. Sometimes it is avoidable if you don't avoid it.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like sometimes it is avoidable. I'm so much better at that.
Yeah.
When I was 25, I didn't understand that you don't
Oh,
have
show me the
Yeah,
most piece
I've
of shit,
I've
dog.
expressed my emotion with immaturity at times. And I could really take it that one a different way. And you're like, man, I'm glad that one really did go sideways.
Login.
So,
like it could go terrible. And
Continue with web.
things happen and you can't believe what they did.
Alabama
And then all of a
login.
sudden someone's dead. That happens
Wow.
every day in America.
Oh, I've had a couple close ones that you just kind of everyone
This is
walks away because you get like, it's like, what was that movie like? Sherlock Holmes. Remember when you could see the situations and he like pauses it? You could see.
Try
like,
with Chrome.
When he like pauses and you're like,
I
this would happen.
absolutely doubt
And
that's
you're like, oh, there's a dead guy. You back it up and like,
I don't have
that
it
didn't happen.
installed
Bye.
because it
Just walk
sucks.
away. You have to learn that. And the problem with young guys is, first
Yeah,
of all, their
right,
brain's not fully formed. They're
right,
impulsive. They do wild
Read
things.
it.
And if they feel like they're being slighted, they feel like to be a man. So you have to do something about it.
Well, it's the number one question.
If you stay,
Every man has the same.
if I got reached.com,
That's the one thing, right?
I
Every man
grab my
goes,
one
first question
to
is,
you.
do you see me? That's exactly it. Do you see me?
Yeah,
The man says they might be. That's why there's sport. That's why there's
Don't
fighting.
sign in,
That's why
dog.
people try to make money. That's why they're trying to
No.
flex on each other. It's the little boy inside all of us going, am I good?
Yeah.
This,
And then
no.
there's the people that get past that.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
it becomes
This is the
ultimate
worst.
challenge. Like the ultimate challenge of life is the most difficult puzzle to solve.
Okay.
And that you can
Dude,
solve
no one
it
cares about this
above
kid
and
anymore.
beyond all these other psychopaths.
Gmail.
So you're competing with all these other people that are very much like you, but what separates you from them is the work that you put in. Discipline, drive, mindset, whatever it is that you can find to give you that edge to pull ahead with from all these other people that are very, very competitive as well, doing the same thing. Right? And with men, they feed off each other most of the time. They feed like a West Side barbell.
Yeah, like
gym.
yeah. And then when you're wondering that, and then when someone questions it, it's publicly questions in front of your boys or in front of whatever, it's like, no, I'll show you. I'll do something stupid right now and end up in jail.
Especially someone who's just a walking dead man with a mouth. Right? Like someone who knows they can't defend themselves. They just feel comfortable doing that publicly because they think they're being protected by society.
Like, that's the worst.
Yeah.
This actual false state of security. You're like, man, we're in the jungle right now. You wouldn't be doing that.
Or when women get rowdy with men, like, don't do that. When I was, I think I was 16 or 17 years old, I was in high school, and there was this kid that moved into the neighborhood. He came from Iran, and his family had a lot of money. And so they had this, I think it was, I forget where it was, but it was a really nice neighborhood. Yeah. And this kid had this giant fucking house on this huge lawn. So he decided to have a party first. So this is how he's going to make friends. He just moved here from another country, right? So he has a party, and kids from every fucking high school came to this party. And I was at the party with a bunch of my friends. And I was walking up the staircase. Oh, you never forget this. So I'm walking up the staircase, and then, so it's like right here in front of me while this is going down. I can't remember what the girl did. She either slapped this guy or she threw a drink in his face. I can't remember which one it was.
Some offense.
But I remember he uncorked a right hand like Roberto Duran. This dude threw a right hand like he knew how to punch. Because I knew how to punch, so I watched him like, oh, good mechanics.
Yeah, right.
Just like this, just hit her on the chin. Her head snaps back. A guy catches her. She goes out, and then it's dead. It's dead. I mean, people are fighting left and right. There's people fighting in the stairwell. I had to run out. There's piles of guys out on the lawn. It spread like a disease. It was like, really, how did you decide
to hit this guy because of that?
It was screaming, and then screaming started people screaming at the people screaming, which people were fighting the people that were screaming. It was the wildest thing. It was like a disease ran through the house, like that, like World War Z, where everybody's like, ah. And I managed to not have any fights. A couple of my friends got in fights.
Like one of the better fighters there.
But I was never interested in street fighting. I'm like, let me get out of here. I know what this is. This is fucking, I understand danger. Yeah. So I got out there, and but I'll never forget that. That girl thought she could hit that guy or do whatever she did. I forget what she thought. I wish I could remember.
Yeah, quality kind of.
All I remember because it's like 30, how many years ago was that? 40 years ago? Oh my God, it's 40 years ago. Yeah. So it was like this. Blast! I mean, just fucking, I'll never forget that, man. Horrible to laugh at it because she forgot a lot of things that night. She definitely
might be listening to podcasts
third
now.
grade. Yeah, she's probably like, that's me. I still got to talk. But she for sure got a broken face. I mean, he hit her so hard, and her head snapped back. Just snapped, like she had no idea she was going to get punched by a big guy who knew how to punch. But he was like, hey, fuck you. Like, you just got the wrong guy with like 3 Millers in him. And he just
probably not the first time that guy.
Probably not the first guy he hit a chick.
Yeah.
Because the way he did it was like he didn't slap her. He didn't slap her.
That's a scary
He could have just slapped her or pushed her or something. He didn't have to KO her. But there's women that think that they could just go up to a guy and yell because they're protected by society. There's fucking psychos out there.
It just goes back to be nice.
Yes.
Be nice.
Be nice.
Be nice.
But there's like, you motherfucker, I'll fucking kill you. And hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
I've been backed up a couple of times with that bumps on the chest, and it's like, all right. And you're like, yeah, against the car, like in a tailgate or something. You're like,
yeah. And when you say don't touch me, it gets hot, and then it's like they might just touch you because you said don't touch me. And like, I'm telling you, don't touch me, and then you have to touch them, and then, oh, you're assaulting me. Like, no, you're still talking, so I haven't assaulted you. Like, if I assaulted you, this would be over super quick, right? So let's not do that.
Yep, that happened to me in D.C. I was walking with my wife, And during when everything was popping off, big time, big time.
Things people got real about
Real. And we're walking through, and of course, you know, truth be told, I'm walking through. My wife looks like a Viking also, and we're walking through DC during the height of everything. No mask, because I'm outside and I'm a sovereign individual, and screw that. And a whole chattering group of a certain population of, Los Angeles. And so they're, rah, and I was like, and I just said, I'm not going to stop walking, please move out of my way. Rah, F you, F this, F them, just.
Anyway, you did nothing.
I literally was walking across, and they were 40 yards from me, and ran across the street to come yell at me like a bark. They ever seen like a bear or a wild boar gets like bayed by dogs, and they're all like, ruff, ruff, ruff. And we're just walking, and it's like, okay, please. And we're trying to get to my hotel. There's a cop because they boarded everything off because everything was crazy. It was like the 4 big groups were all doing the deal that weekend. And I was like, my hotel's right. I said, sir, do you think I really want to deal with this? Like in there, everyone has their cameras out. So a big guy's going to smoke somebody, right? And there's a whole deal. And then finally, one of them was chirping at me. She fell down and tripped over something. I helped her up because that's what you do. And then get your hands on me. Okay, man, can I please get my hands? Like, this is a thing. So, and then they played music all night till 7 in the morning, right inside my hotel, just to make sure that no one slept. It was a wonderful time.
Fun time.
It was a great time.
Whatever happened to Law and Order? Why did people think that was a good thing? Why? There were so many goofy motherfuckers that didn't want people mad at them, so they started yelling out, defund the police. They started getting on board with it. Even Kamala Harris posted defund the police. Defund the police on Twitter.
Yeah, when this is a good idea ever to kind of cancel anyone. Like, there's like besides someone that hurts children, after that, kind of do what you want to do, right?
Well, that's not even a cancel. That was just people that decided that there was an enemy out there. I say this, that protests are too much like war. You're on the ground and you're marching around with a bunch of people yelling, you all have a cause, and you're all moving as one group. Yeah. It's too much like war. I think there's triggers. That's why mob mentality exists, because you got to be able to kill people if some shit's going down if you're at war. Because what's it escalates? Right. There's some mode that people snap into. It's called mob mentality. Why does it exist? It exists because at certain points in history, we have gone to war with other groups of people on the ground. Yep. And I think that's built into your psyche. Yep. And I think it's just like catching a fish. You know how you catch a fish? Like, if no one's ever caught a fish before, you catch it, you get so excited. I think it's because your brain is hardwired to know that fish is going to feed you. Yes. And that's why it's exciting. And you're hardwired to know that if you're yelling and you meet an opposing group, those are the bad people. And you're going looking for people that are opposing groups because you've got power. There's a bunch of them. Yeah, you're a bunch of bullies. You're rolling deep. And you find that fucking white guy with the beard, and you're like, he's the enemy. It was wild. It was wild. But it was like an open door to this psyche that has always existed. The mob mentality has always been a thing. And if you open that door and you allow it to stay open and you don't do something to close it, law and order, you have fucking madness. You have madness. And we had that. We had that on the streets. In certain places in this country, for months at a time, it was fucking chaotic. Bonkers.
Yeah, it was actually pretty cool in my, I would say, none of that world was cool. But during my town, they started burning stuff and everything like that. My sheriff, he's a friend of mine. He's like, "Yeah, we shut that down fast." I was like, "What happened?" He's like, "Someone threw a brick. I got center mass with a beanbag. Period. First time." And I go, "How long did that take you?" "We haven't had a problem since." He's like, "Perfect." He's like,
and that's kind. It's being kind.
Yeah, exactly.
The beanbag is being kind.
Yeah, a severe punishment. Yeah, really fast. Generally trains people pretty quickly. And then there's our town back to the school.
There's no reason for it. It's crazy how quickly it all boiled over. And it was all these events happening together at the same time, right? The COVID, the lockdown, the anger. Everybody got real weird. They were just locked in their homes for months at a time.
Damn, girl, that's some catty ass bitches. I love this. I don't know her. I love you, Mariah Carey. You're my girl.
Money to do it, and they had pallets of bricks that were conveniently located on the street. All that stuff's real.
Oh yeah, no, we saw it. It was remarkable to see it in real time.
Right. How it all was going down. You think, oh, it's all organic. People are fed up. No. There's a bunch of people that are profiting off of this. They want this to take place. They want to be able to push new.
Where else are you gonna be,
They want to be
girl?
able to grip tighter control on.
I gotta pull up that Mariah Carey. Girl, I love it. You are such a diva. I love it. I don't even know her.
You cocksuckers. You guys are a part of this. You want this to happen.
I love
That's
you.
where everyone's just like, everyone
Fantastic.
yeah, just like pump the brakes.
Which side would you take? Probably Mariah Carey's because I know her longer than Jero. I don't know either one.
That's what it felt like the last 30 years, especially during 2020. It's like, no, this is the end of like Paranoid or whatever it was. And it just sped up. And you're like, oh, is this how the end of the story goes, like as in humanity? It could be. Yeah. I think you got a taste of the gospel, but I also think
I think it's horrible. Anybody who lost someone, anybody where it all went down, I think it's horrible. Don't get me wrong. But I also think it's lucky. Because we got to see it. It's horrible if you lost your business. It's horrible if you got forced to get vaccinated. It's horrible. All those things are horrible. But we got to see how many people are fucking killed. We got to see how many people fold as soon as there any sort of external pressure from either their surroundings or how many people got forced into it by their job. We got to see that, and we got to see how there are unscrupulous groups in power that will coerce people. They're not scientific, they're not ethical, they're not moral, they take profit. And we got to see that they will use you as a human fucking machine, and they will figure out a way to maximize their profits and maximize their control. So now we know. So now you can't think that the world is some sort of 1950s movie where the good guys wear the white house, and the bad guys wear the black house. You gotta realize, like, there's a lot of human interest shit going on. And humans have a certain interest in getting control of the money of the people and do whatever they can. If they can do it through the guise of being aggressive, kind, or if they can do it through the guise
I gotta just see it straight up.
Pull yourself up by your bootstrap, like whatever it is. Yep. They find a way to rationalize these very specific patterns of behavior that the founding fathers of this country fought against. When they created the Bill of Rights, they created the Constitution, they did all that knowing that these human nature, these human instincts exist.
Yeah, it'll keep charting back down to this eventually. It's like,
I love the bitches who can't go on.
And every time they pass something like the Patriot Act or the Patriot Act 2, they just chip away at that. They're chipping away at that. And it's their job.
I should have a three of both those bitches in the office.
Because there's not enough oversight of them. That's the problem. It's like, this is the whole concept of the deep state, which was always like such a stupid conspiracy theory for the longest time. People are like, oh, you're worried about the deep state. Until you are. Until you're like, oh my God, it's real. Oh my God. How did that kid get on that roof? That's why you use those folks for fucking shooting people. He's not golfing. The whole thing was nuts. And we were all just sitting there going, oh, the deep state's real. Like, oh, someone did something here. How did his apartment get professionally scrubbed? Are there a team of people that are actually organizing something like this? Has this happened before? Why won't they release the Kennedy files? He died how many fucking years ago? 1963? Yeah. That's 61 years ago. How about you release that? Hey, how about you guys release that?
Yeah, or there's maybe a reason.
Yeah.
Do you think that's also, do you think
61 years is not a long time? That's a good point. Like maybe we should wait another 60.
It makes sense, right?
People aren't ready yet.
I thought about that. I want to know, right? I want to see behind all these things. I want to see the Epsteins, the Diddy's, the
Cashman. Tells us first day one.
Let's go.
That's what he says. If they get him in there,
what a stuff, right?
Oh man, that's what. If you are the deep state, you know what he said they want to do? He would close Langley and make it a museum of the deep state. This is the first thing he said he would do, and then just reorganize everything and say, now go back to chasing criminals.
Yeah.
And stop attacking the fucking citizens. Stop spying on people, you fucking weirdos.
I'm so pumped about him and Tulsi, and like, there's just such an awesome group of people that are just
Certain interesting. I'm even excited about the way Trump is doing interviews now. Like he's doing it, it's like he's become like a wiser person in interviews. Like he did this interview with this lady from, I think it was NBC. The recent one that he did was over an hour. But even the way he was talking to her, she was saying things. It's like, you know, you would be so much better if you weren't so biased. So he said to her, it's like a kind way of
Do you
saying
think
it.
he always had that? He's just so intelligent. He's playing different cards at different times.
I think he's realizing that part of the problem is not just the resistance that he faced, but his reaction to the resistance. And he still slips sometimes. Like he tweets out, "I hate Taylor Swift,"
Oh my gosh.
which I thought was hilarious. I couldn't stop laughing when I saw that. I just love irrational tweeters.
Right. I mean, at what point does like the incoming president gonna just dunk on somebody?
Well, he wasn't winning yet. I think he was freaking out. You know,
Oh,
I honestly think he was freaking out. Yeah, because they were doing a psyop, and they were all of a sudden making it seem like Kamala Harris was the dream that we'd always been looking for, and they were tricking people who recognized that she was an unpopular vice president just 3 weeks ago, and everybody was all of a sudden on board. And
that was spun around fast.
Jesus, it was wild to watch. But that was another thing. Like, if you can learn from it, look, we got through it. It didn't work, but you should learn that the government will organize to do that to protect their position of power. Because here's what's up: the people that are in power. No, we're not even saying they're evil. I'm not saying anything bad about them. The people in the administration that's there currently, they're all going to lose their jobs. Okay, or they keep their jobs. So if they can keep their jobs, what's the way we keep our job? The way we keep our job is we present her as the best option possible. Even if they don't think that's true, they have a vested interest. We're talking about thousands of people that are in control of these very organizations that were going after social media, and we're getting them to take down factual information because it was dangerous to their narrative. So they have already shown that they don't have ethics. They have already shown that they don't give a fuck about freedom of speech and the First Amendment. What they want is to keep their fucking job and keep power. And also, not get in trouble for some of the shit they did that was illegal. Which we wouldn't even have known about if Elon didn't buy Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think Elon buying Twitter is like that.
It's a game changer.
The game changer.
The fork in the road for civilization.
Yeah, it's wild to think.
Mark Andreessen has said there's two forks in the road. There's one, Elon buys Twitter, and two, Trump turns his head and doesn't get shot. Those are the two.
Yeah.
If those two things don't happen, who fucking knows where we are?
I don't disagree. And you look at those both scenarios, you're both like one in a million. Like, how would Trump turns his head? Like, that's wrong.
Right.
But then, like, how would a guy like Elon exist, first of all, in our lifetime?
Right. What are the odds?
What are the odds, right? That has vehicle of Twitter or and all the things line up.
Not just has the vehicle, has so much fuck you money that he's willing to blow $44 billion on something that's worth $200 billion, maybe. So, or rather $20 billion, maybe. So one of the things that like this narrative, like he's such a bad businessman, Twitter is worth $20 billion less than when he purchased it. No. It was never worth that much. He overpaid for it.
Right.
He overpaid for it on purpose. Yeah. Knowing he just wanted to take control of this fucking thing that has always been so important to us, which is the First Amendment.
Yes.
Like, here's my favorite. People keep saying, I keep seeing this with people that go over to Blue Sky. They keep saying, what Elon's done is highlight right-wing voices and accentuate right-wing, and Twitter is overrun by right-wing now. No. This is actually representative of the real country, which is 50-50. This is what you never had before, because conservative voices were always censored. So now, conservative voices and progressive voices coexist, and the progressive voices, who are the babies, don't like it, because now they have people that think completely different from them, and they can't stop them. They're used to silence them. You used to not be able to say anything about certain things. You would get kicked off, and now you can fully express yourself. Sure. And you're finding out there's people you agree with, there's people you disagree with. That is the world. The world is not some fucked up echo chamber where if you say, to a man is never a woman, you get banned for life. That happened to my friend Megan Murphy. She got banned for life because she said a man is never a woman, which is biologically true. But they were like, no, that's transphobic for life, forever. Bye. So they don't want any narrative contrary to what they have accepted as doctrine. And that's what's so fucked up.
Remaining dogmatic in the face of alternate information.
And pushed by the government. This is what's really important.
And again, that's where you kind of look back here. Something is being pushed by anyone.
Right.
Follow the money, follow the track. Like, why?
So they're doing it under the guise of being progressive. So this is why they think it's worth doing. It's like if you can allow the government to censor you under the guise of them being on the good side, then you're lost. Because then you've bought into this nonsense. And you have, if you just looked at it objectively, you have people that are still supporting the military-industrial complex, still supporting overthrowing democratically elected governments in other countries. It's still the same shit that you hated about the right. And that same government, you let them into your home and you let them control this most important platform of free speech in the world. Because you think they're doing it for your side, which is good. It's a good thing. People, they're drone bombing people in Yemen. They don't give a fuck about you. This is so stupid. They're just trying to stay in power. And they knew that they were going to lose power if that Hunter Biden laptop got out. They're like, we're fucked. This could cost us 10 million votes.
And the wild part is, I guess because it's after the fact, but it doesn't seem like that whole thing really, really changed the scoreboard. But maybe that could be
The
wrong.
Hunter Biden laptop.
I mean,
I think it did. I think it did.
I don't think enough people were talking about it.
They didn't know. First of all, where do people find out things? Most people are not finding out things from the newspaper.
No.
They're finding out things through social media. But if you can block it on social media, they don't find out about it.
Of course. There's so many things I talk to people about that's like kind of in our world, like just everyone knows this stuff. I'll talk to people just on the street, whatever. No idea.
Yeah, most people don't really idea.
And that's where I started going, oh, there's different narratives being spun to different algorithmic groups because we're all in the Truman Show, our own little Truman Show.
100%.
And we all think that we know what's
Word.
going on. I'm like, hey guys, we all have our different scoreboard somehow.
Yeah.
I want somebody to watch the
Let's just
fucking Bible
question the
Side
scoreboard for a minute.
thing with me. You might as well. I was.
And this is the problem with these people that wanted all the right-wing voices
Wow.
banned from Twitter. Like, hey guys, that's bad for you. It's bad for you.
Yes.
And it's bad for your own objectivity, your own understanding of the world. You need to, even if someone's wildly incorrect, if they're wildly wrong, well, you need to be able to know that people do think that way. It's good for you.
Yeah, make a good point. Like, let's listen. Yeah. And I enjoy talking to people from all over, and like much like yourself. And I stupidly got into some DMs with like
Fuck, it
people
doesn't
just, like hit me up.
send
They're
me
like,
this
hey,
thing.
I'm just like, oh, I'll ride the ride.
Yeah.
And I'll ask questions and this and that and the other, but it was very illuminating. Like, oh, wow, you're looking at a totally different scoreboard, a totally different game clock, a whole
Where's
different
Ticket
thing.
Tool?
It makes me at least question myself. Well, maybe I'm watching. I'm the crazy one. Maybe I'm.
No, they're just a Cowboys fan. They're a Cowboys fan. The Cowboys can do no wrong.
Right.
And you're like, fuck you. I like the Raiders. Like, whatever it is.
Show you guys.
That's what it is. It's teams for people who don't believe in sports. That's politics.
That's
for a lot
very
of those fuckers. A lot of those fuckers are not into sports. And they're
Oh,
see,
okay, so what do you do?
I've been super reluctant to the whole team thing in the first place because when I stopped playing baseball and I started fighting, one of the reasons why I did it was like I didn't like that little Billy could drop the ball and I'm a fucking loser.
Oh, I get it.
I didn't like that.
I get it.
I like to rely on myself. Like
I never played a team sport.
the most relying on myself to me was like fighting. I was like, we're the same weight. There's no trickery. You're 3, 2, 1, go. You know, you're like, are you ready? Are you ready? Go. It was like so simple to me. Like this is what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
This is like competition that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
And this idea of like joining a group of people and all of their opinions I have to agree with, like that's horrendous.
Right.
Like that, like what are the odds they're gonna be right? What are the odds? Even in fighting, so many people are so wrong in their ideas. Like there's guys in the gym that I'll hear them giving advice like, you don't need submission, you should want submission defense. Like, what are you talking about? Don't tell him that. Like, you should shut the fuck up. Like, and this guy's a trained fighter in a gym. He's telling people, you just need submission defense. Like, no. No, you need to learn how to do it so you can even defend it correctly.
Just even know what's out there. It's like listening to the other side.
What is this?
Right. It's like, hey, tell me why you believe X, Y, and Z that I think is absurd.
give me. Oh wow. Okay, well now I realize you're crazy, but at least I know.
It's also like who are you training with where you don't think that works? You're like, why don't you go train with Fabrizio Verdun and tell me you should learn your guard? You don't know what you're talking about. You're talking nonsense. You're saying something from this very narrow-minded perspective, like you only learn so many skills. Like, no, you should learn the whole thing.
Right.
And if you can't learn the whole thing, you're in the wrong game. Because these kids that are coming up, guarantee you that. I watch some of these kids that are coming up in the amateur ranks and the kids that are fighting in the UK. They're going to make their way in the UFC. These motherfuckers are complete, and they're like 18. Some of these kids that are fighting in 1FC, they're like 17, 18 years old, and they're complete. They can do everything. Like, you better learn how to do everything.
Yeah, you're gonna meet that guy.
Yeah, that guy's out there. And otherwise, you're in the wrong game. And if you're giving advice, say, you don't need to learn that, like, oh,
well, that's a good, like, if you're ever giving advice to someone who doesn't need to expand their horizons, like, that's just wrong.
right, but imagine that guy's your coach. And imagine you're the team. And everyone on the team has to believe it's mission
That's just
bullshit.
be building
Yes.
that same narrative.
Right, and then you get trapped with all these meatheads that think it's just all about ground and pound. And then you get triangled every weekend. You're like, I'm tired of getting triangled.
Yeah, well, it's the same tribalism and strength conditioning too. Either guys are like, oh, all the powerlifting moves, that's all you got. Bench squat, back. And it's like, well, the other guys, you got to snatch, clean, and jerk. Everything else is stupid. You're like, okay, guys. Like, and I used to joke. I was like, I can look at your shoes and I can tell you what tribe you're in and what music you probably listen to.
What are the shoes that you get? Converse All-Stars. A lot of guys lift with those.
Because they'll be less like
That's a hardcore dude.
He's a hardcore dude. He's going to run all-star. He's going to run
Mike Bob.
squat.
Let me ask you this. Why doesn't Converse make an All-Star with a wider toe box? Because I try to lift in Converse and these are stupid.
They're hard. They're hard to do.
I don't know why a toe box.
Yeah.
I like a Evo barefoot like that, but Converse are good because they're flat. There's not a lot of, there's no cushion
it
there.
depends on what you're doing, right? If you're like more of a wide stance sumo or box squat, because your heels aren't elevated, it's actually a better situation for squatting.
Right.
Well, if you're an Olympic lifter, you're going to be closer, so you want my heels elevated with a flexible toe. That's so you look and you're like, oh, okay, well, this is what you're doing. And then I kind of laugh. Like the guys with the cross trainers are usually just dudes that do a whole bunch of crap, and they're doing plyos and dancing around and whatever. But there's always like these little tribal things. Like if you're this person, you're wearing Chucks, you're listening to Pantera.
Yeah.
Like, it's just part of the it's always funny. It's like, all right.
Some people think you have to lift heavy. You don't lift heavy, you're a pussy.
Oh, or you have to listen to music in like 8,000 decibels to lift heavy.
Yeah. And slap your fucking thighs and scream.
I've danced that dance.
It's rubber powder.
Oh, I've done the
Smelling salts?
Smelling, of course.
Oh, you think smelling salts here?
Let's go. Let's roll. Ooh, it's a good one, huh? Well, probably better than what I had back
There's a good one, and it's not even that fresh. Yeah, it's not even fresh.
That's worse.
That's Juju Bluefingers. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're an unlicensed promoter of this brick jar of it.
Yeah.
It's potent. The fumes that come out are so strong. When you have a sealed bag, you can smell on the outside of the bag. And when you open the bag, you have a sealed bottle.
Just the ears just bleeding.
Just the smell from opening the bag is gross.
Yeah. No, I
What does it do? Does that really help you? Have you ever tried to lift before that? And then
it just snaps the central nervous system. Kind of like, when you're passed out,
does
right?
it make you a little stronger?
Or mad.
Or mad?
More mad. I mean, that's good. And big gross motor movements, squats, deadlifts. I used to call it deadlifts are just how mad.
They used to have the strongest man competitions all the time on ESPN.
Yeah.
Those dudes were sitting on their cars,
Oh,
on the cars,
yes.
the ramps.
Oh, it's so cool. Yeah, the big stones and apple stones.
Oh,
It was so
yeah.
great.
It was fun.
Yeah, watching all the time in the 90s. And then actually my dad was in 1980 in the Playboy Club. He was with Bill Kazmaier when he did the silver dollar deadlift.
What's the silver dollar?
He had like 900 something pounds in these like clear boxes. And they were filled with silver dollars.
Oh, wow.
And it was super cool. So it was like an iconic lift, and Pops was like hanging out with those cats. And it was funny because there's like a whole picture of him. Pretty sure he was obviously training. I think he was partying pretty hard too. Straight off of a river, and I was like, man, the 80s were awesome. They were like, they were like magnets behind. It was awesome.
Yeah, they were just learning things.
Oh man, the pioneer
You need
days.
tickets and
It
ads.
was so cool.
You always knew that if you were watching The Strongest Man, if the dude's name was Magnus.
Yeah.
Fuck them up.
Yeah.
There's a Magnus
Is it for
character.
Magnuson and Samuelson? There's some sons involved.
You know, one of those guys is fighting MMA. He's been fighting at Mariusz Pudzianowski.
Oh, I remember Maris.
Yeah, he went from being a strongman to being like a really good MMA fighter.
I can see that.
In the beginning, he was getting fucked up, but he tried to dive in right away. Like, he tried to fight. God, he fought some good fighters like right away.
When Marius was at the height, because we used to do a lot with the Arnold Strongman classes.
Sylvia, that's
Oh
what
my
he fought.
gosh,
He fought Tim Sylvia like really early on. Like when so he fought Tim Sylvia in his third pro fight. He got the fuck beat out of him.
Yeah.
Like that was just.
I never.
Then he fought Butterbean. He beat Butterbean. He lost to James Thompson, and he beat James Thompson. Oh, well, no contest, it says. Fought Bob Sapp. Bob Sapp was like taking
My
dives.
My buddy used to train with Bob.
Holes Gracie, beat Holes Gracie. Yeah, he knocked Holes Gracie out. Yeah, so he's kind of like a bunch of like legit MMA fights.
Yeah, Pudzianowski was like one of the first guys I ever saw that was that big that had like vascular lats. So we were in the backstage, and it was kind of weird because like he was considerably bigger than before. I think even taller too. So this guy just like, well, there you go.
How did he get taller?
I was like, that's what I was questioning. I was like, I don't remember him being taller.
That's amazing. Oh boy, got taller. Look at the size of that motherfucker.
Yeah, he was backstage. Everyone was like big, but it was like Marius is in a whole different category.
Oh, he's a tank. See if you can find him now, though. He's slimmed down considerably. He still looks fucking huge. But as an MMA fighter now, he's See there, see. You click on that picture. No, the other one.
He's still terrifying.
Go. What about this? Right above it. Yeah, but what year is that? Oh, because it's blurry. Does it say that it's 22 years old? Oh, okay. See if you can find some footage of him actually fighting. Maybe there's some. I'm sure he's got some highlights. There he is, right there. He's on his knees. Oh, here we go. So he's still stiff, but he's got good technique, and he's got a lot of power, man.
Yeah. Look at the muscles in the back of his neck. He looks like one of those bucks during the rut.
Yeah. But at least like he's throwing correctly, hands up high, and this is all technical in here.
Well, Brian Shaw's been doing a little bit of sparring with Derek Wolves. How terrible is that?
What does he weigh? 390?
I mean, I know he was up to 440 something. At one point, my dad is actually not even a strong man. He came by our booth at 18 years old, and my dad was like, "Hey, you're really strong. You should like get into this."
Yeah, he should be on another planet. You're too big.
He was probably 240.
That makes me believe in the Anunnaki.
Right.
You know,
Right. There's actually
giants that are like, what happened?
100%.
How'd you get
Those dudes. You remember Cleve Dean? You ever remember that guy?
No.
So he was an old, they called him like a pig farmer. He was one of the original World's Strongest Man. He was an arm wrestling champion. And he was like all this old, like weird, like 440 pound, like just giant farmer. There he goes. Yeah, that guy.
Oh, why is that poor little fella the arm wrestler?
I mean, look how big that human is.
Jesus Christ, look at his hand.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Look at that photo. That's Big Daddy Goodrich. MMA fighter. Look at that. The hand holding the table in the front. Look at the size of that.
Wild, right?
Yeah. If you could teach that guy to throw a jab, you fuck a lot of people up.
I would like to see a fight between him and Andre the Giant.
Oh God.
That'd been awesome.
Definitely wouldn't be long.
Right. Did you ever meet Andre?
No, I did not. Yeah, I would like to have met him. I met Hulk Hogan twice. I met him once when he was super tall, and then, I met him multiple times, but I met him once when he was super tall, and then now he's just like regular big.
Really?
Yeah, because he's lost like 5 or 6 inches of height for his back.
Oh, you're
His
seeing
back is all like fused.
Wow.
His whole back is fused. He's so fucked. How many surgeries did he say he had, Jimmy? Some crazy amount of back surgery.
Really?
Yeah, his whole back is fucked. He walks with a cane. It's rough. And it's because of
He went 5 in the last 10 years.
25 back surgery.
Oh, so he just lost
That's
all
back,
this.
it's like knees, hips, shoulders, face,
I'm sure you've met Stallone before, right?
Yeah.
Y'all just talk like random old weird stuff. Like,
No, I didn't get a chance to talk to him very much. much. I interviewed him once for Spike TV when I was doing the UFC thing. I interviewed him. It was fun.
He is wild, very similar to you. So like wild, like remembers everything from like those eras of stuff. And you know Gunnar Peterson. So I was at Gunner's gym in LA, and Stallone was at Stallone. Like I'm a kid in the '80s, and I was like, "Hey, you know, would you mind?" He sat down with me for 45 minutes. Oh wow! And we just talked like. He mentioned Cleve Dean, like he remembered like all the arm wrestlers, the boxers, like the story of the Human Performance. I was like, oh, this is so cool. I figured you guys had to like nerd it out about it.
Have you ever paid any attention to the old catch wrestling?
Ticket category.
No, what's that?
Okay. Catch wrestling was catch as catch can, which is what they used to call it. I think when they were in England. And then when they came over to America, it was called catch. What it was basically wrestling with submissions. And there's certain rules, like you could pin a guy, or you could submit him and make him tap. And there was a few guys that were legendary for their strength and conditioning routines.
No way.
Yeah. Josh Barnett learned under Carl Gotch, and Gotch was like famous for having like this unbelievable gauntlet of strength and conditioning work that you had to be able to get through before he would even train you. Really? Yeah. Like he went over to Japan, and Gotch trained a lot of guys. Like there's a lot of like catch wrestling influence. Well, when you go back to the early days of catch wrestling, go Farmer Burns, because Farmer Burns was like one of the first things we watch here. What is catch as catch can? So these guys
Open the ticket.
They would have these.
Yeah, that's for saying. So yeah, Hackett's
Yeah, so
he's like one of the fathers of strength conditioning.
Makes sense, because a lot of these Carl Gotch and Hackett Smith were duking it out at Comiskey Park. And they would have wrestling matches, but they were real matches.
Wow.
And then somewhere along the line, they started doing carnival matches. And then these carnival matches, they had, you know, regular people that they would find, and they would like have predetermined outcomes. Then it became pro wrestling. That's where pro wrestling was given birth to.
Right.
It was out of this necessity to kind of rig the matches.
Right.
But
a lot of jobs.
See, these are kind of enthusiasts that are doing it now, like in a modern setting. But the guys who really know the stuff, like Josh Barnett, has tapped out some legit Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belts in competition with catch wrestling techniques. It's like Kimuras, Americanas. Like they call that a double wrist lock, though they have like different terminology for some of the same moves. But Farmer Burns was this guy that was. He was so legendary with strength and conditioning that he would hang from a tree. He would literally like hang himself.
Like
his neck was so built up, and he was a small guy. He was like 160 pounds. But he was so jacked, and he literally had like a pit bull neck. There's photos of him where he would do this stunt, where he would hang by the neck in front of crowds. Right, like, look at this. That's it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's Farmer Burns.
Okay. Probably very similar to the Mighty Atom, if you've ever heard of him.
But you know how fucking strong your neck has to be? And not just hang sometimes. Hang like all the time. Look at his neck. Look at his fucking neck. But he knew that, you know, if your neck is weak, your body's weak, your core is weak. If someone collar ties you, and you got a neck like that, you can resist it and you could work your shit.
Yeah. Anything that hangs out of your t-shirt
there was a bunch of those guys back in those days that just had these incredible strength and conditioning programs, and they used a lot of things like steel bases.
Yep.
Like Carl Gotch was. See if you can find Carl Gotch strength and conditioning routine. Because even like as an older man, when he was teaching people stuff, he would show how he maneuvers these big fucking bases. Super impressive stuff.
But it's maneuvering something.
Yeah. All that functional strength stuff. And he would have those guys do 500 bodyweight squats every day. Every day. So here's him back then. And a lot of it was like Hindu push-ups. And look how flexible he was. For a big fucking giant dude.
Yeah.
Like super flexible. So they realized that, you know, like we were talking about, technique is very important, but also strength. Yeah. Look at his fucking thighs, dude. Look at the neck. Yeah. And so he'd make these guys do these crazy wrestler's bridges, and look at how you can do that. Like support yourself and pull yourself back up like that. So they kind of like it resist against next.
Yeah.
So these guys would have these unbelievably grueling physical sessions, and then they do their techniques.
Wow. So it's
Yeah.
just their attempt to just be a pretty fatigue, and so you don't do it.
Well, also, you just had to be in phenomenal shape because in wrestling, that's the first thing that goes. Is you must have duper famous for this. He's in Japan here teaching these guys, and obviously this is black and white. It's just a long time ago.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the? It's
Who is he training here? Does it say who he's working with? That's Inoki. Oh wow! So of course Inoki fought Muhammad Ali.
Oh, okay. Right.
You ever see that fight?
No.
Oh my god! It was like some crazy scam fight where Inoki
Does he
just
stand on his face?
dropped to his back. Yeah, or his neck. So he's lifting him up with
It's
his neck.
stand on his face. So
Yeah,
too.
man.
Good job.
Carl Goss didn't bump around, dude.
Yeah, that's obvious. Oh, good chin.
So Inoki had this fight with Muhammad Ali, and Muhammad Ali's trying to punch him, and Inoki just goes to his back and kicks his legs. So he fucked Muhammad Ali's legs up. Like they were really fucked up for quite a while after that. Yeah. So this is what they did. Just kicked his knees and kicked his legs.
Yikes.
And Ali's like, what the fuck? And it's in Japan, and they're paying him a ton of money to do it. So the referee has to separate him, and the referee is Judo Jean LaBelle. Yeah, so Judo Jean LaBelle's the referee, and Inoki's just lying on his back kicking him, and he's kicking him with like roundhouse kicks. Like, look at this. So he's fucking Ali's legs up, man. When you're a guy who makes his living off his footwork, which was Ali, like this was super dangerous. Look, he's getting him in a leg lock.
Obviously, this was a box.
No, it was some weird hybrid fight that, I think Ali just needed money and they talked him into doing this. But
You know, what we get today, that's sort of like what this was going on. These crazy exhibition, real fights that are happening.
well, sort of, but this was real. Inoki was really trying to hurt him. He really did kick the shit out of his legs, and Ali really. See if you can find any articles on Ali's legs after the Inoki bout. I think he really fucked his legs up because he didn't know how to check kicks. He didn't know what to even do, and all of a sudden this guy's on his back, roundhouse kicking his legs and stomping at his knees. Yeah. So who knows if his knees got hyperextended, he tore his meniscus, like who knows what the fuck happened there.
Have you ever seen that? There's no Polish documentary on them training in the 1970s, and they're doing all that kind of crazy stuff. Throwing logs. And
Yes, it is. Blood clots. That's like, where's it set up?
near the end of his career.
Right click on it, or said it in the headphones.
Finally, the 15th round, they call it a draw. Wow. Ali is bleeding from the legs. He gets an infection in his legs, and he almost has to have an amputation. Holy shit. Extended stay in the hospital was the best case scenario coming out of the fight. Wow. So Muhammad Ali suffering 2 blood clots and an infection in his leg from Inoki's vicious grounded kicks, according to the Sweet Science. Wow. Wow. When he finally did, so look at this. So he said he continued his tour of Asia despite this, competing in exhibition matches in South Korea and the Philippines before returning to the United States. When he finally did get back to the U.S., Ali needed to stay in Los Angeles hospital for multiple weeks to recover from injuries sustained in the Inoki fight. Holy shit, man. They were concerned Ali's injuries could even be life-threatening. Well, that's staph infection. He was bleeding from the legs, got an infection in his legs, almost had to have an amputation. Bro, staph infections are fucking terrifying.
You had one?
Yeah, I've been twice about staph. Not bad, but I fought it both times.
I had a blood clot one time. I got jammed up, smoked my ankle, and I was like, didn't think much of it. Felt like just got weird. Got hot, got swollen. I'm competing all over the world. And I'm like, this kind of feels weird. And the doctor's like, hey man, you need to get that checked out. Of course, jumped back on a plane, went across the country, and they said that I had a blood clot from my knee to my hip.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
So it's blocking off the blood.
It's blocking off the end. My calf was a giant. And
What do they do?
I just started taking blood thinners and stuff. And so, which was cool.
But you can't get cut.
Couldn't get cut, which is kind of funny because I got on the blood thinners and I just pulled an alligator tag like a couple of days before.
No.
So I told the doctor, he's like, don't do anything to get you cut. I was like, well, one alligator hunting knife. He's like, and I was like, no, seriously. He's like, no, you bleed out if you get bit. I'm like, yeah, but I probably won't. So I remember like
in the middle of the night in the swamp, giving myself shots of whatever that stuff was in my stomach. And
Oh my God.
it was unbelievable. So,
How long did you have to take the blood test for?
I took those all for about 6 to 8 months.
Whoa.
Because I started on the shots, and then I went to like the warfarin tabs, and they had to keep checking because they had to let it all break out. So I'd have to once a month get an ultrasound. And just
And they pulled that out of there or something?
yeah, that's what I would thought.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. It's crazy. So I was at a Christmas party a couple months later, and my doctor saw me and was like, "Hey," had a couple of beers in him. So he's like, "Hey," he's like, "You're gonna do you or one of your descendants are gonna do something special in this girl." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "You know that blood clot should have been?" I go, "Well, where?" And he just tapped me on the chest. He's like, "Right there." There's no way he should have died. I go, "Really?" He goes, "You heated it, you iced it, you massaged it, you flew, you trained, you did everything you were trying to make suicide by one time."
Button color blue.
How it didn't travel.
Open the ticket.
But someone tells you that.
Welcome message.
Well, that's cool. I guess things are going to go awesome
Access
for a while.
control.
Because there's more. You just got lucky. Yeah, and then what happened? My lower leg basically, like they said, it grew another vein. So it grew a bypass around it. So all the swelling started going down, and they're like, "Yeah, you want to minimize the veins or smaller veins."
Allow users to close this.
And just work this way around.
Enable user feedback.
I'm like, so it just worked its way around.
And
What would have happened though if you didn't get that vein
dashboard responses.
diluted with the blood thinners? Or that
Take
blood
thread
clot?
mode.
Something that kicked loose and he was right in my head.
I don't
It doesn't
know.
go away. Your body doesn't absorb it ever.
I mean, if the hematocrit or whatever the blood, the thickness of the blood is
Transcript
still
channel.
that, if it ever broke loose, he's like, "Put it on your heart, your head, I'm gonna stroke a heart attack." And but it's weird, like, and it was just an ankle injury. Ankle smoked it. It's like, "Oh, okay, I'll be fine." Start walking it off. But what's screwed is the next day it was all black and blue, right? I'm walking, everything's not fine. It sucked. And I had to go on the business trip. And
Hide
let me
claim
go check and
button.
make sure it's not like broken, that I have to get it like actually fixed. I went to the doctor and they're like, "Hey, you gotta mobilize this thing." And I've been walking.
Disable open command.
And so they wrapped it up and mobilized it. And I remember I was on a plane, I was sleeping, and it felt like someone lit a fire in my
Start
back.
ticket drop down.
What was that? And I went to my
User
hotel and I filled the
settings.
trash can up with ice, and I just dumped my leg
Claim
in and pulled my leg down. And that was
Short
like
reps
May.
can be claimed to this.
And I could
Support reps can
at the
take
Hammer
on
World
ticket.
Championships all the way to Labor Day. And I was in San Francisco, and I'm like, something's weird. I pulled down my knees.
Ticket permissions.
Docs was there. He was like, "What?
Tap
What's
of
wrong with your
veterans.
leg?" "Nah, I think I pulled a hamstring or something." It's like, "Nah, you did."
Claiming
And so I
auto
came
close.
back, called my guy at South Carolina Sports
Ticket
Medicine, got
permissions.
me in right away. He was like, "Dude,
Colors.
big ass blood clot. You got to get this shit like now."
Red.
Imagine if you didn't do that. But
Ticket notification channel.
you would just be like, "Hey,
Okay.
One day you would have to start.
I would have been a 30-year-old, really healthy guy."
Settings. Ticket panels.
And so it's like that kind of hits you. And that was honestly kind of the end of my competitive sports world,
Edit.
because I started realizing like
Okay.
all
Mention
I
on ticket opener.
all I cared about was
Support
training.
teams.
And I
Ticket category.
full win.
One.
Social relationships.
It is. Naming speed.
being
Use
smart
single phone.
with my body and all this
Open
stuff.
it
I was
to
like,
the
"No,
back
I'm
of
gonna
the
go do this. I'm gonna go do this. I'm gonna
Ask for the panel channel.
And it was just like drive. And I was like, man, I
Enable
didn't see
panel.
this very obvious thing that could and should have killed me.
You will be unable
It's
to
like, I need
open
to
any
go up, like, I
tickets
need to,
with this
like,
panel.
refocus how I'm looking at these things. And so I had to jerk. It's like, okay, I've
Open a
competed for
ticket.
15 or 20 years, whatever it is. It's like,
Custom
maybe take
emoji.
pump the brakes for a second. And just go
Fine.
like, am I making
Access
good choices
controls.
for my family, good choices for my business, people that rely on me?
Who can open tickets
Cool
with
and all things,
from this
or it just
panel?
kills over. Like,
Yeah.
that's not optimal.
Welcome
for really
message.
anyone.
It's interesting.
Thank you for contacting us.
Caught up
Please
in
subscribe.
one goal to the point where you don't
Which
see
one is
anything
this?
else in life. You miss out on a giant chunk of life. But if you want to be the best at something, that's kind of the
Okay.
trade-off. It's the real Brennan joke. That's the trade-off.
Yeah, I talked about like the Rappaport guy versus the 90% guy. And like the 90% guy which I think I've kind of turned into. Like if I train for something and get into something, I've generally found if I really care about it, I could be as good as 90% of the world at it, like a lot of different things.
Right.
But if you're the guy that wants to go down be the best, the GOAT, you have to go down so far down the rabbit hole and forsake all other things to where you lose sight of reality.
By the way, you can still not make it.
And you can still not make it.
Yeah, you could be in the same weight class as John Jones.
Right, and you're just like, I picked the wrong hero to be alive, right?
Yeah, there's Mike Tyson, 1986. Whoops. So you want to be a heavyweight boxer? Oh no.
Yeah, and that's
Tyrell Biggs.
That's the weird part. It's like you could be the rabbit hole guy and go so far down and lose sight of life and still be the number 3 guy ever.
Yeah.
And you know, you kind of like use like the Yoda, like the Dagobah Forest. Like that's where people went to get all the force. Like they don't write books about the 90% guy.
Right.
They write
Author?
books about the weirdo that lived in the forest. There's a little green man in the forest.
Save.
However, that guy might be miserable.
Okay.
Miserable.
Yeah.
I've seen it a lot.
Channel
Yeah, you
title.
gotta know when to stop.
Yeah,
Edit.
It's fun to do in the beginning, but you gotta know when to stop.
I mean, I would say you're probably as good or better than 90+%
Ticket
of
category.
the
Form.
human population after fighting.
Welcome to ticket.
Probably, yeah. You're probably better at 90% of the human population at shooting a bow. Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Right. And so you start looking at things, you're like, oh,
Yeah, but if you want to be Levi Morgan, it's a long road.
It's a long road.
It's a long road.
Yeah.
Long ass road. And like, if you want to beat Gordon Ryan, you're probably never going to catch him because he's already still doing it.
Yeah, and he's not doing archery. He's not doing a podcast. He's not doing a thing.
Exactly.
And then so like I had to kind of went to this thing. I was like, do I want to be a 90% guy that enjoys semi-balance in my life and is really passionate about 3 or 4 or 5 things and be really, really good? Or do I want to throw all my chips in?
That's not anything.
And the probability is I won't be the GOAT.
Right. Especially if it's a competitive thing.
Right.
Where it gets weird, real tricky with some people is if maybe it's a thing that's not a competitive thing and you can keep doing it.
Yes.
Like my friend Gary Clark Jr., when he records albums, he goes crazy and he locks himself in the studio and he's there for like fucking 12 hours, like every day. And it drives his family nuts. He's just like constantly working on his music because to him, like, he wants to be all in.
Yes.
Like that's where he lives. That's where he creates his great music when he's all in. And you could sacrifice all the other things in your life. You're not going to work out. You're not going to go on trips. You're not going to. All you're doing is just whatever that thing is. Maybe it's painting. Whatever. Maybe it's writing books. Whatever it is, you're all in.
And although it's beautiful, I don't know if I'm that guy.
You don't have to be.
You know. And that's how I had to look at myself.
In the greater, if you're looking at the universe, if you look at the greater picture of everything, it's not really important what you do here in this life. But for you, it is. And the problem is, if you are compelled to try to be number one, you don't really chase it. You're always going to have that thing in the back of your head. You never really went for it. Yes. At least you went for it for a long time. And that's the thing. Like, that, I think, is the best way. Go for something, but know when to stop.
That's where it was.
Yeah, don't be a 70-year-old dude out there in the Olympics throwing a hammer.
Please don't. Please don't. No,
He's the oldest guy who ever threw the hammer.
Gosh, well, actually, one of my mentors, Judd Loganson, he's a student, made 4 Olympic teams and the hammer, and then got out of it. And he was a coach, and then every time that he would hit a 50-year, 55-year, 60-year, he would train for 3 or 4 months, break the all-time world record in that age class, and he would go off again for 5 years. Good Lord. He would just come back and he would do it again, and just shatter the world record. Come back and do it, and he just did that up until pretty much like before he passed.
Did he keep training the entire time? Like, how did he be able to come back?
He was very genetically gifted, and he was a coach. He was always doing it, screwing around.
And then he gets serious.
But then he would get serious for the last little bit, and all his kids would come out. All these guys he coached, and he was just a
At the end, like when he was like 70, how far away was he from guys who were 30?
He knocked me out of the Olympic trial finals in 2004, and he was 40. Gosh, he was probably 45, 46 years. He was like a little bit younger than me now, but I was 27 and in my prime. Wow. And that would have been his 6th Olympic trials. And you're just like, but it's Judd, right? Like, he's a mythical Bill Brasky creature. Like, he's Judd. And you're just like, dang it.
Yeah.
Judd's going to figure out a way. And just generate his score.
How many age class world records did he hold?
He went 50, 55, and 60, and then he passed away a couple of years ago, actually. He got had cancer, and then he had some COVID complications. It sucked, man. I mean, you talk about a guy who's just as statuesque, like, best conversationalist, like, forward about his kids and stuff. And just like, he's the coach you always wanted to have, you know? And you're just like, but things happen.
It's interesting when you watch the way different people live their life, because you can see benefits and you can see where it would be a detriment to the rest of your life. And it allows us to look through these mythical creatures like that guy, these John Jones type characters, these Carl Gotches, and go, but is that what I want to do? Right. You should know what you want to do. Don't get tricked into doing something you don't want to do, because there's people out there that really want to do that. And if you don't really want to do that, you're not going to beat them anyway.
You're already most likely not.
Right. Already most likely not going to do it. If you're not really sure,
you're dead in the water.
You got 1 foot in, guess what, bitch? You're going to get, that foot's going to be snatched up by a crocodile.
one foot in the grave and one in the roller skate.
Yeah, you can't compete with a really obsessed, talented person if you're not really obsessed and talented.
And the weird part is when you look at yourself and kind of question that, like, am I a 90% guy? And some people aren't either. Some people are like, I don't care what happens, man, I'd be average. And that just sounds horrible, right?
Yeah, that doesn't sound like it's going to get anywhere, and you're not going to be interesting.
Not in the least.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, you're not going to attract other interesting people because they're not going to want to be around you.
Right. And the biggest
Unless
part,
you're really funny.
well, that's it.
Yeah.
The biggest part about being interesting is being interested.
Right.
You know, ask a lot of questions, be interested.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's where I think one of your superpowers, besides you have a skill trap for a brain, you've recalled things that you've talked about. Like, I didn't know he was listening to that. It was pretty impressive. But the thing is, when you come to that, like, am I a rabbit hole guy? Am I a 90% guy? In my opinion, those are the only two choices.
My line?
Your line. Like, when, like, you're like, I will go this far, but that's as far as I'm going.
Right.
Like, down that rabbit hole to whatever that is, or whatever stressor, or whatever that may be. And it's weird. I hadn't done it, and in recent, like, I had an experience. It was like, okay, there's my line. Okay, that's
what did you do?
I was in Africa, and I was hunting Cape buffalo, which is the most dangerous thing. It kills rifle, but still, it's one of those things. You get in there close, and everyone's like, go on the boat.
Or you could die. Yeah.
You die. It was pretty hairy. It kills more people than everyone. And we had an awesome. They were actually awesome. We did the Interloins that night in Namibia. It was fantastic. And that cool part about that is we donated the meat to the local village, and they were super stoked. The wild part is, after we gutted it, there's like 400 pounds of guts on the buffalo. And I'm like, all right, y'all gonna like truck this out to the desert or out to the place and like the hyenas? And they're like, no, the villagers are taking it. Like the guts. And they said, yeah, no, like there will be a party tonight. No running water. Hearts, lungs, liver, stomach, thing of guts. And they go, they will be so excited to get that. And so that was for me, I go, oh, we think we understand. We think we understand in this country, like, what not having. We're like, oh, yeah, I didn't have it, whatever. Like, no, this village is stoked to get 400 pounds of guts of the Cape buffalo that's been laying in the woods dead for the last 10 hours. Really? They were old guts, old hot guts. We put a tarp over it, so before we could get back out there to get the bull out of the jungle, or whatever you call it. So it didn't get super hot. We took a big black 2,000 pound.
What are they doing with the guts? How are they eating it?
They said they'll wash out all the fluids, or all the guts, shit, and everything else. They'll put it on the grill, fry it, roll this, like, they said protein does not go to waste in Africa at all. Wow. So I'm like, you guys are going to help us eat the heart. But they're like, yeah, we're heart, lungs, liver,
Open command.
kidneys, like anything.
Tickets.
Like, what does lungs taste like? Well, I don't know. I don't want to.
I've always thought about it. Yeah, because like when you open up an elk, you look at it like, can you eat this?
Start
Like, what does
kicking
this taste like?
down.
Yeah, I eat heart too. I love heart. I eat liver. I eat the liver and I eat the heart.
Yeah. But, and
It
then,
seems like lungs are no. I've never heard anybody.
And then stomach line. I guess that's what haggis is, right? Is it
Yeah.
haggis, lungs, and
You want to know what a lot of guys do? They take the caul fat from and then they chop up meat, and then they'll wrap it in the caul fat and put it on the grill.
Vanilla did that.
Yeah, they did. Look real good. Season it, and then wrap it in caul fat, and then slice it open.
We ate dinner once, and they were really good. But they were talking about how the villagers out there were like, yeah, all this meat that these hunters get, like it all goes to the villages. But people understand like how much that changes the game.
So when you say your mind, what did you mean by that?
Well, they had another opportunity to be a lion hunt. And that was my line. It was like, for multiple reasons.
Well, first of all, you're not going to eat it.
Right.
You could. I mean, I know dudes who eat mountain lion. It's delicious. Mountain lion is actually really good. According to everybody that I know that's eaten it, they're not lying.
Yeah.
There's people that are iffy on bear.
I enjoy the rivets.
Yeah, they know how to cook it. But the reality of lion is, I don't think anybody's out there eating African lions.
Yeah, right. They're just a multitude. I mean, they're big. I mean, I got nothing against the lion to start with.
They're too cool.
They're cool, but they're big. They're scary. They hide really well. They're really fast.
They're dope.
There's a lot of
they didn't exist. You'd be pumped. Like somebody put one of those in a movie, like what a cool, awesome animal. You know? So it's just like okay, like for a multitude of reasons. Like I'm a hunter guy, and it's like okay, not that one. Okay, yeah, not this. And then you start looking at even training. You're like, hey, I'll do this. I won't do that. Right.
And
I don't want to shoot anything I'm not going to. I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in going on something that's inedible. I just don't get it. I get how people want to do it, but I feel like the same about fishing. I kind of want to catch stuff that you can't.
Yeah, you fish a good bit.
Yeah, I love fishing.
Favorite thing to fish?
I mean, if I really had the time, and I don't, it would be like salmon fishing in a river. That's something the most fun because they're so big and they're so strong, and the way they jump. And there's something about rivers, like ocean's cool. I love ocean fishing, but it's like less personal. There's something about being on a small boat on a river and you hook a salmon. You see it jump. Like my friend Ari and I, we went up to Anchorage a few years back when we did a show. We did some salmon fishing, which was really fun. And then I've done a lot of trout fishing. I love bass fishing.
Yeah.
Bass fishing's always fun. Top water.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Late summer.
Watch them smash that.
Bass, big frog.
Yeah. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Have you ever done probably would be a bad idea for you, but like I put a green light under my dock in my house.
Oh, wow.
Dude. Cheat code.
Oh, and they all come to
The
it.
coolest thing.
Oh, yeah.
So in the spring, in February through March, April, and then right now they're happening again. The striped bass will school under.
Oh, whoa.
And it's like, you're catching 4 to 15 pound fish every night.
Awesome.
Every night. And so I'll sit up at the house and I'll, seriously. So I'll be with the wife and we'll have a glass of wine. She's like, all right, we'll go to bed. And I was like, well, I'm going to go fish. She's like, you're going fishing now? I said, I'll be back, don't worry. Because you only get like 2 or 3 casts before they go off the light. But you're going to catch 2 or 3 fish every night on the first 2 or 3 casts.
Oh, wow.
Which is awesome.
That's a great way to get food.
Yeah, no, so you're going to catch a 7 or 8 pound striper, gut and throw them in ice and then do it. So I would literally fish, catch my 2 or 3 fish, and sometimes I got there's fly fishing. So you catch like a 10 pound striper on a fly rod, which is badass.
Dude, I went to Mexico once and we went mahi fishing, and then they cooked it within an hour of us catching it. I was like, oh my God, this is so much better than any fish I've ever had before. And then you realize that the more time it waits after it's dead, it goes to supermarkets, it's on the shelf, you lose all that. Like the flavor of them right when they pull up, I'm like, this is the best fish I've ever had in my life. It's incredible.
Yeah.
It was so delicious.
Yeah, that's the best. You need to get one of those green lights in your dock.
Sounds like fun.
Oh man, deep flow.
Yeah.
I'll send you the link for it.
Okay.
It's super easy to do. Mine kicks on right before dark.
Oh, nice.
And or if you get up early because they have the longest time of school on it, so they're like everything's silent. You go out there and smash a couple of sun comes off the screen.
Oh, that's a good one.
No, it's and then it's too.
Right.
It makes you actually because after that you're just like, I don't feel like going out. Like I'll just catch them tonight
Right.
And then everyone starts like marking your spots.
It's like the guys out here that hunt over deer feeders.
Yeah, it works.
It does work.
It works.
But they'll tell you, like, well, we've hunted. So
Yeah,
it's kind of like farming.
yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
It's just different.
Yeah.
It's not, you know,
No, it's definitely when you're sitting down the whole day, waiting, eating chips.
it's a good time to catch up with emails, talk to your friends.
Yeah. There's a lot of that, like the ground blind guys.
Yeah.
Like to sit in ground blinds all day.
Yeah.
It's a totally different
I
thing.
did it this morning.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was fantastic.
It's great with big ones.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Stuck on 2 nights ago.
The thing about pigs out here too is like they actually have to hunt them.
Yes.
All right,
You're actually doing service to the environment by getting food.
Yeah.
And if you can get a good butcher that can turn that into sausage, it's fucking fantastic.
Yeah, my little boy, he killed his first pig last week. He was 8 years old.
What was it like when you ate it?
It was awesome. We did it for Thanksgiving. It was like, it was so super cool. So we yanked the back straps out. I marinated Coke for like 36 hours. Coca-Cola. Really? Yeah, I kind of broke it down. I learned that from Jen Ritter. So she would do beer with like Dr. Pepper.
No kidding.
Yeah. And then
They know how to cook.
I know that word.
Yeah.
So we did that and like made like butter and all this kind of cool, kind of drizzly deal, wrapped it in bacon, wrapped pork and bacon, and then put it on the grill. It's freaking awesome.
Do you know that guy? He's a cook. He's on YouTube. What is it? His name Guga, Guga, Guga Foods. He's always cooking steak, like different ways to cook steak. But the other way he did it the other day was he marinated it in buttermilk for like a week.
What?
Yeah, took a steak, marinated in buttermilk for a week, and like when he pulled the steak out, like, you can see like the buttermilk was breaking the steak down. That's at Guga Foods. That dude. See if you can find his buttermilk steak. He's cooking Mexican Coca-Cola. This guy is every human way possible to cook a steak. This guy's done it. Like every way to cook a steak. I am a reverse sear guy.
Same.
Yeah, I got taught that by Chad from Whiskey Bent Barbecue. He says that the best way, particularly for wild game, is without a doubt the best way for wild game. Take it. So here it is with buttermilk. So he did it one for 24 hours, and he did one of them where he sat in the buttermilk for a week, and he said it was sensational. Maybe we ought to try this. Look at that.
Good buttermilk. Well, we did have a dust afterwards and pulled out a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah. This guy knows how to cook some fucking steak.
Yeah, let's do it.
My way is I like to use either Traeger, or the best way, honestly, if I have the time, is I use an offset grill, actual hardwood.
Sure.
So I'll cook, get some live oak in there,
Yeah.
and I'll get it up to about 250 degrees, and then I'll put the steaks in there with meter thermometer. And I get it internally up to about 120.
Yeah.
And then either I sear it on a cast iron pan, or I also have one of those infrared things. What are those called again? Fuck, they sent it to me. I should shout them out. I know who Sean Baker uses them all the time, but it's like a tray. He's great. It runs on gas, and so you just slide it in there, and it's like an overhead grill. What's it called? Auto Wild Grill. That's it. Auto Wild Grill.
How about Sean being a freak for eating a bunch of meat and being a giant?
70 years old, but throwing insane weight around, no TRT, no nothing.
I don't remember him with throw sticks.
Oh, do you? Big fucking dude.
He's a monster.
And he's very smart, and anybody who says you can't only eat meat, you need to pay attention to him, because that's all he eats. And he looks super fucking healthy. Yep. And he's doing jiu-jitsu and training, and he's older than me.
Yeah, he was he spoke at SummerStorm last year, and he came in, and then he was deadlifting with everyone. He pulled like a 6-something deadlift, and then like 400 for 25 reps or something like that. It was just like, hey, I'm gonna go have another steak. Yeah, he kind of on it.
Eats steaks all day long. That's all he eats. He doesn't take vitamins, I don't think. He can just eat steak.
I know you've done carnivore. I actually called Sean about it, because I was like, all right, I need to give this a whirl. But
it's worth it. It's worth doing.
Yeah,
it's legit. Yeah, I mean, I don't do it all the time.
Sure.
I'll eat pasta if I feel like it. I'll have vegetables if I feel like it. But I would say 90% of my food is meat.
Yeah.
Meat or eggs.
Meat or eggs.
I
Yeah.
think that's the most nutrient-dense food. My body reacts better when I'm not running on carbohydrates, I'm running on ketones, or when your body processes protein and turns it into glucose, which is just more regulated for me. For me, just do whatever you want, but I would say try it if you're a person that eats meat. I would say give it a shot.
Yeah.
Just give it a month. 1 month. I did one time. I lost 12 pounds. I felt fucking great. I had all this energy, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm poisoning myself. I'm like limiting my performance, at least my mental performance.
Right. Yeah, I started getting on it a month or two ago, just a bit. I was like, yeah, I'll give it a shot. I was eating a ton of venison. Gosh, I love blackberries. Blackberries and cottage cheese, I think, are like the weirdest thing. I could eat it.
I don't think there's anything wrong with fruit.
Yeah.
That's like
Like
all
a smash.
Filipinos. I eat fruit. So what Paul does is he incorporates fruit, honey, and raw dairy with me.
Okay.
And then Sean just eats meat.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine an argument where fruit's bad for you. I would say don't eat all the fruit.
Right.
That's the have a couple oranges or have a couple bananas or a bowl of blueberries with some yogurt. Why is that bad? They can't be bad. No, they're good for you. They're filled with vitamins. They taste good. It's enjoyable to eat a piece of melon. It tastes good.
Yeah. Again, I'm not trying to be the goat that's not eating blueberries.
I think the number one thing is don't eat bullshit. And when you go on a carnivore diet, you are automatically cutting out a lot of bullshit. You're cutting out a lot of enriched, processed fucking grains and all this bullshit, and you're cutting out pesticides that might be on your shit.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things you're cutting out when you're just eating steak.
Yeah. Do you eat a lot of whitetail or no?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, if I get one. Sure. I have one in the freezer now.
19 elk.
Yeah, two. But I got 2 whitetails last year. That's awesome. I turned them into sausages. I cooked the back straps and butter and garlic. Oh, back straps and butter and garlic. That's one that a lot of times I just like to cook on a cast iron pan.
Yes.
Especially whitetail. There's something about whitetail tenderloins with butter and garlic. That is hard to beat.
That's my kid's favorite food.
So hard to beat.
Yeah.
A little salt, garlic, butter, pepper. Oh, so sweet. Oh my god. So
my son and I will eat
meat, It's like, that's what an animal is supposed to make you feel like when you eat it.
Yeah. Whitetail gets a point of bad. Just a whitetail. Whitetails are great. Yeah, they are.
Well, people are so silly when it comes to. I know people don't eat their elk. They don't eat their elk. They go elk hunting and then they donate it to the church.
A lot of work.
They just like to hunt. Which I guess it's okay because you're providing people with free food. It doesn't go to waste, but it's the best food in the world. You're not
the best.
It seems so crazy to me. I cook up every week. I cook up a bunch of elk meat, a bunch of different ways, and then I have it in the fridge. So that's my meat.
Cold? I saw that. Do you eat it cold?
Cold with hot sauce.
Is that
what I always do? I always take a plate, put some meat on there, dump some hot sauce on the plate, and just dip it in the hot sauce and eat.
Good hot sauce, any specific?
Well, I like it hot. I actually have my own little collaboration that I did with Senor Lechuga. 3 different hot sauces. One of them comes from my friend Andrew, a half-baked blades. He had one; it was so good. But I said, can I include that one because I'm doing a collaboration agreement? So it's it has the half-baked blade with logo on it as well. That's with sun-dried peppers.
I saw that.
Tell me what all the stuff is. See, go to the Senor Lechuga.
So I made my son. I got Andy to make me a half-baked blade. For me, my dad, and my 2 boys, so they all match it. And the goal of it was you either carry your dad's, your son's, or your brother's knife, so we all switch.
Oh, that's good.
And I cut my son, who's 8 years old now, I cut his umbilical cord with his knife. Which is weird. I said that
that's heavy.
Yeah, it was awesome. I rubbed his first drop of blood into the handle.
Give him that knife. So, heirloom tomatoes, winter truffle, and reapers. Yeah, that's Andy's. And that one fucking rules. But the other ones roll too. The habanero, Urfa chili, paprika. That's a fucking banger. But these are hot
Where can I
sauces.
buy these?
SenorLechuga.com. Senor Lechuga hot sauce.
Awesome. Have you ever done a deer leg?
If you can.
I'm not like a hot.
Yeah,
it's tasty.
It's tasty, but it's gonna fucking you up if you're not ready.
It's really like that.
Yeah, it's real. Like that guy makes hot sauce. It's got reapers. Like, it's legit. It kicks your ass. When I sweat, my kids make fun of me because I'm bald. So like when I sweat, it's just pouring down my face. They're like, what is wrong with you?
So I sweat. Have you ever done a deer leg like the flip flop style? You ever seen the Andy flip flop guy? I have to cook it for you sometime. So badass. So get a deer leg, the shank still on it, super hot grill. Put it on the coals. Like, well, the grill's like hot as shit. Okay, 1100 degrees, like cooking, blast. So he has this special sauce, and his granddad, I believe, started it. It's a special sauce that's like, yeah,
Way to flip flop.
Yeah.
Best way to grill venison. All right, let's see what you got.
Yeah, so you basically get this sauce, you mix it with wine, you paint it with a rosemary brush, you salt and pepper it, and then you flip it. You just put it down on the grill. It's 30 seconds. Okay. While you're cooking that side, you're painting the other side. Salt and pepper it. Flip it. You shave the first quarter inch. And then so that side. And so the long as it takes you to shave the first quarter inch, repaint it, re-salt and pepper it, and then you flip it. And so when you're in it, you're going to consume an entire deer leg in the next hour and a half, and you're in it.
Oh, you know what that's like?
So freaking
That's like
good.
Brazilian steakhouse.
Exactly.
Like a chew
Because it just boom. So we'll do it at parties. And they're like, you get a couple of dudes, get your boys, and you're all drinking some bourbon. Yeah,
Oh,
those
look
are good.
at that.
Yeah.
And just slice it pieces
Slice
off.
it. It is
Oh,
so good, man.
that looks sensational.
It's ridiculous.
Oh my god.
He taught me how to do it. I've actually gone to a couple of events and like helped him out, but I've cooked for birthday parties. And, that's a great idea. It's so good.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm supposed to hunt with Manila in
Yeah.
March. Try that.
Yeah. If you want me to know, I'm not pretty good with it.
Yeah, I'm sure you can do that with any other wild game too.
Yeah, we done it with sheep. We got an elk is kind of a monster.
Well, it's just a big leg.
Yeah,
But if you have a smaller sort of,
that's the way. Now you'll paint it, and then you'll salt and pepper it. Big ass knife like that, so you don't burn your knuckles.
that looks fucking great.
It's insane.
And what is in the sauce again?
He won't tell me exactly, but it's
Fuck.
come on, Andy, get with it.
I'll tell you.
But it's
What was that?
it has all kinds of.
Listen, how's the capsid in Manila?
2 bottles of private reserve
Like,
our flagship
four-
sauce.
420,
Sauce.
820.
One I'll tell you what's in the sauce. 1 bottle of red wine, Cabernet or Zinfandel, or depending on if you're not buying it. Salt and pepper to taste.
Holy shit.
1/4 cup to 1/2 bottle. of
26
rosemary
people.
infused olive oil. Well, that's a
Dog,
1/4 cup to
these
1/2 bottle.
motherfuckers want to hear share more than anybody. I'm 6th. It's on your glasses, kid. A little bit of blowback. Oh, there's a lot of blowback or something. Anyway. Yo, dog. All right, sounds good.
Why is your one arm stronger than the other? Shit happens when you're party naked, baby. They say we're young and we don't know. We won't find out until we grow. Well, I don't know if all that's true, 'cause you got me and baby, I got you. Babe, I got you, babe. I got you, babe. They say our love won't pay the rent. Before it's earned, our money is off and spent. I guess that's so, we don't have a pot, but at least I'm sure of all of the things we got. Babe, I got you, babe. I got you, babe. I got flowers in the spring. I got you to wear my ring. And when I'm sad, you're a clown. And if I get scared, you're always around. So let them say your hair's too long, 'cause I don't care, with you I can't go wrong. Then put your little hand in mine. There ain't no hill or mountain we can't climb. Babe, I got you, babe. I got you, babe. I got you to hold my hand. I got you to understand. I got you to walk with me. I got you to talk with me. I got you to kiss night. I got you to hold me tight. I got you, I won't let go. I got you to love me so. I got. You gonna cry again, you little bitch? Ugly cry, you slut. Oh man, I'm about to rip off my whole toenail. Big toe girls. Why? I don't know. I don't have a clipper. I used to have like 1,000 of them. Yeah. Why? It's a long story. I want to get into it. Shit happens when you party naked. There used to be a great tower alone on the sea. You became the light on the dark side of me. Mud remained a drug that's the high, not the pill. But did you know that when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels. Yeah, now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. There is so much a man can tell you, so much he can say. You remain. My power, my pleasure, my pain. Baby, like a newly grown addiction that I can't deny. Would you tell me is it baby? Did you know that when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger I feel. Yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. I've been kissed by a rose on the grave. I've been kissed by a rose on the grave. I've been kissed by a rose on the grave. I've been kissed by a rose on the grave. There's so much a man can tell you, so much he can say. Pain, my power, my pleasure, my pain. To me, like a grown addiction that I can't deny. Now, what you tell me is it heavily, babe. But didn't know that when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen. But baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger of you. Yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. When I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels. Yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. Baby, baby, I love that part. Baby, baby. You gonna cry like a little bitch? Hey, big dog, you gonna cry like a little bitch? Baby, baby, baby. This part sucks. This part sucks. Do the baby, baby. Love that part. I would never find another lover more sweeter than you, sweeter than you. And I will never find another lover more precious than you, more precious than you. Girl, you're close to me, you're like my mother. Close to me, you're like my father. Close to me, you're like my sister. Close to me, you're like my brother. You are the only one, you're my everything. And for you, the song I sing is all my life. I pray for someone like you. And I thank God that I finally found you. And all my life, I pray for someone like you. And I hope that you feel the same way too. Yes, I pray that you do baby. Said I promise to never fall in love with a stranger. You're all I'm thinking of. I pray the Lord above for sending me love. I cherish every part. I really love you. Baby, baby, pray for someone like you. And I thank God that I finally found you. All my life, I pray for someone like you. And I hope that you feel the same way too. Yes, I pray that you do love me. You're all that I ever know. When you smile on my face and I see it's a glow. When you turn my life around, you pick me up when I was down. You're all that I ever know. When you smile, my face grows. You pick me up when I was down. Yeah, you're all that I ever know. When you smile, my face grows. You pick me up when I was down. And I hope that you feel the same way too. Yes, I pray that you do love me too. All my life, I pray for someone like you. And I thank God that I finally found you. All my life, I pray for someone like you. Yes, I pray that you do love me too. All my life, I pray for someone like you. And I thank God that I finally found you. And all my life, I pray for someone like you. Yes, I pray that you do love me too. And all my life, I pray for someone like you. And I thank God that I finally found you. And yeah, I finally love you. I know that there's pain, but I hold on for one more day. Break free from the chain. Love is expressed in all sorts of ways, but the best love is expressed from the heart. And sharing that special someone how you really care about them. Oh, it was that person. Well, here's what Rabbi has to say. Fuck her brains out. Make sure she comes first, kids. Close your eyes. Make a wish. And blow out the candlelight. Your tonight is just your night. We're gonna celebrate. All through the night for the wine. Light the fire. Girl, your wish is my command. I'm gonna submit to your demands. I will do anything. Girl, you need only ask. I'll make love to you like you want me to. And I'll hold you tight, baby, all through the night. I'll make love to you when you want me to. And I will not let go. You tell me to. Go, relax. Let's go slow. I ain't got nowhere to go. I'm gonna concentrate on you. Girl, you ready? It's gonna be a long night. On the walls, on your floor, on the floor, on the floor. I'm gonna take my clothes off too. I make plans to be with you. Girl, whatever you ask me, you know I will do. I'll make love to you like you want me to. And I'll hold you tight, baby, all through the night. I'll make love to you when you want me to. You're gonna cry like a little bitch? Come, you tell me to. Tonight is your night, and I will do you right. Let me take a word. Oh, yeah. That you ask, will tell you the love of your life, your life, your life. I'll make love to you like you want me to, and I'll hold you tight all through the night. I'll make love to you when you want me to. And I will not let go till you tell me to. I'll make love to you like you want me to. And I'll hold you all through the night. I'll make love to you when you want me to. And I will not let go till you tell me to. God, who is it? Sea Monster. What's his name? I can't think of it, but it's like you got the one with the chin, and you go to water dogs like this. You got the little whiny one, baby or something, and then you got the normal one. Really? He says something like that. What's his name? He was hilarious. What was his name? I don't know. He was in Chappelle's show. He was in The Office. But what's his name? They call him Sea Monster. Excuse me, Sea Monster. Don't you weigh like 1,000 pounds? Excuse me, Sea Monster. Don't you weigh like 1,000 pounds? What the fuck is his name? No one knows. I forget. He was hilarious though. You got Wayne with the little whiny one. You got the one who talk like this. You got the one with the gum. You're gonna get that caught on the tripwire. Whatever in the fuck happened to Boys to Men? I hear about Backstreet Boys and NSYNC, but never Boys to Men. Block, Boys to Men, and then all those other guys. Not in order, just chronologically. Oh, okay. Calm down. Hey, you want to say? Hey, you gonna sing some song like a little bitch for us again? I would love to hear somebody. Oh man, I was talking. Yo, dog. Unless you're telling us a story about Home Improvement, let's get this show on the road. Damn, bitch. Who are you? Is that you? Yo, dog, you're breaking up. I don't see the fucking head moderator ripping you a new asshole. Shout out to shout out to Quezon City. How the fuck do you know what Quezon City is? Because I call it Queeftown, USA. Really? It could be. They could rename it. I would. I think it's in their best interest. It's so close to being called Queef. No, it's not. It's literally like Quezon. So close. Queeftown, USA. Tiger. Come on, you little bitch. Dog. Now I know why everybody's like, oh man, Rabbi sucks. Really? Dog. I could tear off my entire big toenail right now. Surprised I survived with them. Survived what? One time I had to try to cash a check and walk like 14 miles. It's a whole thing. Dude, this motherfucker cut out. Next, B. Yo. Next. Somebody cue next. Somebody said nice, nice. Next. Next. Yo, dog. Is it my turn? This is so bad. Cue next, B. Cue the next fucking song. Did I cut out or something? Because these people are talking like, oh, you're the best. Yo. Yo, can I get a one in the chat if you can hear me? Yo, dog, this is the worst. They just high five in the air. Like on The Office. And you aren't gonna fucking cue the next song, B. Did he just stop? What is this? Dog, somebody. All right, I see that I am the next person. Can somebody cue the next so that we're accurate? All right, this is Sonny and Cher, I Got You, Babe. Before I sing it, just very quickly, the first time I ever saw karaoke on American television, to my knowledge, it was in an episode of Home Improvement with Tim Allen and Patricia Richardson, and they sang this song. So shout out to karaoke everywhere. They say we're young and we don't know. We won't find out until we grow. Well, I don't know if all that's true, 'cause you got me and baby, I got you. Babe, I got you, babe. I got you, babe. They say our love won't pay the rent before it's earned. Our money's all been spent. I said so, we don't have a pot, but at least I'm sure of all the things we got. Babe, I got you, babe. I got you, babe. I got flowers in the spring. I got you to wear my ring. And when I'm sad, you're a clown. And if I get scared, you're always around. So let's say your hair's too long, 'cause I don't care. With you I can't go wrong. Then put your little hand in mine. There ain't no hill or mountain we can't climb. Babe, I got you, babe. I got you, babe. Shout out to everybody in the camp karaoke. You're all lovely people, very polite. I got you to hold my hand. I got you to understand. I got you to walk with me. I got you to talk with me. I got you to kiss goodnight. I got you to hold me tight. I got you, I won't let go. I got you to love me so. I got you, babe. That was Sonny and Cher. I got you, babe. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. The next person may go. Everybody's like, oh, you're terrible. I'm like, I'm terrible. And we're in this is a long song. Everybody sings this fucking song. Is it Adele night? Are you fucking serious? Thanks for that little ditty you told us before the fucking song started. Do you remember the episode? Yeah, it was I think they had to go to some kind of Tool convention or something, and he took whatever the fuck her name was on that show. What was it? I don't know. Did I say Patricia Richards? Yeah. Shout out to Patricia Heaton. I've always thought you're hot as fuck. Patricia Richardson get it too. Anyway. And they're like at a Japanese restaurant or some shit. Anyway. They're like, hey, they have this thing called karaoke. It's literally like the most American shit of all time. So now you're just gonna sing a whole bunch of fucking Adele? These people are gonna hate it. They're gonna hate anything I sing. Why? Why not? I'm not good. I do sing passionately though. I'm very confident. Why? What are they gonna say? Hey, loser. Okay. Get in line. Really? Dog, shut the fuck up. Why? Why not? I like that it's showing me that I've sung a lot of these songs. All you can hear is Joe Rogan. Caitlin Harris. Why is it just feet here? Lady, I'm just sitting in my bed. It would look the same if you were doing that. Why? Why can't I only hear Joe? Why is that conversation is the perfect summary of this fucking stream? Why is it just feet here? Why can't I only hear Joe Rogan? Oh, that is fucking hilarious. Why? Because that's what any normal person would say. What in the fuck is this? And I'd be like, oh, dog, I could chew off this fucking nail on my tongue. Really? Go. The worst. The worst thing ever. Yo, to all my friends in a karaoke Discord, get ready. Do you all speak English? Do you know where that fucking island is with Nutmeg? Gotta get to that island. This is the worst. This is the worst. Rabbi, you are the worst singer ever. Singer, do your Manila rap. Goes something like this. Yo, everybody. How you living, pimps? How you living, players? How you living, sluts? How you living, hoes? What is good on your fucking island? Did you know that there are good on your fucking island? Did you know that there are 153 cities on all these fucking islands, but you would think it would be more, but it's not. Do you know how many fucking islands Indonesia has? Not as many as Sweden. I hate monsoon season. I hate monsoon season. Really? Yeah. Does anybody here know where Quezon City is? Rabbi calls it Queeftown, USA. Why? Tiger. What is that? Oh, it's on the backtrack. It's a long thing. Sometimes I queef and go like that. Just like a Rebbitzin, you know, no smell. Shout out. All right, who's up? All right, friends. Rabbi's up next. This is Adele, Someone Like You. Hope everybody's having a good day, a good evening, a good night. I heard that you're settled down, that you found a girl and you're married now. I heard that your dreams came true. Yes, you gave you things I would give to you. Old friend, why you so shy? I'd like you to hold back or hide from the light. I'd hate to turn up out of the blue uninvited, but I couldn't stay away. I couldn't fight it. I could hope to feel those days and that you'd be reminded after me. It isn't over. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best of you too. Don't forget me, I remember you say, sometimes it laughs in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. You know how time flies only. Yesterday was a time of our lives. We were born and raised in the summer haze, bound by the peace of mind of our glory days. I'd hate to turn up out of the blue uninvited, but I couldn't stay away. I couldn't fight it. I hoped you'd see your face and that you'd be reminded that for me it isn't over. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me. I remember you saying sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. No one compares, no worries or cares, regrets and mistakes that memories made. Who could have known how bittersweet this would taste? Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you. Don't forget me, I remember you said sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me, I pray. I remember you saying sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. That was the very talented Adele with Someone Like You. Thank you so very much for the opportunity. The next person may go. I don't see anybody else in the queue. If you'd like to sing, please feel free to join the queue. In the meantime, here is Adele, Set Fire to the Rain. If you're seeing a pattern, we're going to be singing some Adele, some of her hits. So if you like Adele, you're in the right place. I let it fall, my heart, and as it fell, you rose to claim it. It was dark, and I was over until you kissed my lips and you saved it. My hands, they're strong, but my knees will fall too weak. Let you stand in your arms without falling to your feet. But there's a side to you that I never knew all the things you'd say, they were never true, all the games you'd play, you would always win, and I set fire to the brain, watch it pour as I touch your face. Let it burn while I cry, 'cause I heard it screaming out your name. With you, I could stay there, close my eyes when you feel forever. You and me better, nothing gets better. 'Cause there's a side to you that I never knew. All the things you'd say, they were never true. On the games you'd play, you would always win. And I set fire to the rain, watch it pour as I touch your face. Let it burn while I cried, 'cause I heard it screaming out your name. I set fire to the rain, then I threw us into the flames. Held something back, 'cause I knew that it would be the last time. When I wake up by the door, as I'm waiting for you. Even now, when it's already over, I can't help myself from looking for you. I set fire to the rain, watch it pour as I touch your face. Let it burn while I cried, 'cause you heard it screaming out your name. Set fire to the rain, and threw us into the flames, where I felt something die, 'cause I knew that was the last time. Let it burn. Let it burn. Let it burn. That was Set Fire to the Rain by the very talented Adele. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. The next person may go. The gift becomes. Really? Yeah, shout out to Patrice O'Neal. R.I.P. Rest in power, pimp. R.P.P. Rip, bitch. We'll get him back. Sea Monster. Excuse me, Sea Monster, you weigh like 1,000 pounds. I bet you like to take a ride with the Sea Monster. Dude, I have to fucking dive in, and I'm not happy about it. It sucks. For anyone out there who doesn't know what I mean, it's the worst. And it's even worse when you're doing it full blast. Oh man, you gotta be there, and it's a whole fucking thing. It sucks. Oh shit. That was a good kick. Oh, and he missed. Does soccer suck? Dude, I already talked about during the Women's World Cup how it can be improved in like 1,000 ways. Bigger goal, more points. Have the clock go downwardly instead of upwardly. Who's your favorite hockey player of all time? Wayne Gretzky? Are you sure? Yeah, or like any African American hockey player? Why? It's just about athletics. Really? No, they're usually not very good at it. They? I want everything to be, if they're like, I don't know, 8 billion people in the world, and let's say 4 billion of them are Asian, I want half of the people in the NHL to be Asian and whatever, broken up perfectly. But until we get that, I think that we should see strides in hockey from. Hockey is really expensive. It's like the most expensive of all the sports, main ones. Yet you can't name an African American who's been in the NHL. But I like him. All right, aside from Wayne Gretzky and all the black players, who else do you like? Dominic Hasek, he was amazing. Oh, Sergei Fedorov, but not because he plays, because he dated Anna Kournikova. That one dude who was so fucking funny. When some influencer took a picture next to him, thinking that she's gonna blackmail him, and he's like, "Dude, I'm a single fucking millionaire. Go for it. You're just dig your own grave, bitch." That guy's tight. Anybody else? Mario Lemieux, Sidney Crosby. Anybody else? Doug, I don't know. Look at my fucking Frozen Popsicles hockey team. Oh, that new guy. And Gretzky and all the black players. Name. They haven't been, none of those players. I don't mean none of those players have been that good. Really? No, but when there's like a Tiger Woods like motherfucker, I'm gonna know who he is. Who's your favorite golfer of all time? Not Tiger Woods. John Daly? Maybe though. I like Carl Palmer. But really Jack Nicholson. Nicholson? Really? Jack Nicklaus. I used to make that mistake so much when I was a little kid. I also used to think Jesse Jackson was the head of the Jacksons. Why? I didn't name him when I went to Reggie Jackson and Stonewall Jackson and Bo Jackson. Maybe they should have like a counter to the Jackson 5. So you got Jesse Jackson, Bo Jackson, Reggie Jackson. Not Alan Jackson. That was too new. Shoeless Joe Jackson. Who would have been the head? Jesse Jackson or Shoeless Joe Jackson? That was a confusing one. And then what about Stonewall Jackson? He could have been in it. How about Andrew Jackson? Yeah, same. Old Hickory. Bitches call me Old Hickory. Why? I don't know. You can ask them. Who's ever called you Old Hickory? Bitches. You know you're talking to. Yeah, I know. What else am I gonna do? I'm listening to this guy talking in Filipino. I don't even know if it's Filipino or Tagalog. Tagalog sounds like, oh yeah, come with me. Yeah, just tag along. What are we speaking? Tagalog. So it's a Tagalog tag along? Precisely. I'm taking these motherfuckers at the top. We're gonna build big, sick ass tunnels. I was gonna say bridges between the islands, but tunnels. That'll be tight as fuck. Some be like, oh wow, how'd you get here so quickly? I'm like, oh, Rabbi built a tunnel from Manila to Quezon City. Quick time you say tiger. Dog, this motherfucker sounds Japanese. Are you sure you're not speaking Japanese? Really? No, he could have said Toyota or Mitsubishi or something. Why? I don't know. He said cigarro. Maybe that means guitar? Cigarette? Who knows? It's like a bang bang play. Giambi, Jeter, Giambi. Who knows? Am I up next? I don't know. Somebody named Inu is next. Okay, so Inu's gone. All right, friends, I see Inu left the queue. Can someone queue the next person so I can confirm if I'm next? If no one can, I believe I'm next. This is Adele, Rolling in the Deep. I just want you all to know before I sing this, you are all so polite and you're special people. And thank you for being here and being such kind-hearted individuals. There's a fire starting in my heart, reaching a fever pitch that's bringing me out the dark. Finally, I can see you crystal clear. Go ahead and sell me out, and I'm a airship bear. Tell you how I leave with every piece of you. Don't underestimate the things that I will do. There's a fire starting in my heart, reaching a fever pitch and bringing it out the dark. The stars are your love, remind me of us. They keep me thinking that we almost had it all. The scars of your love remind me breathless. They can't help feeling we could have had it all. When in the deep, you had my heart inside of your hand. But you played it with a beat. Maybe I have no story to be told. I have one of you, and then when I your head burn, think of me in the depths of your despair. making a home and living my dream be shared. The scars of your love remind me of us. They keep me thinking that we almost have it all. The scars of your love, they leave me breathless. They can't help feeling we could have had it all. Rolling in the deep, you had my heart inside of your hand. When you played it to the beat, you could have had it all. Rolling in the deep, you had my heart and soul in your hand. When you played it in the beat, will your soul through every open door. Count your blessings to find what you look for. Turn your sorrow into treasured gold. Play way back in kind and maybe it's what you saw. Never had many, could have had it all. You could have had it all. It all. We could have had it all. Rolling in the deep. We had my heart and soul in your hands. When you played it to the beat, we could have had it all. Rolling in the deep, you had my heart and soul of your hands. When you played it to the beat. That was Adele, Rolling in the Deep. Thank you so much for the opportunity to sing. The next person may go. What's up, friends? How are you? What's new in your neck of the woods? Hope you're doing well. Is that a banana? Are you smoking banana peels? Oh, it's pizza. All right, Pimple, I hope everything's going well in your neck of the woods. How's your day going thus far, Irwin Speed 30? All right. You like karaoke, dog? All right. Well, get ready to hear some karaoke, my friend. Hope you enjoy it. a river that I've been washing my hands in forever. I know there is hope in these waters, but I can't bring myself to swim when I am drowning in this silence, baby. Let me in. Let you easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me. There ain't no room for the things to change when we got both so deeply stuck in our ways. You and I got tired. And who I was, you pushed you both first, but now I give up. So easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me. Layaway. That bitch is always in my fucking evil head. Good intentions and the highest of hopes. But I know it now. It probably doesn't even show. Go easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me. Thanks. All right, friends, I see a few people have jumped out of the queue. So I think I'm up next. If I'm mistaken, please let me know. Here is Adele's Easy on Me. There ain't no gold in this river that I've been washing my hands in forever. I know there's hope in these waters, but I can't bring myself to swim when I am drowning in this silence, baby. Let me in. Slow, easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me. There ain't no room for some things to change when we are both so deeply stuck in our ways. You can't deny how hard I've tried. I changed who I was to put you both first, but now I give up. Go easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. No time to choose what I choose to do. So go easy on me. I had good intentions and the highest hopes. Now they probably didn't even show. They didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me. That was Adele, Easy on Me. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. The next person may go.
Wow.
Thank you. You, my friend, are amazing.
Doma, Baba, Remy, Do, Iba, Sini.
Yes, we can hear you. If you had to learn one Asian language, what would it be? Chinese. How about two? Chinese and Japanese. How about three? Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. How about four? Tagalog might come in at four. I guess like Vietnamese probably though be like tied for it. Anything else? Laotian, if that's a language. Anything else? Indonesian. Anything else? I don't know what the fuck they speak in Papua New Guinea. I want to speak New Guinean, but we already went through this. There are too many things named Guinea or Ghana or French Guiana, Old Guinea. Hi, we're the country formerly known as Old Guinea. Hi, we're the country formerly known as New Guinea. We used to be known as Ghana. No, Ghana's tight, but it's kind of like gonorrhea. It's a tough one. That would be like having a name like you can tell I'm not around a lot of people with sexually transmitted diseases. Sif. Hey, I'm from Sif. Huh? Like syphilis? Oh, that is tight as fuck. I almost took your fucking spot, Mark. Just give me a heads up. Why? Just checking. The Q says that I'm up. Is that true? I will assume that it is. Here we go. This is All I Ask by Adele. Again, if you're wondering, we are just singing through all the major artist catalogs, and today is Adele. Shout out to all of you beautiful people. You're all very kind and polite. I leave my heart at the door. I won't say a word. They've all been said before, you know. I believe. Just pretend. Whenever I'm scared of what is coming next, or scared of having nothing left to go. Get on, I know there is no tomorrow. All I ask is if this is my last night with you. Hold me like I'm more than just a friend. Give me my memory I can use. Take me by the hand while we do what lovers do. It matters how this ends. Gonna find another love again. I don't need your honesty. It's already in your eyes. And I'm sure my eyes, they speak for me. No one knows me like you do. And since you're the only one that matters, tell me who do I run to now? Get me wrong, I know there is no tomorrow. All I ask is if this is my last night with you. Hold me like I'm more than just a friend. Give me my memory I can use. Take me by the hand while we do what lovers do. Imagine how this ends. What if I never love again? Let this be my lesson in love. Let me be the way we remember us. I'd never be cruel or vicious. And I ain't asking for forgiveness. All I ask is if this is my last night with you. Hold me like I'm more than just a friend. Give me my memory I can use. Take me by the hand while we do what lovers do. Imagine how it ends. 'Cause what if I never love again? That was All I Ask by Adele. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to sing. The next person may go. Yo, dog, why don't you play one of her songs? How about Butterfly Kisses and you can cry like a little bitch? Remember when this asshole fucking cried like a little bitch? Take your eyes off of me so I can leave. I'm too ashamed to do it with you watching me. This is never ending. We have been here before. But I can't stay this time, 'cause I don't love you anymore. Please stay where you are. Don't come any closer. Don't try to change my mind. I'm being cruel to be kind. I can't love you in the dark. It feels like we're oceans apart. There's so much space between us. Maybe we're already defeated. Everything changed me. You can't give me something that I can't live without. You mustn't underestimate that when you are in doubt. But I don't want the longer we ignore it all, the more that we will fight. Please don't fall apart. I can't face your breaking heart. I'm trying to be brave. Stop asking me to stay. I can't love you in the dark. It feels like we're oceans apart. There's so much space between us. Maybe we're already defeated. Everything changed me. We're not the only ones. I don't regret a thing. Every word I've said, you know I'll always mean. It is the word to me that you are in my life, but I want to live and not just fine. My camera's gonna fall off, perhaps. Really? It's like cutting in. It's terrible. It's awful. I wanted fucking clippers or some shit. That's why I can't love you in the dark. All right, friends. It's everybody's favorite rabbi here, Rabbi Rothschild, singing Adele When We Were Young. Everybody loves the things you do, from the way you talk to the way you move. Everybody here is watching you, Did you feel like home? Like a dream come true? But if by chance you're here alone, can I have a moment before I go? 'Cause I've been by myself all night long, hoping you're someone I used to know. You look like a movie, you sound like a song. My God, this reminds me of when we were young. Let me photograph you in this light in case it is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized we were sad of getting old. It made us restless. It was just like a movie. It was just like a song. I was so scared to face my fears. Nobody told me that you'd be here. And I swear you'd move overseas. That's what you said when you left me. You still look like a movie. You still sound like a song. My God, this reminds me of when we were young. Let me photograph you in this life in case it is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized we were sad of getting old. It made us restless. It was just like a movie. It was just like a song. When we were young. When we were young. When we were young. When we were young. It's hard to admit that everything just takes me back to when you were there. To when you were there. And part of me keeps holding on just in case it hasn't gone. 'Cause I still care. Do you still care? It was just like a movie. It was just like a song. Hashem, this reminds me of when we were young. 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 Let me photograph you in this line in case this is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized that we're sad of getting old and made us restless. Oh, I'm so mad I'm getting old, it makes me reckless. It was just like a movie. It was just like a song when we were young. That was Adele's When We Were Young. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to sing. The next person may go. When will I see you again? You left with no goodbye, not a single word was said. No final kiss to seal any sin. I had no idea the state we were in. I know I have a fickle heart and bitterness and a wandering eye. I have the nerves in my head. Don't you remember? Don't you remember? And you left me when reason you left me when was life you thought of me? Or have you completely erased me from your memory? I often think about where I went wrong. The more I know, the less I know. But I have a fickle heart and a bitterness and a wandering eye and heaviness in my head. Don't you remember? Don't you remember? The reason you left me. All right, friends, I see I'm next in the queue. Here's Adele's Make You Feel My Love. When the rain is blowing in your face and the whole world is on your case, I could offer you a warm embrace to make you feel my love. When the evening shadows and the stars appear and there is no one there to dry your tears, I could hold you for 1,000,000 years to make you feel my love. I know you haven't made up your mind up yet, but I would never do you wrong. I've known it from the moment that we met. No doubt in my mind where you belong. I'd go hungry, I'd go black and blue. I'd go crawling down the avenue. No, there's nothing that I wouldn't do to make you feel my love. Shout out to everybody out there, wherever you are. Know that you are loved. we care deeply about you, about your futures. We want nothing but good things to happen to you, your friends, and your family. The stars are raging on the rolling skies and on the highway of regret. The winds of change are blowing wild and free. You ain't seen nothing like me yet. I could make you happy, make your dreams come true. Nothing that I wouldn't do. Go to the ends of the earth for you. To make you feel my love. To make you feel my love. That was Adele, Make You Feel My Love. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. The next person may go.
I've made up my mind. Don't need to think it over. If I'm wrong, I am right. Don't need to look no further. Say right. I know this is love. If I tell the world, I'll never say enough, 'cause it was not to do you. And that's exactly what I need to do. If I end love with you, should I give up? It'll be the longest beat if I lose the place. Should I leave it there? Should I give up? Or should I just keep chasing pagans? Even if it leads nowhere. I build myself up and fly around in circles, waiting as my heart drops and my back begins to tingle. Finally, could this be? Oh, should I give up? Or should I just keep chasing?
All right, friends, I see that we had some people hop out of the queue. Hello? All right, this is Adele. Hello. Hello. It's me. I was wondering if after all these years you'd like to meet to go over everything. They say this lime's supposed to heal ya, but I ain't done much healing. Hello, can you hear me? I'm in California dreaming about who we used to be. We were younger and free. I've forgotten how it felt before the world fell at our feet. It's such a difference between us and a million miles. Hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I call, you never seem to be home. Hello from the other side. At least I can't believe that I've tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart. But it don't matter, it clearly doesn't tear you apart anymore. Hello, how are you? It's so typical of me to talk about myself. I'm sorry. I'd hope that you're well. Did you ever make it out of that town where nothing ever happened? It's so secret that the both of us are running out of time. Oh, hello from the other side, the side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I call, you never seem to be home. Hello from the outside. At least I can say that I've tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart. But you don't matter, it clearly doesn't tear you apart anymore. Anymore. No, anymore. Anymore. Hello from the other side. And must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But I call, you never seem to be home. Hello from the outside. At least I can say that I've tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart. But it don't matter, it clearly doesn't tear you apart anymore. That was Adele. Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. The next person may go. Where is that song? Just the drums. No. No. Just the drums, okay. And then what the fuck does she do? We were all my. She says just the drums, okay? All right. I see I am up again. Just one moment as I pull up a song. In the meantime, I'm sending positive vibes to everybody as hopefully my song loads. For some reason, it is a little slow. And if anything, I may have to hop out of the queue because it is so slow. We'll give it 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Okay, so something loads here. Here we are. All right, I'm going to hop out of the queue because my computer's taking too long for some reason. Apologies, everyone. Oh, okay, it's pulling up, but this is the same song it was, so we'll leave the queue and we'll come back when we have another opportunity. Apologies, everyone. The next person may go. Why do you first time? Mine is my best friend. Can't be a good man. She says just the guitar. Yeah, that's great. She says just the guitar at the beginning, not just the jump. Send my love to your new lover. That's it. Oh, this is the worst. My toenail is ripped off. It's fucking root hurts. It was always. I heard this crazy ass story about it that once. I don't even want to tell it, but I don't know. I tell people about it, so I guess I will. So, this is fucked up. I don't know. It was when Twitter was like, I don't know if it was shittier or shitty now. What is all this shit? Anyway, no, that was a different story. That was about the fucking queen. That bitch sucks. You're not even allowed to call her the Queen of England. Fuck that bitch. Since like 1770, she's the Queen of the Commonwealth. Suck this dick, bitch. Why? Because the Commonwealth can kiss my whole fucking ass. Nobody gives a shit about you. You colonizing pricks. You burned down our fucking White House in 1812, and I'm still pissed off about it. Where are my reparations for that? I should get them. African Americans should get them for that and the other stuff. Yeah, let's start charging people for being dicks to us. All these fucking trolls, fuck you. You owe me cryptocurrency, sluts. Really? No, I'll forgive them in the end. It'll be fine. Anything else you want to say? Fuck England. Really? It's the worst. You like English people, don't you? Yeah. But fuck you bitches. It's pretty hot. Any of you. What's up with this one bitch taking 100 dicks and what's it being like, I only learned about AIDS after the fact, or HIV or whatever is transmitted, sexually transmitted, and then she wants to take down 1,000? Bitch is crazy. What are you guys doing on that island, crazy fucks? You know what island kicks ass? The Philippines. I don't know if the Philippines have more people than England, but I think I could take over England. We have a lot of. I'm like the unofficial leader of all the Filipino people. I've got like 15 people in here, I bet, who they wouldn't help me do anything. They wouldn't help me invade. I'd be looking at the White Cliffs of Dover like, you motherfuckers. Really? Maybe. I don't know. I'd be in my little rowboat. This goes pretty good. What's your absolute favorite Adele song? Oh, I don't know. All of them? I like how she named her albums. I'm going to name my albums the same, except they'll be named 69. This is 69, the black one, 69, the white one, 69, the green one, all that shit. I have to itch my back in a spot that I know I won't be able to get because I'm so strong. Have you ever seen that one thing with that strong guy and he can't reach his back? They put like a post-it note on it. I have that problem, but not because my muscles are so big. It's usually a flexibility issue, perhaps. I think I can get it off. Usually I can roll my fat and this scratch. Really? Yeah. Some bitch is gonna be like, Rabbi, I'm gonna fucking carve you like a pig, kid. Like, we're not even allowed to eat that. I'm gonna make bacon out of that back fat. Like, calm down, woman. You're not allowed to do that. Alrighty, folks. This is Adele's Daydreamer. Daydreamer, sitting on the sea, soaking up the sun. He's a real lover, making up the past and feeling up his girl like he's never felt a figure before. A drawn dropper looks good when he walks, the subject of their talk. He would be hard to chase, but good to catch, and he could change the world with his hands behind his back. Oh, you can find him sitting on your doorstep, waiting for us to surprise. They will feel like he's been there for hours. You can tell that he'll be there for life. Daydreamer, with eyes that make you melt, he lends his coat for shelter, plus he's there for you when he shouldn't be. but he stays all the same, waits for you, then sees you through. There's no way I could describe him. What I've said is just what I'm hoping for. But I will find him sitting on my doorstep, waiting for a surprise. He will feel like he's been there for hours, and I can tell that he'll be there for life. And I can tell he'll be there for life. That was Daydreamer by Adele. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. The next person may go. Close enough to start a war. All that I have is on the floor. God only knows what we're fighting for. All I say, you always say more. I can't keep up the goes under your thumb. I can't breathe. Love at you close enough to hurt me. No, I won't rescue you. You just desert me and give you how many babies that I goodbye to turn the table. Turn the table. Under haunted skies, I see you. I break the hundred stars to leave you. I can't keep you with your turning table under your thumb. I can't breathe. I won't let you close enough to hurt me. No, I won't rescue you. You just desert me. I can't give you the heart I think you gave me. It's time to say goodbye. Turning tables. Turning tables. Next time I'll be braver. I'll be my own savior when the thunder comes for me. Next time I'll be braver. I'll be my own savior, standing on my own 2 feet. I won't let you close enough to hurt me. No, I won't rescue you. Just let me. I can give you everything you gave me. Can't say goodbye. To dining table. To dining table. Dining table. Yeah. Turning. Oh. I was turning to tables. One and only, baby.
You've been
Been on my mind. I grow fonder every day. Myself in time. Just thinking of your face. God only knows why it's taken me so long. Let my doubts go. You're the only one that I want. I don't know why I'm here. I've been here before. Revealing every word. I've imagined it all. You never know if you never try. Forgive your past and simply be mine. Dare you to let me be yours. You're the one and only. Promise I'm worthy to hold in your hands. So come on, give me a chance to prove that I'm the one you can. Guard your mind until the end starts. Alrighty, friends. Next song we've got is Adele, "Send My Love." You should own me, run with me. You put hands on my body, hold me. Told me you were ready. You're the big one for the big jump. I'm your last love, everlasting you. That was what you told me. Everything giving you up, I've forgiven it all. You set me free. Send my love to your new lover. Treat her better. We gotta let go of all of our ghosts. We both know we ain't kids no more. Send my love to your new lover. Treat her better. Gotta let go of all of our ghosts. We both know we ain't kids no more. I was too strong. You were trembling. You couldn't handle the hot heat rising. Baby, I'm still rising. I was running. You were walking. You couldn't keep up. You were falling down. Let one way down. I'm giving you up. I'm forgiving it all. You set me free. Oh, send my love to your new lover. Treat her better. Gotta let go of all of our goals. We both know we ain't kids no more. Send my love to your new lover. Treat her better. We gotta let go of all of our goals. We both know we ain't kids no more. You ready? If you're ready. If you're ready, I'm ready. If you're ready, if you're ready. We all know we ain't kids no more. No, we ain't kids no more. Never I'm giving you up, I'm forgiving it all. You set me free. Send my love to your new lover. Treat her better. Gotta let go of all of our goals. We both know we ain't kids no more. Send my love to your new lover. Treat her better. Gotta let go of all of our goals. We both know we ain't kids no more. I'm ready. If you're ready. If you're ready. Treat ready. Let go of all of our goals. We all know we ain't kids no more. You're ready. If you're ready. Ready better. Let go of all of our goals. We all know we ain't kids no more. That was Adele, Send My Love to Your New Lover. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. The next person may go. How do you think you can dominate? Yeah, dog. I can fucking dominate a fucking monsoon. Really? Bitch, I can get this shit done so fucking quickly. It'll make your fucking head spin. How's your big toe? Nail. Fuck you.
on your mind. You hang on every word I say. You're blind. At the mention of my name, will I ever know how it feels to hold you close? And now you tell me whichever road I choose, you'll go. I don't know why I'm scared, 'cause I've been here before. And maybe you're word, I've mentioned it all. You'll never know, you never try. Don't give your past and simply be mine. Now you can let me be your one and only. Promise I'm worthy to hold in your arms. So come on, give me a chance to believe all you can. Why don't know until the end starts. I know it ain't easy giving up your heart. I know it ain't easy giving up your heart. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. Trust me, I get it. Your heart. I know it ain't easy. Give it up, your heart. Nobody's perfect. It ain't easy. Give it up, your heart. The days that may be one and only. Promise I'm worthy to hold in your arms. So come on, give me a chance to prove that I'm who can. Run your mind until the end starts. Now come on and give me a chance. But I'm the one who can. Run that mind until the end.
Oh, it's a big song. I remember all of the things that I thought I wanted to be. So desperate
Find a way out of my world and finally breathe. Right before my eyes I saw her. My heart, it came to life. This ain't easy, it's not meant to be. Every story has its flaws. But when the pain cuts you deep, when the night keeps you from sleeping, just look and you will see that I will be your remedy. When the world seems so cruel and your heart makes you feel like a fool, I promise you will see that I will be your remedy.
Alrighty, friends, if you weren't aware, we're singing through Adele's big hits. Here's Water Under the Bridge. If you're not the one for me, and then I'll come, I can bring you to your knees. If you're not the one for me, why do I hate the idea of being free? And if I'm not the one for you, you got us holding me the way you do. No, honey, if I'm not the one for you, why have we been through what we have been through? It's so cold out here in your wilderness. I want you to be my keeper, but not if you are so reckless. If you're gonna let me down gently. Don't forget that you don't want me. I've been under the bridge. If you're gonna let me down gently. Don't pretend that you don't want me. I will live under the bridge. Oh. Say that our love ain't water under the bridge. Dear Lord, are you waiting for? You never seem to make it through the door. And who are you hiding from? It ain't no life to live like you're on the run. Have I ever asked for much? The only thing that I want is your love. You gotta let me down gently. Don't forget that you don't want me. I'm going water under the bridge. If you're gonna let me down gently. Don't forget that you don't want me. Our love ain't water under the bridge. Oh. And our love ain't water under the bridge. So cold in your wilderness. I want you to be my keeper, and not if you are reckless. You're gonna let me down gently. Don't pretend that you don't want me. I love ain't water under the bridge. If you're gonna let me down gently. Don't pretend that you don't want me. Our love ain't water under the bridge. Oh. There our love ain't water under the bridge. Oh. There our love ain't water under the bridge. Let our love ain't water under the bridge. That was Water Under the Bridge by Adele. The next person may go.
No river is too wide or too deep for me to swim to you.
Come whatever, I'll be the shelter that won't let the rain come through. Your love, it is my truth, and I will always love you. Love you. When the pain cuts you deep, when the night keeps you from sleeping, just look and you will see I will be your remedy. When the world seems so cruel and your heart makes you feel like a fool, I promise you will see I will be your remedy. When the pain comes, when the night keeps you from sleeping, just look, you will see I will be. When the world seems so cruel and your heart makes you feel like a fool, I promise you will see I will be your remedy. With your hugging, there ain't nothing that I can't adore. With your honey, it means you can break every law. I find it funny that you're the only one I never before. There is something in your loving that tears down my walls. I would have ready then, ready now. I'm headed straight for you. You will only be eternally the one that I belong to. The sweetest emotion, give me light explosion. The sweetest wherever you want me to be, wherever and all over for your clarity. When you wonder if I'm gonna lose my way home. Just remember, no matter, I'll be yours all alone. I wasn't ready then, ready now, I'm ready straight for you. Whenever you need, the one I belong to, the sweetest devotion. Hit me like an explosion. All my life I've been frozen. The sweetest devotion. I've been looking for you, baby, in every place that I've ever known. You're my light in my darkness. You're the right kind of madness. You're my hope. You're my despair. You must go everything everywhere. The sweetest emotion hit me like an explosion. All my life I've been frozen. The sweetest It's fucking Russians again. This guy's beautiful. Really? She ain't bad looking, kids. Really? She has really pretty hair. Really? Look, man, I've been singing Adele all night. I could fuck a cinderbuck at this point. Really? I want every single piece of you. I want your heaven and your ocean too. Teach me nothing, seriously cool. I wanna teach you things you never knew, baby. And fall up to my knees. Let me fall into your gravity. And kiss me back to life to see. Your body standing over me. And let me get right now. Baby, don't let the lights go down. Baby, don't let the lights go down. Let's go down, let's go down, let's go down, down, down. Miss you when the lights go out. Living the nights all night down. Don't let me die. Don't let me know. Please don't be light. Miss you when the lights go out. It's all out my back. Put me in, hold me tight. Don't let me know. Give me light. Oh. nobody moves. Children make no across the room. Everything, everything. No one has me like you do. Everything I so. Everything I need go. Another step inside your great unknown. With you and me setting the tone. Let the lights go down. Baby, don't let the lights go down. Baby, don't let the lights go down. Let's go down, let's go down, let's go down. It's you, the lights go down. It's not all my time. All the time, all the time. Baby, give me life. I miss you. When the lights go down, and it's not all my time. For me, all the time. Alrighty, friends. Next up, we have Adele's Rumor Has It. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, a wonderful night, wherever you are. Know that you are special to me, and I really appreciate being here. Ooh, 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 ooh. She ain't real. She ain't gonna be able to love you like I will. She is a stranger. You and I have a history, don't you remember? She got it all. But baby, is it really what you want? Bless your soul, you got the head in the clouds. You made a fool out of you, but boy, she's bringing you down. She made your heart melt, but you're cold to the core. Now rumor has it she ain't got your love anymore. Rumor has it, ooh. 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 She is half your age, but I'm guessing that's the reason that you stayed. I heard you've been missing me. You've been telling people things you shouldn't be. Like when you creep you out and she ain't around. Haven't you heard the rumors? With all your soul, you got the head in the clouds. You made a fool out of me, and boy, you're bringing me down. You're gonna hot melt, yet I'm cold to the core. But rumor has it I'm the one you're leaving her for. Rumor has it, ooh. 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 Our word whispered in my ear. Tell a story that I cannot bear to hear. Just 'cause I said it, it doesn't mean that I meant it. People say crazy things. Just 'cause I said it, don't mean that I meant it. Just 'cause you heard it. Rumor has it, ooh. 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 Rumor has it, rumor has it, he the one I'm leaving. That was Rumor Has It by Adele. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. The next person may go.
Cause we are different worlds apart. It only makes it harder, baby. It only makes it harder, baby. Harder, baby. Harder, baby.
I miss you when the lights go out. It illuminates and makes all of my doubts. Put me in. They give me life. Me too. When the lights go out. Put me on my doubts. Put me in. Let me go. Leave me behind. I miss you. 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 Oh my God.
I ain't got too much time to spare.
My brain is how much I care. You said I would let you break my walls. I never been out of control from the fall. Yeah, well, you gave me good love, I won't lie. You think you can back even though I'm terrified. What's wrong? I want to have fun. I know it is wrong.
Postaram się jednak.
Yeah. I can love you. All the people in the world. Just a bit of jumping. In your just in my mind. But it is right when there's a heaven and hell.
I'm a fool, but I think I'm blind. I've been be a fool and leave myself behind. I don't have to explain myself to you. And I do what I want to do. It's wrong, but I want to have fun. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's wrong, but I want to have fun. Yeah, I'm like I can't believe it. All the people in the world, I'm people jumping. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. This is horrible, but it feels like it's a battle, and I can't hang. Oh Lord, don't let me let myself down. My God. I can't believe it. All the people in the world like people jumping out of my life. In New York, maybe I'm just losing my mind. This is trouble, but it feels like sleeping on the edge of heaven. It's a battle, I cannot fight. I know that it's wrong. Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am home again. Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am whole again. Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am young again. Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am fun again. However far away, I will always love you. However long I stay, I will always love you. Whatever words I say, I will always love you. I will always love you. you. You make me feel like I am free again. Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am clean again. However far away, I will always love you. However long I stay, I will always love you. Whatever words I say, I will always love you. I will always love you. However far away, I will always love you. However long I stay, I will always love you. Whatever words I say, I will always love you. I'll always love you. I'll always love you. I love you. Adele could get it. She's beautiful.
I only wanted to have fun, learning to fly, learning to run. I let my heart decide the way when I was young. Deep down, I must have always known that this would be inevitable. To earn my stripes, I'd have to pay and bare my soul. I know I'm not the only one who regrets the things they've done. Sometimes I just feel it's only me who can't stand the reflection that they see. I wish I could give a little more.
All right, friends, this is my final song for the day. Before I do so, I just want to translate something. Hopefully, it translates. Thank you all for being so nice. You are just some of the most respectful and kind people I've really had the opportunity with whom to interact. I hope only good things for your friends and family, and I'm sending you all positive vibes. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Salamat sa lahat sa pagiging mabait. Ilan lang kayo sa mga taong magalang at mabait. May pagkakataon talaga akong makasama siya. Sana mga magagandang bagay lang para sa iyong mga kaibigan at pamilya at pinapadala ko sa iyo ang lahat ng positive vibes. Salamat ulit sa pagkakataon.
This is Adele's Skyfall. This is from a Bond film, perhaps one of the great Bond anthems of all time. This is the end. Hold your breath and count to 10. Feel the earth move and then hear my heart burst again. This is the end. I'm dreaming this moment. So all the days I've known. Swept away on stolen. Let the sky fall, let it crumble. We will stand tall, face it all together. Let the sky fall, when it crumbles. We will stand tall, face it all together as sky falls. As sky falls. Sky falls is where we are. 1,000 miles and poles apart. Where the rising made the dark. Made up that number, you take my name, but you'll never have my heart. Let the sky fall, when it crumbles, we will stand tall and face it all together. At the sky fall, when it crumbles, we will stand tall, face it all together as sky falls. When it crumbles, we will stand tall. Let the sky fall. We will crumble. We will stand tall. Where you go, I go. What you see, I see. I know I'd never be without the security of your loving arms, keeping me from harm. Put your hand in my hand and we'll stand. Let the sky fall, when it crumbles, we will stand tall and face it all together. Let the sky fall, when it crumbles, we will stand tall, face it all together as sky fall. Sky fall. We will stand tall as sky fall. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to be here. I hope you all have wonderful days, and I hope to see you again soon. Thank you again for being so nice. Take care, everyone.
to the sky, not just a float. I feel like my life is flashing by, and all I can do is watch and cry. I miss the air, I miss my friends, I miss my mother, I miss it when life was a party to be thrown, but that was a million years ago. When I walk around all of the streets where I grew up and found my feet, they can't look me in the eye. It's like they're scared of me. I try to think of things to say, like a joke or a memory, but they don't recognize me now in the light of day. I know I'm not the only one who regrets the things they've done. Sometimes I just feel it's only me who never became who they thought they'd be. I wish I could live a little more. Look up to the sky, not just the floor. I feel like my life is flashing by, and all I can do is watch and cry. I miss the air, I miss my friends, I miss my mother, I miss it when life was a party to be thrown, but that was a million years ago. A million years ago.
Shout out to Adele. Lady, I remember hearing you talk about a story about when you had like a birthday party and all your friends dressed up or like reenacted the Spice Girls, and I just think that's amazing. All right, that's enough fucking Adele for like the next long time, perhaps. I'll be singing it tonight. All right, are you done? This is the worst fucking stream of all time. This sucks. How about free Rabbi Rothschild? He's sexy as fuck. Why isn't anybody saying that? Some Redditsons out there. I'm ready for you, girl. I gotta take a whiz though. I'm a whiz kid. What a terrible story. But he kind of pulled the trigger too fucking quickly. It's like, dog, give your bro a little bit of time, my man.
It's like it's really cool.
That's amazing. Is this guy that bad? No, he was actually pretty interesting. Everybody else sucks though.
Dude, it's
Was he? No, not really. I mean, he wasn't fascinating, but he was okay.
3.5.
How would a fucking podcast go with you and Joe Rogan? I'd be like, dog, I've watched more of your shit on camera than anybody else. He'd be like, dog, I've watched more of you watching my streams than anybody. I'd be like, oh, that's tight. Well, why the fuck aren't we let's do cocaine, man. You always have people in here who are like, hey, let's fucking smoke pot. Well, let's fucking do cocaine. Come on, let's get your fucking numbers up. And he'd be like, oh, I don't do that. I'd be like, dog, you're friends with Joey Diaz. You brought Joey Diaz into the consciousness of like the world. And you mean to tell me that you're not going to try once? Call Joey, get his ass over here. Let's fucking do some coke, dog. That's how my Joe Rogan experience would go. Really? It'll be 24 hours. We're going to fucking snort coke the whole fucking time. I hope that he doesn't bring Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer and all those assholes. I'm sure he will. He'd be like, oh, come on, please. I'd be like, dog, they're suck. They're not fucking funny. I'm funny. And they'd be like, he'd be like, well, yeah, but like, is there any way that I could bring him like dog? Okay, whatever. But they're losers. Like, all right. But no one's a bigger loser than Kreischer's douche. Anyway, what about Bappa and the other guy? I don't really want him there. If this bitch is going for 24 hours, they drive me crazy. Really? Dog, there's losers too. Anyway, so Joe Rogan's the only one who's not a loser? No, I'd be there, so I'd be the only non-loser. Is Joe Rogan a loser? He's one of the least losers people on earth. Why? I mean, he's pretty much a self-made and pretty close to a billionaire. And he seems to be a pretty good person.
He's interesting. He's into all kinds of cool shit. I think we have a lot in common, but apparently not. Like, how about that booger sugar, dog? Anyway. Oh, Rabbi, I really liked it when you did fucking Adele. Oh, okay, cool, dog. Well, you're never hearing another one of those fucking songs ever. Why? Dog, none of them are like, I like songs that are like, they go like something like this. Celebrate good time. Come on. We had trouble saving your stream. What the fuck does that mean? Dude, this shit is working like a mo. How about this shit? Oh, this is the worst. Because right when I do this, it's like, oh, your fucking camera doesn't work. Are you fucking serious? It goes from Joe Rogan to fucking Science World? What is this bullshit? Dog. All these shitty schools, none of which are good. Fong James Fong. We removed your content. Why? It attacks a person? Who did I fucking attack? The guy who broke Adele's heart? Oh, I think everybody would be like, yeah, fuck that motherfucker. We removed your account. We removed your fucking content. Why? Oh, because Zuckerberg's too cheap to pay people. Well, they could see scary stuff. Okay. Well, once you see enough scary stuff, it's best. Dog. Stop.
Yeah, it should be on the website X Factor.
And what is it called?
It's called the X Factor.
Oh, it's called the X Factor. Go to the website.
Sornex.com.
Go to sornex.com. Check out the X Factor.
Sorry, it's actually. Pull it up, Jamie. Pull it up, Jamie.
I like how 581 posts, no followers. If I had followers, I'd be like, what's your problem? Dog, are we doing this shit again? Is Hinchcliffe gonna be there? If he can get his fucking head through the door. Would you want him there? Why? I mean, I'd probably be sick of talking to Joe Rogan for like 8 minutes. But whatevs. Who else is gonna Red Band? Dude, you gotta bring Red Band back for that shit. Why? He's just gotta be quiet though. He can't fucking be like, oh, like this. Oh, like what if you fucking like this? Like that? Like that's all night, all day. Is this still going? No.
So he's got this place called Boneyard. My friend John Reeves in Alaska, and he made this for the tooth.
What the fuck?
So that's a woolly mammoth tooth, like a molar. Yeah. So he has this incredible place. And,
What the heck? Is this gonna work?
Still is.
Caitlin Harris is like, why are you showing your feet? All I can hear is Joe Rogan, and why is there just feet here? Lady,